everyone, and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. I'm Raven, and joining me is Sottle. We're ready to kick off what is going to be a great weekend of Hearthstone with tons of matches, and we're going to see who is going to be in for those World Championship spots. Sottle, welcome. How's it going? And are you ready for plenty of Hearthstone this weekend?
I am. It's going great. We're actually starting to make a bit of a habit out of this, Raven, which I quite like. It used to be that there felt like a very significant break between times that we got to be on camera together, but now it's happening, if anything, too much. I think we can all agree.
Actually, we need to wind it back a little bit.
Yeah. So it wasn't long ago that we were doing playoffs to get to this point. It wasn't long before that we were doing the previous Masters Tour. We've had some expansion launch events in between that as well. You know, we're rolling the dice again with Hearthstone. It feels great to be on a bit of a roll, and I think we've got a fantastic weekend of Hearthstone set out for you.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, we've got some incredibly powerful players here going to be playing out across the whole weekend. And of course, we'll dive into the details as we kick off the show right now. But just to give you an overall idea, we've got plenty of players and they're going to be battling it out across the next 3 days. And we are going to just have that top cut on Sunday, which is always the, it's exciting to start the tournament, but that Sunday when everything's on the line, right, for those matches is when it gets really, really tense. But like I said, we've got tons of great players that have qualified through to get to this stage, and like you said, it's been great to see part of that qualification with being able to do the playoffs and broadcast those, which has been really, really nice.
I think it adds really important context to what you'll watch this weekend, because you're absolutely right to point out that the rubber really hits the road on Sunday when we get into those like win and in, lose, go home games. But it's such a turbulent format. Yes, it's double elimination, you have a second chance. But you're always so close to just all of the work you've put in to get to this point, just falling short of the eventual goal, which is, making it to eventually the World Championships and perhaps lifting that trophy. But being able to view the players getting there and how they got here and actually being more engaged with that process, I think is a great addition to the circuit this year around. And I've very, very much enjoyed the playoffs broadcast that we covered to get here.
Yeah, 100%. And let's take a look at what the overall format of how the players got here exactly broken down into a lovely graphic. So do you want to take us through some of the the key points on this one, Sottle?
Yeah, so you can see the playoff qualifiers there at the left, APAC Americas and EMEA, which we followed through between what was a marathon broadcast, but an incredibly exciting and interesting one to get those 6 players to this point. And then we have competitive points earners earned through ladder finishes, making those end-of-season grinds incredibly turbulent and compelling. If you are following along with some of those through a few streamers that are streaming it themselves, usually with a little bit of delay, or some of the community members who are following it through and keeping track of all of that stuff. Some of those names, I think, are the names that we're used to in the modern format. Gabby, Gamer RVG, ZLS, these are names that we're used to seeing do very well in recent times. But also, we were just talking about a little bit earlier, the likes of Chonsu and Tanoku coming in through the APAC qualifiers. APAC points is a real throwback to some of, we were talking about even 2015, 2016 prediction contests. The chalkboard, TJ's chalkboard, these were names that we'd see on there all the time. So real great mix of Hearthstone eras intersecting here.
Yeah, 100%. You can just see the breakdown of how those competitive points have worked, and basically the lengths the players had to go to for finishes to collect those points. And also, when we saw on the far side of that graphic previously, when you saw like the overall top points earners for that portion, just how many points they've gained through these finishes and everything. So really, really impressive overall. And of course, we can check out the players who are already qualified to the World Championship from the spring season. We have Gyu, Maxibon, Insane, and Fury Hunter there, so already stacked as we expect. And then we're going to add another group of players from this weekend to join them at that World Championship. So, and looking at those players that we've got coming up, which we'll look at in a minute, it's just going to be great. I already can't wait for World Soul.
Yeah, I was making the point earlier where that first 4 qualifiers is of such a high level that I can say without any degree of insult to the players who are in this tournament, who are all excellent, that if people qualify and the average quality of player does not go down of the people who are qualified for Worlds, I would be incredibly impressed, because those are 4 of the absolute very best players of the last sort of 3 to 5 years or so that we've seen around the circuit.
Yeah, and of course we've talked about the the point system qualifying to Worlds, which goes along with this. But of course there is the prize money to play for. These players have worked very hard through the past few months to get to this point, gone through playoffs, and now they're in this. And this is playing for a pretty decent prize pool, especially once you add on to those Worlds qualifiers. Will then inherently move them into more prize money at the World Championship as well. So not too bad as well as an extra bonus on there. But take a look at the schedule. I touched on it a little bit earlier, but today and tomorrow we're going to be going through 2 sets of 2 groups. So today we're going to be doing Group A and Group B to see who makes it through to Sunday, and then tomorrow will be the same again, but with Groups C and D. And then of course, Sol, we have that Sunday top 8, which I just can't wait for, because that's when we'll know who the next 4 players are going to Worlds.
Yep, Sunday is one you are not going to want to miss, but if you're a real Hearthstone sicko, I'm sure you'll be sticking around for the duration, because we're going to have some high quality Hearthstone spread across the board, and I think nothing illustrates that point better than just looking at the strength of these groups. Normally, the cliche thing to talk about at this point is, spot the group of death. I genuinely don't think there is one. I think they are 4 very evenly weighted groups with some extreme high quality players. I think one of the things this system has done is, with so much of the weight of effort being put into ladder, it's been a little bit of an equalizer in terms of, if you go back to when everything was very travel based, when it was major tournament based, etc., the people, you can kind of snowball that, right? If you win one big tournament, then suddenly you have the funds and the sponsorship to continue to travel, continue to get tournament experience, compounds time on time on time, and you become like an ever-present in those kind of situations. Ladder's the great equalizer because anyone can do it, and I think we have seen an elevation of a lot of really great players who have joined kind of the elite ranks just by qualifying for events like this through ladder grinding. Chief among them, honestly, would be, I think, Gyu, who has now, I think, elevated to being one of the best players in the world and qualified for the World Championships, as we saw previously, and now mixed in with a whole bunch of old favorites here. You can see, like Gabby, you've got your Photons and your Phil Fields. These are people that have really put in the work and are now on a very, very even footing with some of these best players in the world, and proving so with Phil Field making it through to our winners match that we'll be covering on stream in a few minutes.
Yeah, and just a quick note, if you maybe this is the first Masters Tour you've watched, but the reason that the bracket has progressed is the initial matches of each group are played previously off stream, purely due to there's only so many hours in the day to get this done. So they play off stream, and then we'll be moving on from the winners match, and then we have the elimination matches as well. So the whole bracket is still played out fully. We still got our 2 players. It's just for time's sake, we cannot cover every single match on stream, especially in certain metas when some of the matches might go a little bit longer. So that's how it's going to work for all the groups for the whole weekend, but just letting you know why the bracket looks like that if you're a newer viewer to competitive Hearthstone. But the most competitive thing about this weekend, as always, caster predictions. We see Sottle and Lorinda going with a pair of pocket trains there. Edelweiss going for Tanoku, and I myself going for Chonsu. So me and Edelweiss going with the absolute classic Hearthstone players here. We have Tanoku and Chonsu, which honestly I've enjoyed Chonsu's play for a long time, and honestly when I looked at these players, as you talked about before, I was like, you know what, I'm going old school for this one. And also Chonsu qualified on overall points gain, so he's still got it. There's no, just because I'm saying he's been playing around for a while doesn't mean that he's not still up for it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that one.
Raven flexing the APAC connections, of course. Lorinda and I in the game of Hearthstone Hold'em are showing a pair of pocket trains. But it was a tough one, right? Because we are in a very, very settled meta right now. And normally I do make these picks based on, lineup weighted by my perception of player skill. There are a lot of quite similar lineups in this tournament because the meta that we're playing in is extremely settled, sorry. But I do think that creates an interesting dynamic where there's suddenly the ability to just have that magic 4th deck that can just spike you through everything, because the meta read is quite easy to achieve on top of that. Pocket Train has the Discover Hunter, which I think is quite an interesting addition. It's a deck that I like quite a lot. I think it's a deck with a phenomenally high skill ceiling as well, which favors a player as good as Pocket Train is. So I'm really interested to see how it develops.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But for now, we're going to be kicking it off with our first match we have of the weekend on stream, which is Photon versus Philfield. This is the winners part of Group A. So the winner of this is done until Sunday. It's the perfect position. I think if I was going to magically pick when I was going to play, if I was in this tournament, I would want to be on Group A, get it done, qualify quick, and then just be like, right, I've got a whole, another day and a half minimum to prepare for the rest of the weekend. So good, maybe a positive position, at least the way I see it, for one of these players very soon. But taking a look at what we've got here, Soto, we have a Druid ban for Photon. He's lost his Druid, and then Philfield going to be losing the Warlock. So we do still have a couple of differences here, mainly the Warrior versus the Warlock that we have from Philfield and Photon either side.
Yeah, so the Druid ban makes total sense. If you look at Philfield's lineup overall, there's a Starship Rogue, so slow Rogue, Starship Warlock, slow Warlock, Quest Warrior, slow Warrior, Starship DK, slow DK, right? So the one thing you don't want to be up against with a deck like that is this is an inevitable combo deck that can deal hundreds of damage.
Yeah, that just gets you, right?
That's not what you want to face. I do think the Druid was an interesting bring for that degree, because this was one of the meta reads you could make, that people would bring a lot of lineups that looked a little bit like Philfield's, and then suddenly Druid would be a great choice to bring. But you could also run into that, the Druid Destroyer lineup that we saw in the previous Masters Tour, right? Where everyone was coming with all of the disruption effects to try and tear the Druids apart, which makes it a little bit scary. I believe there are 9 Owl Druids total out of the 16 in the tournament. So you can see quite a few people have still believed in the value of that big combo disruptor deck.
Yeah, 100%, and I think, as you touched on, right, like the meta felt at least fairly settled, so you're going to get at least a decent go of it if the field plays out how you expect. We're going to be kicking off, of course, with Rogue on the bottom for Photon, game 1, going up against this Warrior from Philfield, with Philfield going for the sort of Starship focus Warrior.
Philfield already absolutely vibing.
Oh yeah. And we love to see it. We're fans of players who just jam on camera, right? We've had a few classics in the past.
I mean, Gabby made a career off it.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
We did see a little bit of a fist pump during the mulligan from Phil, which I believe would have been at the site of the Ancient of Yore coming into the opening hand. Always a great tool to see.
And even looking at this, because I feel like it wasn't too long ago that we were talking about these things, but with Ham in Philfield's hand, are there any like big hits against Photon here that you could chomp out of the deck for, like, maybe not game winning, but high impact?
Oh, there absolutely are, yeah. I mean, this Rogue in general, Fire Rogue, as it is kind of colloquially known, is a deck that's based around a few real power spike minions, and because of Rogue's ability to use things like Shadow Step to replay things, and principally Sandbox Scoundrel these days to cheat out massive amounts of mana, you can play big, powerful minion bombs multiple times for very little mana. So that's kind of what the deck is built around doing, and creating these colossal tempo swings and power spikes. But you are looking at big individual power minions like Fireack, Ashamain, and Ziliax to be able to make those kind of things happen. So if you hit any of those big boys with the hand, you will be delighted as the Warrior.
Yeah, just removing some of the big annoying threats that the Rogue can come up with. But so far, Photon been having a good time of it. Got Reborn on the Viper as well, being able to follow up with Sandbox, which is a probably for me, you talked about all like the big hitters, let's say, in the Rogue deck, but Scoundrel's like the card that makes it work, right? At least for me anyway. Like, it's the thing that unlocks everything in the deck. So being able to just have access to that on curve, pay the expensive part of it now, and then have the options for the miniaturized version going forward is pretty much exactly where you want to be if you Photon with this Rogue list. I do like just getting it down now. There are other options with the you could go maybe slower, but I just think you need this down right now. It's going to fall with the weapon and just go first.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Philfield just hit him with the, you roped that? The Scoundrel on 5? Like, what? Okay, alright, fine. Bit of admin that needs taken care of is it does look like Philfield threw away the quest. This is a quest warrior conventionally, which was thrown away, which is something that I do agree with against Rogue, principally because of how easily you turn Ashamain into a win condition for the Rogue otherwise, right? Like, you can complete your quest, and then the rogue just plays Ashermain, and they get a bunch of incredibly high value steals from you by doing that. Whereas if you throw away the quest, you can just, ham one of their win conditions, brawl away something else, kill something else, starships take care of a couple of boards, that kind of thing, and you're just well on the road to fatigue.
Yeah.
And their Ashermain is pretty bad against your deck most of the time with the conventional
I also
cards
feel
that
like
you do play.
the reward of the quest, even without those danger factors, doesn't feel like it does enough on average against the rogue specifically because of the way the rogue plays.
Sure.
Already though, Phil,
I certainly would put any of those cards in my deck to begin with if I had the choice to. I take your point.
Fingers crossed for Phil.
Oh! The tree off the top! Get dreamed, idiot!
Yeah, that is going to be approximately, let me just count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 million damage. Yeah, got it. Well,
Phil just sat with the, don't really know what I could have done about that, really.
and I'll be honest, kind of agree, because that went as smoothly as possible. Photon hit all the good stuff as rogue because you've got the ability to put on some early game pressure, as we well saw, right? Especially with a nice discover early on of the Viper. Got the early game minion pressure to do some damage. Don't let the warrior have a bit of a chill start and be able to gain some armor, get some defenses up. But then followed it up with Scoundrel plus threat, right? Which is exactly what you were talking about. Got one of the bigger threats. Obviously then got hold of the Shaladrisil to have the real big finisher. But just that ability to just go smoothly into that early game pressure and then start hitting the big stuff to finish off the warrior, because there just wasn't enough time for Philfield, because Philfield didn't even really draw so bad, right? It's just there wasn't time to get everything out.
Yeah, the big problem, of course, was the removal never came. There was no big hostile invader clear.
Sure.
There was no brawl, which is the other argument for throwing away the quest in that matchup. Playing the quest on turn 1 there wouldn't have achieved anything because you died before the quest ever would have been anywhere close to completing. So if you throw it away, that's one extra card that you see through your deck that could potentially be brawl, or ever so slightly less than that because you introduce the variance of every draw having a small chance to be the quest after that point. But on average, you're getting closer to brawl or hostile invader or something that you need to not take 10 to 15 damage from those early minions that come down from rogue, which is what you ended up seeing there. But this is what the best players do, and I think that's a real tempo setter, quite literally and figuratively, in our first game. In that I think you might be surprised watching this tournament that you look at the deck lists and you think, these are some real slow, grindy decks. And don't get me wrong, when we see some Death Knight Mirrors or whatever, we're going to get some slow, grindy games. They're going to happen. But I think this has always been an elite level skill in Hearthstone, which is when you have these long value-based battles, the very best players understand that the best way to win a value game is to beat the snot out of your opponent, because that forces them to use their value inefficiently to prevent themselves from dying. So I think you might be a little bit surprised as to how fast and aggressive a lot of these games go in a lot of these positions. And you saw that absolutely right there with the rogue.
Yeah, you know what the classic example of that was? Do you remember the GM Priest Mirrors, where they went super late and then people just started building a board and just pushing as quickly as possible, and then suddenly the games, they could still go late, but there were games being ended pretty quick, even in those mirrors, which on paper shouldn't have happened. But yeah, the players definitely worked it out fast, right?
There was 1 or 2 weeks of pick the greediest, highest value card. I can't remember whether it was Murazons or whatever the infinite value engine was, right? You just always click that off all of the discovers. And then over time people realize, no, just click on a card you can play this turn and play it. That's how you win. And it's a dynamic that everyone kind of goes through in every meta.
Every time, yeah.
And the lesson never quite seems to stick for some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it? But we are going to jump into game number 2. Photon jumping over to the Warlock. Philfield sticking on the Warrior. And this Quest Warlock has been one of my favourite decks of this sort of overall meta. I think it's really fun. It's cool trying to work out the good ways to get to the portal, right? And some shenanigans you can do. And then you've got that sort of relentless pressure to close out games. It's a style I've found myself really enjoying. So I really like that a lot of players, I guess the deck's good enough to be played at this level.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think it's a very, very explosive deck. I think it's a fun deck in the sense that it like introduces a mechanic that is something different in Hearthstone,
Yes.
right? Like literally throwing away your resources in order to gain advantages is very cool. So yeah, I'm a fan as well.
So already got some early game pressure down. Phil is going to be able to respond with this Elise. It's always one cost location. There's Solarium though, and this could, depending on what's pulled out, okay. Okay.
Yeah, the other lesson that everyone fails to learn every single time this kind of effect comes out, right? Oh, look at the value you can get with the 10 cost potion slash location slash minion slash weapon. Nope, it's 1 cost every single time.
So I feel personally attacked right now, and I'd prefer it if you'd stop, okay? Look, sometimes the Ted's right, but yes, in a lot of these scenarios, especially the Starship decks, right? I feel like the one is really good as well to get out, because you've often not got them. You've got better things to do with the mana, right, throughout the rest of the game. So having the one down and maybe going for duplicate a minion for like make a 1/1 version of the minion, for example, is really good with the Starships.
And there are more aggressive board-based decks where you do look at 5 sometimes just because it introduces extra scaling for like the Savage Roar type boards, right? That actually scales. But copy a minion, which is generally the one that people go looking for most of the time. It's just binary. You either copy the minion or you don't. You don't care how like the size of the minion afterwards.
Yeah, you copy the minion for the effects, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So you might as well pay 1/5 of the mana for it.
But I thought more mana equals better.
Spending more mana definitely equals better.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
His Secret's going to be doing a good chunk of work there, honestly. The freezing trap going to be nice. We're bouncing that Raptor back to the hand, and kind of an awkward card to play now as a 3-cost 2/1 rush. But now the Elemental Summon, not
really haven't really covered it because we were far too distracted talking about old Kazakus potions and priest mirrors for some reason. But Photon has hesitated on what have looked to be relatively straightforward plays on a couple of times. And I think what that is about, at least in part, is he's staring at that Tidepore pupil in his hand and just trying to work out if he ever could have got absurdly greedy with Tidepore pupil to get the quest reward into the Tidepore pupil. And get the double location going, or the double portal going, double rift. Sorry, I'll get the right word. I think that's right.
Tomato, it's fine.
Yeah.
The double noodle going, I think it's called. Yeah.
The most important thing is you want 2 of them against decks that can sustain really well against you. It's such an exponential power spike in terms of your ability to win the game. So he was trying to find creative routes to be as aggressive as possible to get that in the pupil, but in the end he just had to cast the spells to get the quest complete.
A lot of the time that works when the pupil's drawn on like turn 4 or something, right? Or like those kind of scenarios.
Sometimes in really important matchups you can go, okay, I'm willing to delay completion 1 turn in order to greed this pupil, but you can't go much more than that. And in matches where decks are actually actively trying to beat you up, then you can never really delay quest completion. You just have to get it done. So
yeah, now the relentless march of minions here from that
towards the inevitable heat death of the universe.
Well, I mean, tomato, I think it's kind of the same thing, right? But yeah, there's going to be effectively endless resources here, and also pretty good that the Corpsicle was picked up as well, because the portal naturally makes minions, right? Which then you can just juice the Corpsicle with, so it's even more pressure.
Yeah, this deck is kind of 2 discrete halves. It's the half of the deck that tries to complete the quest, and then the half of the deck that just pays off this idea of being able to burn cards for infinite resources, where mass production, continues to fill up your deck. Corpsicle just provides reach that you'll always have corpses for, as you pointed out, because you're having 2 to 3 minions die every single turn. It's a very, very nicely put together deck in terms of
it just works.
Before and after the quest. Yeah, it just works.
But the Starship was built just in time to try and defend against some of this, and it's just big enough, sort of, right? To again, the extra rush minion now is going to be a bit of a frustration there for Philfiel, but it's big enough to cause a bit of a slowing down for Photon, right? Can't just push tons of damage.
They'll encounter a witch in the woods.
But Photon just putting as many stats on board as possible. The ship was done, and also not copied by the location. Oh wait, no, he didn't get copied,
doesn't have
did
copy.
he? Sorry, yeah, of course. I'm so locked into every time I play these decks. I'm like, well, of course you've got copy because that's why you do it, right? But yeah, sometimes you miss.
Yep. That's what Elise actually says on it. If you're playing all of these different mana costs, copy a minion. That's actually what it says on it.
Has to be the rebuilding of the Starship. It does have the 2 Arcanite Defense Crystals though, so that's going to be at least decent in terms of just building some armor, getting some defense down. And there is a good old Jim in hand as well.
Yeah, good old Jimothy hanging around. This is one of the curves that you are able to compete with, right? Because even one rift over time, you will of course win the attrition war because, you know, it is essentially infinite if you set up the late game situation correctly. And have the ability to restore. Of course, you have lifesteal to pay off the mass productions if it comes down to that point. So you need to have some way of like creating a swing turn, because the Warlock actually does not respond well to swing turns at all. If you are able to just get hold of the board in one turn and generate a massive board of your own, then you can swing the board quite effectively, and they really struggle to come back against that sometimes. You can't just sit there, you know, playing Brawl and playing a couple of AoEs and clearing the boards, because they will just continue to reload them. So starship pieces into Exodar, into Jim is one of the better ways you have to resist this situation as the warrior. Yeah, because the Warlock, while it has like relentless pressure, it doesn't really have removal that aren't the minions, like really. And then it doesn't have any like ways to generate that much more pressure other than the minions you make from the portals, right? So you do one thing at this point and you do it very well, but that's it. However, looks like Photon's managed to push a good amount of damage, bringing Philfield back down to 7. Still got that Corpsicle ticking away, probably for the whole rest of the game now. Is it time for Jim? I mean, ideally, you want to get this other Starship out first, right? So you can get the maximum swing. But with double Reborn on board, it's a little bit scary. It is. You do make a 12-12 taunt that does some AoE, though. I think it's only 1 proc on the AoE, yeah, so it unfortunately doesn't clear anything up. But the Medivac helps out as well with the extra 2/2/2 taunts. Crucially, no Hellfire in this list from Photon, which would be pretty effective in this spot. There is a Kerrigan Queen of Blades at the top end, though.
There is Hellfire.
Is there? Oh, there is.
There.
Sorry, I completely glossed over it. Yeah,
I was going to say, I'm sure I saw Hellfire early in the game. I think it was one of the.
It was played, yeah. It's in the
throwaway.
pupil, yes. We are staring at it in the pupil. Yeah, my bad.
But you are right, it is probably what the only AoE or only tool to like help clear boards, right? As well as push damage, of course.
Yeah, and even then, once you get the large Starship swings down, like Hellfire is not doing an awful lot about those. It's mainly early game stability, right, to get to the quest reward. Exactly, yeah, which is principally why it's in the deck, and as you mentioned, just a helpful bit of extra reach in some situations. Yeah, because like Hellfire plus a Corpsicle plus any charge minion or something you've got over. No. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's double Corpsicle now. Please hold.
Yeah.
3, 6, Hellfire clears up. You've got at least 7 going face. Okay, going to use the Corpsicles instead of the Hellfire. Makes sense. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, preserve more of your board. If it wasn't going to be lethal in that position, there was no point to blow up half of your own board with the Hellfire. Also keeps the Reborn taunt at 5 health, which I feel is pretty relevant right now. Sure. Yeah, double Corpsicle in hand and Hellfire, and there's still the Pupil.
he is, Big Jim. Wait, is this gonna overfill the board? Oh no, it was just it was one time each, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry, yeah, it was just one time.
Yep.
Each, yeah. Only
Yeah, just
I was
one
not even
AoE,
questioning
one
that.
medevac.
Yeah, I was only questioning that because I've done that so many times. I've just forgot how many things I'm gonna summon when I play this.
Yeah, I mean, like, this has always been the case. Historically, since Starport's been a thing, like, generally, medevac has felt pretty bad to roll because of this exact situation. But in this scenario, works out just about perfectly for Phil. Ooh,
Okay.
double attackers. That's what you like to see if you're Photon.
More corpsicles as well. Oh. So even though Filfio's been able to defend and hold on, with these extra corpsicles, it's just started to. It will start to stack up.
It will, but casting one a turn with the Rift is fairly trivial. Trying to cast 3 a turn, a little bit less so, it has to be said.
True. Double Ancient of Yore, wow.
And Phil is just starting to get a little bit out of range. This is such an important turn for the warrior. Like, okay, the swing turn happened, right? And it wasn't as swingy as it could be. It's not like Phil just stuck minions and got to attack with how big the swing turn was. But it gave a very low pressure turn where you can go, okay, great. Now I can start playing my resource generators and actually find a foothold into this game.
Yeah.
Double Yaw is just such a powerful response here in terms of setting up for the long-term plan now.
A frozen treat as sweet as sea.
Can I interest you in another corpsicle, sir?
I think I'm good, actually.
Oh, okay, well, it's just enough.
We've got corpsicles covered.
Is there anything from Frost Strike that's going to make an impact here? Let's find
There are
out.
definitely some useful cards. Frosty K in general offers a lot of burst damage because of some of the Frost cards that you can put together, so I do like that option.
Also,
try and
here,
pick something up
Thessarian's
extra
going to add maybe a couple of extra corpses as well, right? Since it's a minion reborn.
Yep.
Not bad. Okay, big turn now, because I think Filfiel will start to think if this board can be cleared up and maybe can keep control of it for one turn, the tide's going to shift, right? Because as you said, there's enough health, especially with those double yaw, that he's going to feel safe and not just dead at any given turn he lets up. But if he can actually clear, he knows what a lot of these cards in hand are likely to be, right? Mass production and corpsicles.
Yeah, so the plan now is either survive. So you kind of have to assess how well set up your Warlock opponent is at going potentially infinite when they reach the end or close to the end of their deck. How many mass productions they have to cycle, even like sometimes whether the list is playing, for example, a Kill Jaden, which I've seen some people do, to be able to resist that position. In that case, you can perhaps set out to just say, I'm fine, I'm just going to try and like fatigue my opponent, run them out of stuff eventually. Or, if that's not going to be the case, you are a little bit light on win conditions now because you've already gone Exodar into Jim very early in the game. But you do have, for example, just checking the list before I say something stupid. Yeah, invent a boom in the deck to be able to pull out another big swing turn if possible.
Yeah, and to some extent as well, even like Ceaseless can be at least a threat at this point, right? Because it's
well,
not like...
I mean, you put those two things together and then you got a stew going, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That's one of the big plans.
And
for
with
sure.
just summoning these minions, it's not super easy to take down, right? Like, these are more of just regular troops, right? To take down the 10-10 can be a bit difficult. Never mind the thing that you play it with. Although the damage is starting to stack up again with these being able to attack.
It's crazy, isn't it? The level of armor gain, like, your opponent is just generating charge minions for free every single turn. Massive minions, charge damage, 3 corpuscles they've been chucking at your face every single turn. Yeah, just casually gained 50 armor in the interim. You know,
Yeah, it's just like, no, I can take it. It's fine. I can take the hits.
1 out of 10. Quest was locked in last turn.
There is, of
Setting up
course,
for the long game.
as well, a bit of a funny one where... Wait, did it... Oh, wait, was it in the Solarium? I can't remember. Was Kerrigan in the Solarium? I've lost track.
I didn't see.
Just because for us, Kerrigan's the only card that isn't mass production in the deck. So I think there's 8 mass productions and 1 Kerrigan.
Relaxation for all.
I mean, that tracks with what we're being told about the remainder of the deck.
Just interesting because then you've got the Zerg minions, right? The lava that can maybe change something up in terms of damage.
Yeah.
Stop and smell the flowers. Stop and smell the flowers.
Little taunt walls going down just to try and slow some of this damage.
Come to me.
This gets so funny mass production late game, doesn't it? Does also have these conflagrates as well, which are going to be interesting if it comes down to it late game.
Yeah, I think based on Photon's reaction to the draws here, the tracking is correct.
Kerrigan is in the deck, yeah. And the
Yeah.
problem is, the more mass productions are played, the worse it gets. Oh.
Yeah, the maths is nuanced, confusing, and incredibly boring in terms of what mass production actually does, because obviously each instance does draw 2 cards, which does increase your odds massively of hitting the card that you're looking for. But then after that
If you miss,
snapshotted moment
yeah.
in time, you're resetting back, and yeah, it does become a bit of a mess.
Also, as well, weirdly enough, the low attack taunts kind of did Phil feel a favor because Photon couldn't like trade more minions away, right? And like
Yes.
maybe make more space to then do something else,
Yes.
or make a charge, and
Which-
so on and so on.
Which was a great spot, I think, on the previous turn from Philfield, who did not brawl on the previous turn, because he went, actually, this board state is kind of ideal for me. I'm just going to leave it there. The 3/5s are really annoying my opponent, who can't really do anything. And now next turn, I have a way bigger tempo swing with being able to clean up with an AoE and drop in the goods with the Wondrous Wand.
And suddenly, we've got some dinos.
We do. We crogging?
Always.
We are indeed crogging.
Hey!
Oh,
there she
hello.
is. Only problem is, unlike his opponent, Photon does not have 15 mana to spend this turn. But I'm sure he would like to have 15 mana.
It is unfortunate, isn't it? You should try having 15 mana more often. It tends to make things more productive.
Oh, I don't know. I think production isn't a problem for Photon this game, to be fair. It's been pretty productive.
I think production might be exactly the problem.
Yeah. He's able to clear a lot of this. Well, all of this up, I guess. Not really counting shit, of course.
Got him. Worth noting as well that there was a Kill Jaden as an option from the legendary pick there from the Crown, which of course, much worse, or a little bit worse on board, but you do get that Kill Jaden added to your hand, which I imagine would be appealing to some people in this spot with a game approaching fatigue. But I think Phil feels already set up. I think naturally he's gonna maybe tick fatigue once or twice before the quest finishes with the way the turns
Right.
line up, but that should be plenty at that point if it gets to that point.
Definitely interesting as well, because when the Krogs were summoned, there wasn't actually a board for them to even affect anyway, so it's not like there was an immediate need for that ability that turn. Yeah, to take over the Kill Jaden, for example. So, but you are right, obviously, with the quest, it shouldn't really be a big deal.
But it is another massive, huge stall that you can bring into play later on, right? If we see another similar board with a couple of Reborn Taunts on it, for example, then suddenly just playing the Krog that you have from hand is a really good stall.
It's almost removal, isn't it? Like, almost.
Yeah. Well, in some ways, it's better than removal, right? Because you also block for your opponent from having a productive turn if they've got the Reborn Taunts in play that they can't necessarily remove both cards off straight away.
Clearly should have kept the Hellfire.
The amount of time you spend blowing up your own minions playing Quest Warlock is a little depressing sometimes.
That's what minions are for. Sacrifice.
Wow. We've learned a lot there about Raven's attitudes to people who
Yep.
Luckily, not many of those people exist, so it's not that much to worry about.
0. Photon would really like this Horizon's Edge to go away now. It's definitely been putting some damage out, of course, but it's also been taking up a board space in which you were limited already with not only those Reborns we talked about, but also the portal itself.
Oh, there we go. The Inventor Boom has been drawn, which gives us that big potential 1-2 punch opportunity. It's going to go for a Goblet. We'll wait and see. Okay, shield block, and then otherwise we would have had... What were the other two options? Oh, Brawl and Cannon? Okay, yeah, that was by far the worst outcome of the remaining cards. Multiple cannons sounds delightful in this spot, for sure. But yeah, this is the big swing that I was talking about earlier. Rolling the 12-12. It does get the Ziliax as well, meaning one off lead.
I think Phil feeling pretty confident right now, and rightly so. That is going to be a game. Going to even it up 1-1, and what game number 2? Polar opposite of game 1, of course. Game 1 was a bit fast and furious there, but game number 2 definitely had putting both players on full focus, right, on how to deal with the matchup from both sides, because Photon was pushing as much damage as possible with those Corpuscles, clearing as much as possible, but Phil managed to defend for long enough and create that win condition moment.
But that's, I think, the key point. Different in terms of pacing and length and rhythm, yes. But in terms of what won the game, again, it was the early tempo pushes from the Warrior, right? It was that exact kind of thing I was talking about, where he spiked really hard early on with the Exodar 1-mana minions into the launch, into the gym, and then found the swing turns. And then that created those turns where Photon had to spend entire turns going, I throw 3 Corpuscles at your minions.
Right.
I use my Hellfire, I use this, I use that, I use the other. And then suddenly the resource generation was running out. He started to lose the resource battle, despite the fact he has literally infinite resources in the deck, because he was just under pressure. And that's the weakness of Quest Warlock, and that's where I do think it is really, really well designed. It is a deck with truly infinite resources if you build it the right way and you set up the late game correctly. But because all of those options cost you health, you're then in a spot where, like, well, if your opponent ever puts any pressure on you, you're kind of forced to panic and start throwing away some of those resources to clear up the board on the other side. And you just saw Phil do that very well a couple of times. Photon didn't do anything wrong in terms of the reaction he had to them, I think. Just good pressure in the end from the Warrior, and not sitting back on the back foot.
And there are those downsides to Warlock, as we talked about a lot, where like you do lose board space, especially if you use some of these other location cards, for example, or you get... you sort of roll Reborns more often, right? It does get a little bit trickier to manage. You do have to be focused on that because, for example, the Horizon's Edge, that has a lot of charges and you might not be able to get them all off quickly because, of course, you want the damage, but you also want the space a lot of the time, as we saw earlier. So, yeah, really, again, I really like the Warlock deck. Obviously, it just lost the game, but I think the playstyle is really cool and really unique, which is something I appreciate at least. But it does mean this matchup is all even at 1-1. With both players still having Death Knight, so we could still be here for a while yet. We'll see. And then we've got the Warlock and the Rogue, of course, as we've seen from the players. So still all up in the air for this one, I think, Sottle. I wouldn't overly give yeah, thanks for pointing out. I did just glance at it. I was looking down at the matchups, the decks, and I was like, oh yeah, okay. Well, here we go, Sottle. Do you want to take us through the Death Knight lists for these players? Are we getting anything crazy, or is it the usual suspects lists?
So there are a few little variations. There's kind of the classic Starship DK, then there's also a more Fire-Aki based, slightly higher tempo version of what people are calling Control Death Knight as well. Even within the Starship decks, there's a couple of variations, but as far as I can see, these are both just triple blood Starship Death Knights, about as close to a 30-card mirror as I can see. Not really seeing any significant differences between the two lists just as I flick back and forth. So, yes, this is going to be very likely a massively long and grindy game, but you can see here from Phil, again, I think has reacted very visibly to most of his mulligans, or all of the mulligans during the series, all 3 of them so far in this series. And Starship pieces into Exodar is kind of the dream scenario for actually saying, you know what? I can try and make a push here. I can try and put my opponent on the back foot, try and end the game early. And again, it's something that I am a big advocate for, even in these control mirrors, because even if your opponent survives it, the cost, the opportunity cost in terms of resources that they have to use to deal with it, and in turns that they spend not setting up big win conditions for themselves, can often prove to be worth it in the long run. But this triple leech start is an excellent blocker for the high tempo opening that Phil wants to go for.
Yeah, just to be really annoying and start building up that health. Does have Xavius as well, and even this play just on curve can make a big impact into the game depending on what you hit, right? Whoa. Elise for double battle
cry. Elise.
Yeah, I was going to,
yes,
as I was
please,
saying.
And thank you.
Yeah, might be okay, that one. Ancient of Yore down nice and early. It's going to get that job done as well. Something, anyone playing Ancient of Yore will want Ancient of Yore on curve, right? As long as you can land it smoothly, that's pretty good. But here, are we going to see a 10 salt? We're going to see the old 110?
No!
The old double dipperoo.
Just double 10 it.
Oh, I mean, prepare for get cozy, right? Prepare for that late game scenario.
It is literally always a 1.
Okay, wait, hold. Disappointing.
I don't know what to tell you, Raven.
This could have been the moment. It all changed.
No, it's never going to be the moment.
Look, you know what? I might actually concede that if you're not going for the 10 on a second Elise Battlecry in the DK mirror, then you know what? Fine. I'll be the Lone Ranger on ladder, picking 10s and losing.
Ooh,
pretty aggressive.
Actually kind of spicy there. Yeah.
Yoink.
Yoink.
And this is a bit more of a tricky turn. Yeah, I'm sure a second Ancient of Yore would be cool here, but the board's just big enough to not want to pass the turn, right? Especially if you've got other options.
Also, one of my favourite things in the entire world there. Deliberate correct order in a situation where it is absolutely never going to matter in a million years.
What, not rocking the spell burst?
Yeah, just in case. Yeah, maybe the spell burst lives. You don't know.
Oh yeah, this is my kind of gameplay. Aggro.
Is this what passes for aggro?
Nowadays, Sol, yes. I think it does.
Okay.
We're going to get copy. Yeah, and give him plus... Oh, look at this. Savage Roar. Doesn't this just make you happy,
suddenly,
though?
just off the Xavius into the double Elise. You can see how quickly the tempo start shifted, right? It was all Phil early on, just starship piece into starship piece into starship piece. Photon had the leeches to answer, and then one lucky outcome off the Xavius. Complete tempo swing back the other way, and now almost in one turn with the copy location, Photon's kind of back on relative parity with the starship pieces as well, with High Cultist in hand to potentially pull out some more.
And already kind of ahead after this turn to an extent, right? Or by the end of this turn, let's say. And then next turn, locations are back again, right? For maybe either another push or at least another copy.
Yep.
I'm loving Phil Field's energy, though. Breath coming out there to help out. Gonna trade in the Elise to just trade it off, make some space. Get that yaw down and start drawing cards, gaining. And look at the health as well, so it kind of crept up on me that. But this leech has been doing work. Okay.
One of the stranger interactions that you end up seeing of High Cultist Heron, but, you know, works out. Extra starship piece on board, nevertheless. Actually quite useful, honestly, to clear up a pretty annoying board on the other side, even though it does do a significant amount of damage to your own board.
Yeah, well, it's a bit concerning, because, again, there is a, +2 attack for the whole board, effectively, right?
Yeah.
So you may as well just not take the extra damage while you're falling behind. It's a nice little bonus. We could see a... Then again, I was going to say we could see guiding with copy, but do you really want to copy the guiding at this point?
Yeah, with the small location...
Oh, I like this.
You might... I mean, you got one more charge to play with.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Ideally,
timing more than anything. Because there is the Exodart, right? So there's Exodart and then copies if you wanted it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going for the good stuff.
Push the 2 to face. I like it.
Four guiding figures going into the starship. That's what we like to see. I think the orbital moon is the real breaker there in terms of just how much value you do get out of the copy.
Yeah. But this is, for me, this is where I start losing track, you know, Starship's power and what it's going to do. Because I make it so big, I'm like, the board needs to be twice as big now for me to get value.
No, you're absolutely right. There is a break point where you, at some point, you just you think in terms of, have I done enough or haven't I? Right? Like you don't actually have to keep count of exactly how many figures and statues you have to proc. It's just like, well, have I made the full board yet? Yes, I have. Okay, cool. Well, we can move on with our lives then. Start working on some crystals instead.
Death calls.
Yeah, I did like the wave of tar pickup last turn from the Discover. Not normally high impact, but enough, good enough to do some AoE damage and also cause maybe some problems for Phil Field next turn.
Yeah, I think so.
And is this enough to rip a corpse explosion?
Wait, specifically blocked like corpse explosion into Ancient of Yore from Phil Field's perspective, which is kind of brutal. That would have been a really strong turn here. Did keep his Ziliax though, which kind of means he doesn't have to worry all that much about playing AoE this turn. He's going to commit the Pyro though, interesting. I wondered whether you could still use that turn to sneak down the Yore.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary. I've not fully tracked the starships because guess what? It's hard when there's this many pieces. But using the Pyro now, I mean, I guess there's not much else, but clearing the ships might be pretty difficult here with only 12 corpses for Phil Field.
Yeah, it might, but that's the other argument, right? Is that the ships all have multiple layers of death rattles generally when they come out, right? So pyro poison doesn't clear up, whereas in some ways adding the pyro to board now as an extra corpse to die for corpse explosion might actually help you out more. Yeah.
See, now this is where decisions get weird, right? Like, when does Photon go in? How are these locations used? Because if you use both locations, it means they're used, but so you've got space on board, but it also means you're using up both locations, maybe not optimally, right? So it's a kind of tricky decision.
Yeah.
Getting the double crystal out is very nice, though.
I have but little time.
So it's just going to be spending the mana for the vampiric blood.
Yeah, Photon with some hand size concerns, though.
Yeah, I don't mind just dumping this, right? I just try and get it out.
You don't mind now?
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
You definitely don't mind now.
I'm actually curious because of the health difference, or at least the max health difference might be a bit of a better way to describe it. I'm curious exactly how the players are going to use these Exodars. We are going to see it's going to just be the raw value addition there from Philfield, using the one cost pieces to sort of rebuild.
And again, just working out here how to extract maximum value from this situation.
It's a little bit tricky as well, because unless you want to correct me, which, well, I know you would, it doesn't feel like there's a hard and fast rule of do you want to starship first or not? Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like in the
Not
past
really,
there's been
no.
like
Yeah,
rules
yeah.
about this sort of thing in the mirrors.
Sure, yeah.
But here it's like, well, it sort of depends on what your starship gives you. It depends on so many factors that it's hard to say, like, oh yeah, if you do it first, you're going to fall behind, or if you do it second, it's too late. I find that really difficult to work out in these mirrors.
Okay, good outcomes for Philfield. Didn't spawn any additional death rattles, which got in the way of the second guiding figure proc. Also planned out the board space correctly to fill up and hit pretty damn good minions as well. Like, summoning robot without a board space to actually summon the extra robot at the end of turn is a little bit annoying, but otherwise, pretty good outcomes.
Yeah.
My rule is eternal.
Tortolan
it's
is
going to be double.
always a yeah, could well be.
Yeah, breath and then pyro black breath. I like it.
Yep.
This solves a lot of problems.
It does. Tortolan is always a huge role in the mirror as well, because you block the straight up corpse explosion out, which is generally the best one, right? Your opponent has to do something creative to deal with the 130 on the other side, and that fits the brief for Photon. Double poison clearing everything up.
Yeah, that feels like a huge victory, that turn for Photon. Nice and simple, it costs a lot of resources, but he's still got the copy, he's still got his Exodar, still got his, like, the big version of his ship. Obviously, Philfield's rebuilding now.
And still has 16 corpses if another AoE was to be necessary immediately. And then if we fast forward a little bit past 16 corpses, well, then we've got Zero Mana Ceaseless coming into play. So
And the
should be
Kill
pretty
Jaden
set up for
follow
AoE
as well, right? Like,
Exactly.
Ceaseless with Kill Jaden is perfect.
Yep. Trying to look at remaining cards for Photon as we've been doing before. Orbital Moon, of course, is extremely high value in a lot of situations. Pyromancer not so important now that double poison was committed on the previous turn. Ancient of Yore is certainly a nice to have, like have a couple of procs of Ancient of Yore going with the Kil'jaeden turn. But I think honestly this hand is just looking juicy enough to get the goods down into play.
And such a safe turn to play Kil'jaeden as well, right? You get to retain the Ceaseless here. So I'm okay with this. The Orbital Moon would have been nice, but not the end of the world. Xavier's now coming down for Philfield. See if we can pull something out here. Nothing great in terms of effects. Cheaper Kil'jaeden, obviously.
Cheaper Kil'jaeden, yeah, probably the most useful.
Is it a response Kil'jaeden now then?
Problem is your Ceaseless is still in the deck, which is a big handicap from this spot.
There is 20 corpses and 2 corpse explosions though.
Yes, there is. But there is also 20 corpses and 2 corpse explosions on the other side.
Yeah, so
as far as you know.
So then we need to match the Kil'jaedens, right? And then,
I mean, that's the thing, right? Your opponent blew up, 5 of their cards with the Kil'jaeden, so you might be able to say they don't have one of those 3 cards in their hand, and therefore we're going to be relatively even for AoEs. But Ceaseless is the big one, specifically because it costs 0, right?
Yeah.
You can play it and do anything else you want in the same turn.
And some of the
to create
demons
those
you
massive
generate
swings.
can be very
Exactly.
pricey, right? As we've just seen from Wretched. Well, there's the Ceaseless.
Hang on, wretched. That's like a queen that's been regurgitated,
Yes.
as opposed to.
I'll be honest,
wretched
I
queen.
glanced at the card quickly because I couldn't remember the name of it. Because believe it or not, it's not a card I play too often, and I just glanced and saw Wretch, so I was just like, right, that's what it's called. Look, it's not the first time we'll rename a card, and it won't be the last.
True. To varying degrees of success. Banana Man caught on. I'm not sure Fell Barrage ever quite made the cut.
Well, I don't know. It got talked about enough.
Yeah, it did. It's true.
One little time.
So yeah, Photon did not need to do any fancy schmancy engineering here to get the... Oh, hang on, though. Did hit early Death Rattle. Never mind. Just hit the minions anyway. So just for those who aren't aware of that interaction, if you summon a Death Rattle early, like this, then the additional spell bursts that keep going off can actually start to hit bombs. And this has gone pretty perfectly for Photon because, yep, that is full board of minions.
And those bombs can go
And
off
every
now.
other proc so far is hitting bombs.
Oh my! And this is before the
That was
Kil'jaedens
perfect.
played.
That was
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
perfect rolls for Photon in that scenario.
So if
Exactly
Phil feels
the right amount of Starship hits to fill the board, and then every other one hit the bombs.
Yeah, Philfield will want anything but a bomb chain, and then we'll be slamming Kil'jaeden. 1,
5,
2.
10.
Philfield's not, hands off keyboard, hands off keyboard.
Phil, I agree. This is absolute cinema.
Now this is Hearthstone. Oh, there we go. There's Pyro. That was a lot of damage, though.
I think that is genuinely the most Photon outcome I have ever seen in my life.
Time.
Wait.
I am low on cards.
Okay.
Yeah, so Phil had to tank to get to the poison breaths in order to break this through, then drop ceaseless. Oh my god, it's the most Photon game of Hearthstone that has ever happened!
Did he not get Kil'jaeden? Oh, no, he didn't have enough.
No, it hit the reborn taunt. That thing re-summons your entire starship when it dies.
Oh, no. Oh no! For a second, I was like, "Wait, what's happened?" Because I glanced just away at the deck list for a sec, but
So he had to go through all the bomb animations, figure out that he had to draw the rest of his deck and tank all the bomb damage anyway to get to the poison breath, which he did. Play the poison breath to make the clear happen, then play the ceaseless to kill the remainder of what came out of the starship. But because he was doing it on the rope due to all of the animations that were happening anyway, he had no time to react to the fact that the one minion that came out of the death rattle was the reborn taunt that has a chance to resummon your entire starship, which it did. Photon.
Phil feels still jamming though, so it's all good.
we're still vibing. Everything's fine.
I respect that. It's like, well, it's happened, right? What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. So move on. Put some good music on and get going. Hey!
Oh, and by the way,
Yeah,
three more bombs
Yeah,
went in the deck
yeah,
at the
yeah.
end of the turn as well.
Oy, oy, oy.
Am low on cards.
Well, it's not looking the best for Phil Feel here.
I've seen better positions to be in.
And then just one fatigue just to slap that on top. Oh yeah, it was 4 bombs, wasn't it? Because there was one still in the deck.
Oh, was there? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Phil feels like, right, how do I get out of this one? And you know what could have helped? A 10-cost location from Elise. You never know.
Surely not again.
I know, I imagine. Oh. There you go, do it back.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was the
doesn't
desired
quite work.
outcome this time around.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Okay.
Oof. Well, it has the easy corpse explosion if he wants it, right? Trade in the 8-9 and then just corpse.
Yeah.
Does have a follow-up with the new demon, the Eridar?
There is a slight fear, though, because of all the armor that you give by doing that, where basically if you don't ever give Philfeel a clean turn where they're not dead on board, they can't ever play Kill Jaden, right? So he's just not ever going to be in a winning position. 2 3-3s! Photon got like a 1 in 64 triple bomb chain, followed in a 1 outer reborn taunt, resummon your own starship. Philfeel gets a couple of 3-3s. This game's not fair, Raven.
That's why we like it.
True.
If the game was too fair, it wouldn't be fun. Simple. Is Philfeel already out of the game? This might be a slight spectator issue we've got, so I apologize. Maybe the spectator was overwhelmed by how unfair it is.
But yeah, I do really like this from Photon. He's recognizing the spot perfectly, which is
Yeah.
just keep up pressure. Opponent can't spend 7 mana on Kill Jaden. However, the critical information was lacked that Philfeel does not, in fact, have to pay
Yeah.
7 mana for Kill Jaden.
Simply had a good
Now, if only
accountant.
Photon can find some magical way of generating a weapon here,
I believe, actually.
which
Somehow.
I'm sure he can.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, 16-16 to clear that looks pretty good.
Yep.
I will show you the new cards in the hand here that we can see. I'll try and keep up with what cards are in Philfield's hand. I apologize, I
Nice.
can't show the stats.
Yeah, it's first proc. I mean, all you really need to know is all Philfield's stuff is way smaller than all
Yeah.
the Photon stuff. So.
Hold. No. got to be 10, right? Wasn't played, Sol.
Yeah, this might be one of the few scenarios
It's time.
where the scenario is so dire that you have to do the ridiculous thing that no one ever does.
I feel a little bit of redemption in the air. Oh yeah, look at that in all its glory. 10 cost location.
It just our production team actually deliberately hid it because it's actually not safe for work content. It's the 10 mana location is actually unacceptable to broadcast to our young viewing audience. I deeply apologize for the content that you're being forced to be exposed to right now.
I don't. Okay, what's the effect? Oh, reborn. Okay, not mind blowing, but something to stick around from a clear if a clear does exist. So it's going to play Retching Queen.
I mean, Retching Queen would almost make sense. It's the fact that it's a wretched queen.
Yeah, it's past tense.
Yeah.
There
As
we
in,
go.
it has been produced in a pile of bile from someone who has recently vomited.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Photon winning that game there in a pretty drawn-out one, but a pretty crazy end-game state there. Obviously, with certain things going Photon's way, generating a lot of bombs that helped out reduce that health total pretty quick. Phil definitely did the right things to try and hold on, but it just wasn't good enough, right? I think Phil did what they had to do, but to even come back from that, there would have had to been truly absurd things happen. So rough one there for Phil, but Photon suddenly 1 game away from victory.
Yeah, no, I don't know about the Queen, but yeah, that Starship turn certainly made me retch, and that was disgusting. It's such a horrible outcome for Phil to be in. Like, I don't think he was in a good position in the game. Anyway, that does bear repeating. Obviously, we are having our fun at the expense of just how disgustingly one-sided some of the random rolls were in the mid-game there. Well, the near-end game, let's say. But I don't think he was in a good position anyway because of just how swingy sort of turns 6 through 10 were for Photon on the bottom, where massive health gain from the leeches, double location from the Xavius, quick load up of all the Starship pieces. Like, got the copy location. He was in a pretty great looking location over position in that situation overall, I think.
Yeah, but it does mean there's just going to be Warlock left for Photon, and we have seen some of the weaknesses of Warlock already in this series. Obviously, still very strong deck. Many players have brought it for this tournament, but it isn't, unstoppable. It has got some of those flaws, and Phil, of course, still has the Death Knight and the Rogue left over. Going to have to get a win with both of those against the Warlock. How do you fancy the chances here? Is Photon got this locked if the matchups go the way they should, or can Death Knight and Rogue deal with Warlock?
So the Starship Rogue is the bigger unknown, which is, I think, the point that we need to go to. This is not plain and simple Fire Act Rogue that is the majority deck. I think it's 14 Fire Act Rogues, 2 Starship Rogues, 16 Rogues in total in the tournament. So Phil is one of the 2 Starship Rogues, which, if anything, is a little bit more vulnerable to the same thing that Quest Warlock is. It's like 2 decks that want to set up for this ludicrous late game, but can be punished quite hard by opponents just playing 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, hit you in the face because they don't have great responses to that. So that matchup, if it happens, is just going to be an exhibition of sort of slowly ramping into power, right? Where both players are just looking for their big setup turns to spike. And 2 decks with just enormous reserves of value and potential tempo swings in the late game as well. I think if it goes hyper late, you can see the same thing from Rogue that we saw from the Warrior, where the swing turns can be too powerful for the Warlock to come back against.
Yes.
But in the mid to early late game turns, the Warlock is too consistent and too overwhelming over time. Whereas the Death Knight, which is the matchup that we're going to end up going for here, can, if you get the nice early hand like this, put on a little bit of early aggression and try and put some pressure on the Warlock. If the Warlock ends up with a slow completion, you can really pay that off quite nicely.
Yeah, looking at this though, Photon, good enough with the quest and the Wisp already on board. And also does have Cursed Catacombs, which is pretty nice start. And ooh, that's the one. At least that's the one I look for, Sol. The Blood Petal biome is so fantastic in the early game to get this quest done. Options here don't, you know, there are good ones, there are bad ones, but generally it's just you're going to be happy to just get the one drops down. Could even go for keychain here. Oh no, he's going to go sidekick and actually buff the Wisp, make it a little bit more tanky, doesn't get cleaned up by the ghoul.
I'm not afraid of the dark. I remember this place well.
Here though,
This time it is Phil with the early Elise. Did hit copy on the second choice, I believe. Not sure what the pick was on the first. Picked it very quickly, regardless of what it was.
What's a treat as sweet as me?
okay, freezing trap not too bad, both playable, which is huge. Here though, Philfield going to be digging a little bit as well. Got a nice selection of options. Nothing too much to combo with Horn of Winter so far. But this Elise is going to get
apologies for the weird quest display on screen. Something in our little secrets revealer has backfired here. We are trying to get it worked on, get it removed for you.
Yeah, get that quest out of the way.
I know. It's very irritating.
Can somebody show this quest out, please?
This is the price of technology, I'm afraid. But hopefully we'll get it cleared up.
Yeah, to be fair, it might go away when the quest is completed, right? So,
I hope it does.
here we go.
That
Abusive
might be our
Sergeant
out at this
saved
point.
the day.
Come on, Abusive Sergeant. It's like I'm playing Zoo in 2014. Abusive Sergeant for the win.
Photon. Play Abusive Sergeant. Oh, what? And... oh no. Hold. Hold. Way! Saved.
Oh, my hero.
Saved. Abusive Sergeant saves the day again.
And I believe the way that was set up, we do have a rift in a pupil as well, I think. Don't think there was enough spells played to mess that up.
Good old rift in a pupil. And now for Philfield. Okay, gonna go for figure into the stitching. Okay, okay. It's a tricky one, that. I don't know. I was trying to think whether it was worth getting the crystal in. That's a huge celebration from Philfield, and I'll be honest, I'm not sure why.
Go! I imagine it's the leech hit didn't hit the abusive sergeant, right? So it just took a million damage off the board.
Oh, true. Yeah. It actually would have been lethal, probably, right? This corpse got in hand as well.
No charge from the rift though from Photon.
Yeah.
Almost out of time.
I found a sea urchin.
Another leech. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I think we talked about this last MT, and it never actually happened, did it? The double rift game.
Didn't know what happened at all in the last MT.
Not well. So I'm
Surprises
sure
me.
someone can tell me if I'm wrong, or at least not the games I saw, because obviously I didn't watch every single minute. Unfortunately, I had to go and like eat and stuff. But yeah, I don't think it actually happened. Maybe it happened once or something. But I think we talked about it a lot more than it happened. Put it that way.
Right.
Because it is a rarity. It's not normally a strategy you lock in for, right? It's going to get the copy of the crystal. It's going to help out.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much though.
So a lot of this could just come down to oh, okay, yeah, okay. I thought he was gonna play that then. I was like, what's going on here? Because a lot of it will come down for like to what's summoned, right? Because I think the rush and charge would have been obviously the best outcome here, right?
Yeah, no, I was curious whether it was worth starting with Snow Flurry, just because there were outs where you just don't have to interact with the
There we go.
board at all. Okay, I mean that also works.
Yeah, there's also the digging first
Kill
option
first,
as
then
well.
on.
I think there was just a few different ways to try and dig for the lethal there. But Photon
Yeah.
is going to find it. The Warlock gets over the line, and Photon wins the match 3-1. And yeah, really interesting match. I felt like we had the full sort of mixed bag of the Hearthstone meta right there. We had the long, slow, drawn out game. We had the early pressure, just ending it type of games, and then we had those sort of mid-level ones as well. But a little bit unfortunate, a few outcomes there for Philfield. But just a reminder, in case you've joined us like halfway through this match, this is a winners match, so it means Philfield just drops to that lower bracket. He's still in with it. It's not an elimination match, but it does mean, Soto, that Photon, just like that, has booked his spot all the way into Sunday.
All the way into Sunday. He gets to literally teleport into the future, skipping the remainder of Friday and the entirety of Saturday altogether. And honestly, based on the display that we saw there, who would put it past him? Yeah, brutal series, I think, overall for Philfield. I think if you just cut out the game footage and you just show a full screen of Philfield's camera for the entire time, like it functions for a PSA against the stresses of playing competitive card games, because at the start he was chill, he was happy, he was vibing, he was drinking his water, munching on his bananas, just having a good time, living his best life. And then towards the end, who knows what was happening there? He was going through the full gamut of emotions. Yeah, a rough series for sure. I think Photon played well, certainly got the rub in a couple of positions as well. And in the end, a pretty comfortable 3-1 victory, meaning, as you say, he is our first player progressing all the way through to qualifying Sunday.
Yeah, and that was just our first match on stream. We've got plenty more coming out through the rest of the day, but we are going to go to a quick break while we set up the first elimination match for Group A. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Masters Tour Summer Championships with Photon there, extending a rather good run, actually. He went 6-0 in the playoffs, or 5-0 in the playoffs, lost to Maxi 3-2 in the final round, and Maxi's not even here, he's already at Worlds, and then went on to complete the playoffs, and then he's won 2-0 here today, so Photon is kind of the person to beat at the moment, but we have to find someone to join him, and to help me find that person is going to be Edelweiss. Adel, what do you think of this upcoming match, and what did you think of that first match?
Yeah, I think it kind of is a testament to sort of the diversity of game lengths that we're going to encounter here, because, yeah, the Warlock and even like the Fireack Rogue and some of these other things can hit the ground running pretty quickly, but Death Knight is very, very prevalent throughout everyone's lineups, in particular the Starship Death Knight, and anytime we hit one of those mirrors, things are going to slow down a bit somewhat. Phil feel pretty unique in terms of lineup. Actually, not a lot of cards changed since the playoffs. We have the full Starship lineup. I don't know if it just sort of is attached to the Starship mechanic or just comfort pick, whatever, but it's sort of fun getting that sort of thematic lineup. And so, you know, he and Photon would have faced each other back in, or at least had the opportunity to face each other in that playoffs. But now, of course, we have Gabby and ZLS. I think we're going for this name pronunciation.
We're going for ZLS. That's what I've heard him called by people who know him. I don't know if that's actually what he likes to be called, but that's the best we've got. So I haven't heard him shout at anyone for calling him that, so we'll go with that for now. It saves us saying all the extra letters. I don't know how that username came about. Maybe just press some letters on the keyboard and hope for the best. I don't know. Maybe it's important. We'll work it out later. ZLS has been kind of a terror on ladder in competitive seasons in recent times. He only finished with top fives, like 2 lots of top fives was enough to qualify. That's all he needed. But he was spending regular time at like 2 first places, a second, and a bunch of third places all at the same time. All through the season, he looked like if he needed to turn on the heat and get a first place, he would. But he didn't need to, so he was just finishing on all 3 servers like 5, 6, 4, those sort of numbers. Very, very much a name that a lot of people don't really know that well yet, but I think we're going to have to get used to him. He's doing real wonders on ladder in competitive seasons. And then there's Gabby. Who's that guy?
Yeah, who's Gabby? People actually, I feel like, have to go back a little bit to remember, sort of, if you come in at the right moment, maybe you haven't seen much of Gabby, kind of between a couple of years ago and now. I think that's the case for a couple of players where there was sort of a break in visibility, seeing some other ladder grinders pop up, and now we've got some old names back again, Gabby among them. Also, my pick, Tanoku, I feel like is a name that we remember from a while ago.
Yeah.
But Gabby no longer like the youngest player, right? That's Maxi, who's already qualified.
Yeah, Gabby was the new megastar, sort of young megastar after probably Amnesiac. There might have been one in between. There was George T, Amnesiac, Gabby, and then Maxi has taken that mantle. And I don't think Gabby's results, actually. So he did get that top 4 in the Worlds the year that he won Worlds that year. Right? We don't care what the result was. Doing a lot of people a big disservice there. I think everybody felt that Gabby was going to win Worlds that year, but obviously there were the good players of the tournament, it turns out. But since then, he's actually not really done particularly well in sort of 16-player matchups. He's always done really, really, really well in the big Swissers. But, he's got nothing to prove. We all know how good he is. But he's just had a little run of inconsistency. And because there's not been that much esports until this year for a couple of years, that stretches a couple of years back now.
Yeah, I think we're really starting to see folks kind of come on back. Pocket after winning Worlds had taken that year break, and then as returned will be in this event. We'll see him later, but yeah, it's nice to have some of the new names rise up, and that match that Subtle and Raven just cast, of course, 2 players that just made it through the playoffs, right, which we did not have last year.
So Gabby here with pretty decent hand here for the Druid. Some fetch, some spell damage, and that's kind of all you want. He's going to get rid of the fetch and just keep the spell damage, which I understand entirely. Interestingly, keeping the Mr. Vista card that you have to put in the deck because you want Chalice, amongst other things. But against Rogue in particular, you can often just... It comes on at a good time. If you get it down turn 5, you get all the repeats on turn 7, 8. just as Rogue's trying to kick off against you. So interesting to see how he gets the value out of Vista.
Yeah, I think that it's also because he's on coin here, because he has the dollhouse. You know, I think, as you say, he's going to want that chalice. It's the reason Vista's in the deck. But a great use is if you can get the Vista down and then start doing your chalice with the benefit of dollhouse. You get that first wave of clears, and then you know you're going to have clears coming. And he's probably hoping to maybe get some additional armor from, like, the Story of Barnabas, too.
Druid, I was surprised how much, until I thought about it, that is, how much Druid we ended up with in this tournament. We're going to see quite a lot of this deck. It does match up well in general against the slower decks, the Starship decks, and in general not matching up so well against sort of the Rogues and the Warlocks as well that can just hit you while you're trying to get to what is now a fairly convoluted combo. You've got one Owl that you can copy with Elise and get a lot of spell damage that way, but the rest of it now is a lot more defensive than the deck used to be.
Anything to declare?
Yeah, you know, making sure to have something like Ziliax in there as a recovery tool. I think just the fact that Story of Barnabas gives you the 5 armor if you hit a minion big enough sort of incentivizes a little bit of having those bigger minions. But in general, like, you've got Elise in there, you've got Bob in there, and these are just things that basically you're filling out because Elise's location summon a copy is so powerful that you just try and pick the best thing you can at each spot in the mana curve.
Yeah, if you're looking at a modern Hearthstone deck and you're wondering, why is this card in there? The answer is always, is Elise in there? If it is, that's why the other card's in there that you're not sure about. Like, they're making up the numbers somewhere along the line. If it's not, then you probably don't understand the deck and should play something else. Not a whole lot going on here for ZLS. Probably invest one of these Shadow Steps into slowing the Druid down here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of removal tools for the Druid, right? Like, they lean heavily on Chalice, would prefer to save, Roots and Swipe if they can help it. So just doing something here like, throwing down the Neophyte. Otherwise, it would have been Coin, Mista Vista, and now you can even go, okay, Observer, attack with the Neophyte, step probably the Neophyte again, and replay, if you're trying to sort of really work in that aggression. Maybe Secrets if you don't like what you rolled.
Which he may not, with it being 2 Hunter Secrets. Not always the best against an empty board.
Yeah, we can see it's Rat Trap and Ice Trap. Ice Trap being the freezing trap for spells.
Which is a role he will be happy with until he sees the Mr. Vista come down. He will be a little disappointed, obviously no Scoundrel in hand, and not really pushing a whole lot of damage into the Druid early on. That always gets you a bit twitchy when you're not slowing the Druid down enough, and they're just getting on towards doing combo things or making a big board.
Yeah, and there's always the question of, okay, do we commit this Space Rock Collector now for just like that little bit of extra pressure, or save it, because you need a combo activator. Looks like ZLS saying, I want to keep this Space Rock Collector for Opu next turn, right? That is 2 cards draw, right, if you can get it comboed.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. It's probably what he's thinking about. Because obviously otherwise the Shadow Steps could have been invested in slowing the Druid down earlier, but with the required combo, before knowing double Space or Collector was coming.
And, there's probably a consideration of now on a turn where it's like a little more important, you've got stuff you actually want to protect, your opponent has played Mista Vista, maybe now you say, okay, I'm going to step and replay this Cult Neophyte.
Yeah, this is suddenly a lot of damage you're protecting, right? I agree with you. That's 13 on the board. Just the once, probably. You can do it again next turn if you're lucky.
Yeah, a lot of times I think it's better to do sort of the 1 tax over multiple turns rather than 2 in the same. just because you'll have a little more information, and up against someone that you know still has coin, right? Turning that off, it's a deck that has Innervate. That's just like a little bit more value than making everything cost 2, unless you know you have lethal next turn, in which case, sure, go for the 2
That makes
tax.
sense. Yeah, this coin has just not been available for like 4 turns or 3 turns now before next turn, with the ice trap thing being thrown in as well. Amadristle just does not kind of spark the same excitement that it used to, right? Like, you used to see that tree and just want to play it immediately. Now you have to think about even taking it.
Yeah, I mean, now that the Neophyte is dead, Gabby knows that he's going to be safe from getting hit with another one of those next turn, in which case something like getting a new Heights in the Mista Vista could be quite good. But yeah, actually just going, because of the copies, because of having Alonius in hand here, I think is just saying, hey, double Living Roots, I've got my Dollhouse, got Owl, maybe we just sort of sneak one out.
Yep. Still a little way to go for the Druid to be really scary, though. No, it looks to be nice here.
Well, with the Sparkling File in the Mista Vista, one of the ways that you can sneak in those early wins is you use the reduction that happens at the start of your turn to make Aulonius cheaper, and then now you get to play, work with a lot more mana than you normally would be able to on that turn. Of course, the other way is you do the Aulonius first to get a huge file and then refresh all your crystals with sleep. But
so it's going to sleep now. Try to find more goodies to work with. This is always terrifying because when Mr. Vista goes off, like the spread of things that can happen to you when there is a sleep in there. Sometimes you just draw 6 cards and lose the game. Like, not very often, but horrible things can happen. So I think you'll find Gabby won't play the Arcanite this turn as well.
or won't pick
Unless he keeps
draw,
his hand very small.
right?
Or won't pick draw, but the one you get later is random.
Right, yes.
So if he doesn't pick draw, he's going to have to keep his hand pretty low. It feels like a waste not to at least get some cards out of this.
Well, but you can bank on maybe getting some, and then you do have the story and the Arcanite potentially in there. Trail is interesting.
Trail mix, New Heights have made it interesting either way now. The further trail, try and pop off next turn.
Oh, okay. Huh.
But he drew with the story there, right? And he is going to possibly... It's quite likely that you hit draw twice. So next turn could be a bit of a mess if it doesn't go right for Gabby. If there even is a next turn. Yeah, there is a next turn. Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
check then.
if he's going for here, picking up Ziliax and trying to sort of make things run longer.
And I kind of like the Observer because there's not much removal actually in the box. So anything Gabby's going to have to do is going to be with the extra mana from the file and stuff. So try to make that as expensive and messy as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And with the Mista Vista going off that your opponent is going to be up to something.
Exactly, yeah. This is Gabby's chance. Anything could happen here. There's so much Discover in this Mr. Vista. If this hits draw, things will get horrible.
Okay, only once.
Only once, but there are Arcanites and things in there as well.
Okay, there's Burn Ziliax.
I mean, with Owl in hand, it's not
and
quite as tragic as normal, right?
Yeah, I just... I'm not familiar with doing the math on this deck too much, but I would be, a little bit surprised of a lethal here. I think the secret is definitely throwing a wrench into things, because if it's explosive, then Aulonius just dies, right?
But also now you're wasting your 2 extra mana from your file on checking the secrets. So now the owl's going to cost 7.
Yep, exactly. So I have to imagine that we're going with Bob here in that case.
Most likely a Bob, please just chill. And then trust the toy chest, or do you do it for 1 card now? Okay, yeah, Trailmix implies that he's going to go for toy chest next turn with the spell damage, I think.
Yep, and hope to pick up a 2 of a burn spell.
But all that may not mean anything, depending on where the ZLS goes. So the default thing you see here, obviously, is you just play Firak. Do you think that kills your opponent? Kind of does a lot, but can you find anything better is now the next iteration, obviously, on that.
I mean, prep into Ashamain potentially gets you your opponent's burn, although you've seen a decent amount of it already. I kind of think prep into Firak is sort of all right as well.
Yes.
One of the things you can get is the Mage Secret that wasn't actually there before. But there's not that many minions in Gabby's deck. So if you do get explosive runes now, Gabby has to, from what... Actually, I guess Aulonius might be big enough from Story of Barnabas, in which case it won't be enough. But don't know if that's something that ZLS
super low
can
on
confirm.
time.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to have hardly any time to process what he picks up here. Just going to have to, throw cards around. Hit so many chalices. That's a pretty grim-looking draw.
It is relevant because Gabby would have been able to trade his minions into the Reborn there, right? The pirate that is currently taxing his mana. And I think because of that extra mana on Coin, on Living Roots, on whatever copy Gabby is going to get from Bottomless Toy Chest, I'm just not sure he has enough mana here.
One of the toy chest things will be taxed by the Customs Enforcer, as you can already see on the left-hand side there. That one's taxed by the Enforcer too. So only one of these is actually counts unless he hits File, which he has not hit.
Boy. And even if this is a clear, I think there's no way that Aulonius can survive, so...
Yeah. Hard to know if that was a bit clumsy from Gabby or if it was just that CLS made it look clumsy with all the repeated neophytes, repeated observers. That's kind of how it sometimes looks. But yeah, rough odds for Gabby there, and CLS making that look quite easy.
The addition of Customs Enforcer to some of these Firak rogues, I think, yes, is a nod to sort of the mirror, but also to these druids who... get the extra cards from their Bottomless Toy Chest, right? Who get, because the way Seabreeze Chalice works, the first one they can play untaxed, but then the next 2 have a cost. And of course, we saw the coin, the coin stranded all game. So, it's not like maximally effective against the druid. They'll have draws where it doesn't do as much, but Seabreeze Chalice is such a tool for them to clear that Customs Enforcer is very, very good against that.
Yeah, you can see ZLS didn't want. ZLS has also bought the Druid, didn't want anything to do with the opposing Rogue. Rogue is a weird one. I thought that was going to be a problem for the players coming into this tournament because it kind of operates between 47 and 54% against everything. So there's no way to target it as such. But also, it's kind of powerful and you don't want it there. So it will be interesting to go through the bans that people are making. ZLS just didn't want anything to do with it. And you can see in his lineup, he's gone a little bit more pointing towards beating the slower decks than the quick ones and just banning out the Rogue and saying, I don't want anything to do with that. Get it out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's some of what we'll see in terms of people's lineups have these slight variations, and those will lead to slight variations in ban choice. Whether it's, oh, that's an unusual deck that they've brought in the case of, the Mech Warrior, right? We might not actually see a lot of Mech Warrior because the people who have Discard Warlock and Aulonius Druid are going to ban it.
Yeah. And I think the Mech Warrior might be the good semi-surprise bring of the tournament. I mean, everyone knew it was a fairly good deck. Everyone's seen it on ladder. We all know what it could do. But to see top players deciding, you know what, it's just had a good matchup spread for what I want it to do, was slightly surprising to me, personally. But I think those players might do really well having looked through what they're up against.
Yeah, there's a weird thing that happens in tournaments where some of the decks that you say, oh, well, that's sort of a tier 2 deck or whatever. It's like, well, it's that way on ladder where things are much more open. But when you sort of narrow the field to, I can expect these 6 decks or so,
Yeah.
then some of these choices get, start looking a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not always about bringing the best 4 decks. Sometimes it is. I know Ball Control in particular back in the day was one of the players who just would go and have a look at stat sites and go, you know what, the best 4 decks of this beat me. I want to play the best 4 decks. And then there's players like Pocket Train who are very much like, well, this is the best 4 decks, but this is what I think is the best lineup against those 4, and take it several levels deep, and that works out well for Pocket Train. So this time around, I think Sottle made the point earlier, or Raven, I think it was Sottle. There are slightly fewer really powerful decks to choose from, but you still have to find that 4th deck, and it looks like the Warrior might be slotting in there. Here we go with the Owl Druid. This is why this deck is built this way, the Elise. A lot of people... The meta has not many combo decks and way too many minions now, so Dirty Rat got cut, which has kind of allowed this Druid to sneak back into its little sort of niches control killer.
And even if Dirty Rat were around, right, there are more minions in this version of the deck because of the Elise. You can play around it a little bit better.
Yeah.
But
the old version was rough. You could, but it was rough.
Hands like this, it looks like just a location deck, right? Double Dollhouse, Elise, probably going to go for the 1, right? So you can Emir Drasil into the 1-cost location.
That's really funny.
Oh, just going to start with Emir Drasil. Same difference, but you get the Emir Drasil active faster, right?
Yeah.
Start drawing cards.
Yeah, he's probably not going to proc it on 2, so you kind of want to proc it on 3, and that extra turn it takes to get there compared to what it used to is a long time. It feels like forever, the difference.
Good hand for ZLS as well, though, right? Not an aggressive deck, but certainly an aggressive hand here, with the opportunity to Orbital Moon one of these. I usually like to do the 3-2, right? Because to double up on Spell Burst does it for all your...
Okay.
Although I guess the argument here is you're getting more stuff right now, right? And a stickier board for the Druid.
Yeah, and that's a big part of your win, right?
So
if Death Knight can just kill, if anything, can just kill Druid before like turn 7 or 8
Yeah.
Druid. It's not defenseless, it has swipes, it has chalices, but it doesn't like early aggression against it.
Yeah, so getting the stickier minion here, doubling up on Soulbound makes a lot of sense. And Arcanite right on curve as well.
Yeah, it must be nice. And this just becomes awkward now. But there's Bob, and there's... I missed the discovers. Did Gabby hit on the location? Did you notice?
Did hit copy, yes.
It did hit copy. That's all that matters, yeah.
I may even have been copy and discover a spell. Oh my goodness. So
Oh my.
that is just going to be a ton of armor. Could even, if you wanted to, get down that Elise location to copy the armor gain minion. Doesn't seem to want to do that.
I mean, Gabby, I haven't counted, but I feel like he's got lethal in 2 turns' time. So next turn he play double trail mix and just wait for the tree to open. And the turn after, he's got Owl, a million spells, a copy. Just, that's lethal.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. The extra armor here from this randomly generated 2-cost minion has sort of secured up the defenses.
Yeah. And there's Bob in hand, right, hiding under that swipe. So next turn, Gabby can just freeze everything. Oh, you might want to play double Termix. He'll count the mana. I should probably do the same. Bob, single Termix is probably enough with tree opening. Yeah, that'll be plenty. Okay.
Yeah, just forced to kill his own minions because Gabby, I think, rightly recognized, I'm not even going to attack in with this hero power. You know, things can get a lot worse a lot more quickly if I kill off the minions.
So Gabby has 16 mana next turn, I believe. 17 with the Innovate.
And it's just...
And drawing 3 is important.
Drawing 3, refreshing 3, right, and just... I mean, this is everything you can hope for with the Alonius Druid. It's very interesting to see sort of the way the Elise location is powerful in different decks, and of course, in Starships, in Aulonius, that is the copy. Getting a copy of Aulonius is an absurd amount of damage.
So yeah, it is 1, 2, 3, 6, 12, 14 spell damage? That sounds wrong, it's more than that. 4, 8, 16 spell damage, right? So the swipe does 20 and the living roots does 18, so it needs one more spell if I've got it right, which I might not have, of course. Oh, there we go. That's definitely lethal. That's 1 million damage. I'm okay now.
Yeah.
I think the file does 18.
Oh, and we discovered extra swipe. Right, because the location was make a copy and discover a spell that costs 1 less. So just... What's the term? Something about an abundance of riches.
I think abundance of riches sounds fine. What is the term? Something that Gabby did there as well, I just want to point out for completeness. Does the swipe last? So that the armor doesn't count. Sometimes that matters. If you're getting it exact lethal, you take them below 0, then they gain the armor, they still explode.
In this case, he was dropping just a metric ton of damage on the opponent, so it would not have mattered. But yeah, and that's why Aulonius is quite prevalent throughout this event, because there's not. I don't think anyone really has an aggro. There's one Protoss priest, and I'm not even sure that matchup is especially favored for the priest.
Yeah, there's one drunk Pala, which I think is fairly favoured as well.
Yes, yeah, that one is favoured into the druid and maybe slightly into the rogue, maybe.
I think it was fairly easy to predict this tournament there wasn't going to be an aggro lineup against you. Like, Demon Hunter is a perfectly serviceable, decent, top tier of some sort aggro deck. And then that's it. That's kind of it. Like you say, Protoss Priest is probably fine. There'll be people that are saying, what about Quest Paladin? Honestly, when you get towards the top level, when you get towards medium legend, even let alone high legend, Quest Paladin just becomes not that good. Those players have the, the confidence, the experience to deal with large early minions and just ignore them and hit the opponent in the face, that sort of thing. Which is why Quest Paladin you won't see in this tournament. And with that being the whole lineup of aggro, sometimes people go, I'll target a druid and I'll bring a whole aggro lineup. It's just not there right now. There are aggro decks, but there's no 4-deck aggro lineup unless you start counting rogue as aggro, which, we won't argue definitions. If you think it's fast enough to take on a druid regularly, then you can go that way.
Yeah, and you look at what is sort of a more aggressive deck in people's lineups here in the Quest Warlock, that deck can go long.
Yeah.
Just getting the free minions every time, you know, heaven save you if the quest warlock gets 2 of the the reward in play.
Portals,
Yeah.
Yeah, something Stotter was pointing out in the last matchup as well. That deck just keeps going and going, and it's the opponent's job to find a big swing turn, not just a brawl where they just go, okay, well, here's 2 more minions then, plus whatever's in my hand. You have to find a turn where you remove a lot of stuff and play a lot of stuff if you're going to beat that Warlock deck at any stage of the game, apart from, oddly, the first 3 or 4 turns where sometimes you can just beat it up.
Yeah.
Jealous with the Incendious in his deck. Gabby didn't have that luxury in his deck. Where do you stand? I personally prefer Incendious, but I know it's a bit of a crutch.
Yeah, it can give you that extra damage over the finish line, particularly if you have to spend some of your damaging spells earlier on in the game. You know, removes enemy boards. But I think there's also an argument of wanting to keep things sort of lean, right? That, hey, Elise only requires me to have 1 card at each of these mana costs, so, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, they're all just going to be 1 card.
It's something that's always indicative of Maxi Bond's play, who's not in this one, but he's going through the world, so I'm going to talk about him briefly anyway. He is very much making things as lean as possible in those sort of decks. He just removes things that you don't think you can remove to win the game, because he knows, well, actually, I just don't need this second version of this card. Yeah, it's just getting in the way. And I think that has filtered through Hearthstone a lot at the moment with people following that approach of making decks incredibly unresilient, if you like, incredibly focused.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this place well.
Now, this is sort of, I think, a tough bit of the matchup here, right? So Gabby's made these 1/1s, right, to trigger the spell burst and get more chip damage in play. Sometimes the druid can do things like, you know, Ancient of Yore, right? And just sort of not present minions for you to trade into, and you're like wanting to you're wanting to sort of keep playing your starships and make sort of bigger threats. But if they've just sort of set up the situation of gaining a bunch of armor, stalling, without letting you trade off smaller minions, it can get a bit awkward. Not the case here, because ZLS really wanted to play that Elise. Same location Gabby just got, by the way. Wait, is that life cycle just in his deck? I assumed that was generated.
Which one? No, that was generated by he played the card that gives you a minion of the same rarity, or the same cost that you just destroyed. Destroy a minion, get one of the same cost.
Right. No, but I mean...
Because you got spell... Oh, sorry.
So I assumed that came from the Elise location discovering, but he actually got +1 attack on the location I thought I just saw.
Oh, I see.
So I'm just wondering where the life cycle came from.
That came from this... Oh, so he copied the Elise and got a spell, is what I thought happened. But maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Oh, okay. Maybe I misread.
Or maybe it's in the deck. Well, I've got the deck list here, so I can just tell you, actually.
It's not in the deck list.
It is not in the deck list, so it was created then, presumably.
At any rate, yeah. Still got the 1/1 copy, right? So Gabby knows that he's going to have to deal with potentially very, very high burst. The numbers that the druid can produce if they don't get summon a copy are just much lower.
Yes, absolutely. Well, no, that is copy. It's definitely copy, because he copied the Elise and then changed the Elise into the life cycle. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. But yeah, Gabby putting numbers on board. He's got the +1 on his location. So going as wide as possible to get the +1. And without a swipe coming down, the great thing if there is a swipe, which you really don't want, but then your opponent doesn't have a swipe anymore, so it slows them down because there's only 6 damage spells in the deck. But if there isn't a swipe, my goodness, this is so much damage.
And on top of that, yeah, ability to go for Brittlebone Buccaneer into Arcanite for, you know, all that extra armor, right, with the spell bursts from your guiding figure here.
Time waits for no one.
That gets you pretty high. Don't know if it's enough to survive double Alonius, but you know, every bit counts. Still looking for Soulbound Spire.
Yeah, this is sad, but he's had to do this. That's one of those turns where you consider using the file sometimes when you're so far behind, but he's not quite far enough behind to have to use the file to get rid of one more thing. Because you do almost give up your win condition when you give that up. You're relying on drawing the second one then.
And this is tough for a ZLS, right? You want to clear the guiding figure because you don't want more copies to come out of the location. But now that has made board space for Gabby to be able to make these trades with his 1/1s, get a reborn copy of Arcanite, and summon a copy.
Yeah. And the big deal there isn't just all the armor. The armor is almost a secondary thing. It's just they are 2 minions on board, and you've got buff with your location in 2 turns' time. As well as the fact that obviously the druid will need an extra spell to kill you now.
Yeah.
And you've got Exodus. They might need an extra 3 or 4. He does have the Incendious, which is the first thing I look for when people start getting above about 60 or 70 health. But
I believe...
having no Amadrisso in play means that there's no free card draw to trigger an Incendious chain later either.
I think CLS is going to have to just sort of look for some kind of clear here. Seabreeze.
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking for. Go on.
Time waits for no one.
I'm curious because the dollhouse was not pressed, right? Could have gotten two copies of something, whether it's Swipe or Chalice, and now you just have the opportunity for the one. So yeah, he's committed to basically playing Bob here instead.
Yeah, Woodland Wonders was an option that he could have taken if he'd wanted to press as well, and I think he's just got to try winning 2 turns time, but at the moment that isn't really on. But he does have, you know, File, Sleep, Owl. He's got Copy Owl in 2 turns time as well. So if he can just get there, which I don't know, maybe, then there are opportunities to draw well. He can play Incendious next turn to set up more stuff from the Sleep and the Double Owl.
Yeah, but I'm still facing down quite a lot of damage here. I don't know. I don't know if even that Innervate Ziliax is going to be enough to stabilize if Gabby goes for the Soulbound Spire.
I have but little time.
And yeah, Incendious feels risky with the amount of stuff in play and the location coming online.
Yeah. You can't get away with it. Innovate Ziliax, good chance of keeping you alive, but also you then don't have your Innovate for next turn, which might really matter. Yeah, you cannot Incendious, as you pointed out.
It really shows the difference in like having the ramp or not. I feel like Gabby had sort of like a lot of ramp tools available. He didn't do a lot of clearing, right? But just sort of had the Amirdrasil, right? It's, even though it's not as good as it once was, it is very pivotal in terms of the mana refresh, getting the double trail mix, right? ZLS would be in a similar position to just go for lethal if he had those tools, because he does have the same location that Gabby had previously. But without them, you're just too starved of mana resources to be able to sneak out that win. And now Gabby is having sort of all the time in the world to build up these starships.
Gabby did get a lot of value from keeping that Mr. Vista in that last game, which again, not a mulligan choice I might have made, and that looked really good when he did it. I'm just looking at GLS's next potential turn there. There is a lot there next turn for him. He'll have 12 spell damage with the location of 2 owls.
I think it's one of those situations where ZLS is going to have to discover the lethal off the top, which is a thing that can happen, but it relies entirely on going for Aulonius, double the Aulonius into file, refresh your crystals with sleep. And so Gabby, I think, is just going to be trying to gain as much armor as possible here. Yeah, actually going for Exodar double armor makes a lot of sense to me.
And again, with no Incendious, that spell damage is only 12 as it stands at the moment. So each spell is going to do about 15, just so we can calculate it more easily.
Wait, that...
Oh, is it just going for kill?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see the damage come out there instead of the double armor, because...
Oh! Well, we're mana short at this end. Needed an innovate or something there. Right. Is he trying to discover the innovate? Oh, I missed something.
Oh yeah, I thought he was going to be on 10 mana. Yeah, then the whole thing just doesn't work.
I concede.
Oh, that! I don't know why I thought he was going to be on 10 mana there, but...
2-1 to Gabby. In pretty quick time there. That was very nicely done tempo-wise, or it seemed very nicely done to me at least. Just look at the numbers on your cards, not what they do to some extent in that game. Chose the damage, which helped him put a lot of pressure through from that little location. Chose a small location, which is, again, something not everybody will always do against a slower deck, but he knew the assignment. And that looked pretty clean.
Yeah. I feel like if you're using the location for copies, majority of the time you just want to take the 1 cost. But if you need it for something more defensive, right, if you want the armor, well then that's a whole lot more armor you get for going for the 5 cost and getting 3 ticks of 6. Whole lot more rushes, if you're getting your 3 2-1s. But yeah, because of the nature of how some of these decks are using it, I mean, the whole reason it's in the Druid is to get a copy, so they'll always be doing 1 cost location. And
yes, yeah, absolutely.
It's one of the better hits for starships as well.
So Gabby is down to just his Starship Warlock. I think most of the Warlocks are going to be quests in this tournament, but there's a healthy smattering of Starship Warlocks. I don't know what you say. They do the same sort of thing. They try not to die, then they play wheel and try and beat you that way. So CLS could be in for another couple of long ones if he's going to win this.
Yeah, and that one is yes, you've got thrusters and Heart of the Legion, but it is very, very defensive in the sense that you're just trying to get as many Arcanite defense crystals as possible in there. Sometimes you get a huge starship and laser them down with, ceaseless into Exodar, but a lot of times you just double up on armor and have just these insane numbers to keep you alive while you tick down the clock with Wheel of Death.
Yeah. And yeah, the numbers, apart from in I think the Demon Hunter build, which we're not seeing here, the Demon Hunter armor, this Warlock does seem to rack up the biggest armor totals, I think. Okay. Nice hit for ZLS. Go to new heights. Get yourself rolling.
Yeah, always nice to have the Ultralisk Cavern available. If you've not seen this deck, basically you're able to use Eternal Layover, which gives every minion Reborn and then destroys them. Reborn minions resummon with 1 health, so if you've got an Ultralisk Cavern out, you can destroy your opponent's minion while you're doubling up on things like Ancient of Yore or your Starship pieces, right, to get extra copies of
Yeah, and
those.
get towards your own 8/8 at the same time, right? So it's a really good little synergistic deck that, honestly, the first sort of many times I saw that, I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. And then when you lose to it a lot, you start going, I don't like losing to this. Ooh. But no, it's actually a really cool interaction. It's a lot of fun.
Gabby just gonna freeze everything to draw 3 cards here.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go to tread this line with Mr. Vista, so you get a lot of stuff out of your hand. Using chalices, again, one of those things that you don't enjoy doing after you played a Vista, but you sometimes have to, because you get extra chalices in your hand, and your hand size management with Vista is weird, as I've mentioned a couple of times already. And as we saw with Gabby, really, like, overdraws all over the place if you're worried about that sort of thing.
Here we go. 1 cost again. Missed on the copy, though. These are terrible.
Yeah, I'm happy to read some of the cards. My goodness. Story's kind of interesting.
Well, but it discards randomly.
Yeah, sure. I've lost like that before, actually thinking I was winning, and then just kept my Shadowslay in my hand because I've won the game, and then where's it gone? Oh yeah, Story was generated. That was a mage game, quite obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Abduction Ray is the easiest thing to get rid of if you have to. Not thrilled about those Discover options, I should think.
No.
Oh, there's
I've got no patience.
Insidious.
I might have played the Story anyway, even with the discard. Just get, 3/2s get you. Yeah, there is Insidious. That's why you don't do that, by the way, because Insidious wipes out 3/2s relentlessly. It's what it's good at. Always tough to know exactly when to play your Insidious. He'll probably just put it on the board on 7 because it's going to be a nice empty board to go into. But that does sometimes mean you waste some eruptions along the way because you draw them too early.
Yeah, but not a whole lot else going on for ZLS, so I would expect to see it come down.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other play, right? So, well, we'll see.
Well, we
That is
did
current.
draw a lease.
Also, Gabby's not out of sight on armor, so you might just take the chance of playing Insidious. Well, you might just get there with chip 2s and 3s anyway.
Yeah.
For now. Ooh, it begins.
Oof. Oh, for a moment I was thinking of Black Hole as Twisting Nether, but not quite the same. Twisting Nether, of course, got changed to also destroy locations, which would be quite relevant against Druid.
Absolutely. Yeah, get this down, get your card, see what the rest of your turn looks like. Again, this doesn't have to go off for 3. The highlight of Amadrassil that's really useful is just the fact you can press the button even if it only draws 1 card quite often, just to tick through some eruptions, find a card, whatever. Obviously 2 and 3 are better numbers, of course that's how numbers work, but just having it going, having it ready is usually the important part.
And they've both missed on copy.
They have. And that favours the Warlock, because The Warlock doesn't have to have it, but the Druid really has hard work to do now without the copy. It's still possible, but might need to find a second location before anything goes off really well now.
8 combatants enter, and I take the crown.
Are we refreshing? Man, oh no. We're getting a bunch of Elise copies, I think primarily to, or I guess one Elise copy, yeah, right. Conflated the two. To put the coin in and burn a card and pray.
Yeah, because Gabby obviously doesn't know that my GLS is missed. That's still his GLS's hand.
Ah, well.
Yeah. There's a lot of pressure Gabby's exerting. CLS has got to sort this out. You don't want to play infinite chalices. That does clear, like, you can clear the board easy enough, but can you clear the board and actually have a functioning Hearthstone turn? So you could place your spell damage, but then you can't win next turn. But that might not be a problem to you. Here, we can just chill. I always like to have my spell damage in line with my tree, so the turns I've got spell damage, I have the extra mana available. Always seems to pay off better that way.
Ziliax is kind of a pain for the Warlock to deal with, because when you Eternal Layover, they come back with 1 health, but they still have the Divine Shield when they come back, which means it takes a little bit more than just an Ultralix Cavern to clear them. Of course, this is the turn where Gabby would want to play Arcanite Defense Crystal and Eternal Layover.
Yes.
Extras of both it and the Ancient of Yore. And yeah, just gonna do it anyway.
See, this is why Gabby's good at Hearthstone, and I'm not. Because I'd have been panicking, you know, about the how do I kill these things, blah blah blah. Just do it. Just get it going. Okay, there's the second location. So now Owl does start to represent chunky damage again, and importantly, enough mana that you can go Owl, or enough spell damage you go Owl, File, Reset with Sleep, all in one go. But even with 4 Incendious Eruptions, the most you can do realistically is sort of 70 or 80, and then it starts getting really tough.
And there's another,
So
another
really
one
don't want to burn
gone.
those eruptions. There is the Owl. No File.
Pretty happy to get in that 12 damage off the
Yeah.
Ziliax, though.
No, absolutely.
There's the file.
There's the File. So I would be amazed if CLS doesn't go off in 2 turns from now. May even go off next turn with 2 spell damage both being available. Yeah, probably go off next turn and just see. And may have to hit some eruptions to get through. Depending what happens here.
It is going to need board space to be able to go off next turn.
I mean, if he hasn't got board space, he could just put 14 into phase and carry on, right? So he'll be okay with that. But yes, he is going to need it. Actually, he's got 4 spells, and they're all going to do between 8 and 10, so 8, 16, 24, 34, I believe, available from hand for ZLS next turn already. And the mana to do it, and the mana, and the ability to draw at least 2 cards, possibly 4. And each eruption will do another 8.
Okay, did get copy this time. Cabby's gonna have to go a little bit quickly here.
Yeah, maybe he is just going to say you can't win without board space, like you were talking about.
Well, but now the Terror Scale can be traded off, right? I think he's just seen that
Yeah.
there's not
12.
summon a copy
That's
on
just lethal.
ZLS's location and hoping that it's not enough. But yeah, not clearing.
It's lethal.
Yeah,
This is 34 from hand plus the 12 from the Ziliax. It's plenty.
yeah.
Plus probably a little bit from the sleep if required. Because he only needs 5 mana, so he gets to draw at one point as well, just for a little bit extra. But now, because he knows he's got lethal, he's not even going to bother doing that. Oh, there's spell damage there as well. Okay. This one's a little bit extra, even so.
Yeah, it's just the next spell off the Elise location. It's not the whole turn.
Yeah.
But
It's just an extra 2. Playing tier damage. We go to 2-2. Of course we do. Any other way. It's going to be the Starship Warlock versus the Starship DK.
yeah, and that one is, I think, a little bit of a very strange sort of race, right? Like who can build up their starship faster. It's like StarCraft, you're base building.
But the Warlock does have that Wheel of Death that says you do have to kill me. Like if in
Yes.
case of a draw that goes for an hour, I do beat you.
Right, exactly. So if the Warlock is basically able to out-endure what, the threats that the Death Knight is able to present, then yeah, that I think puts them favored in the matchup.
And against that, on the other side, I'd say, the Death Knight is able to present surprisingly big threats surprisingly quickly, although I think it is the slower deck from CDS we've seen, right? So
Yeah.
no crazy 8/8s very early.
But because they're also a starship deck, it makes the eternal layovers very awkward to use, right? Because you're doubling up on their stuff as well. So
All right, let's get it on game 5. The winner will go into the final match. The loser will be out. Phil waiting for the winner in the next match.
and CLS, I think happy to see that Elise Gabby much more awkward hand. Ability with table flip to deal with some aggression, but usually you want to feel safe in like having an Ancient of Yore in a hand, having some of the early game starships just to sort of get them out.
Do you want to renovate to give your opponent 8/8s?
Well, I think you want to renovate the Elise location, right?
Exactly, yeah. But would you rather just have another card right now?
Probably, yeah.
Given that Elise is a little way off, yeah.
Nope, there it is.
Readjusts and claps. Yeah. The Warlock far more reliant on Ancient than the Death Knight. If you don't get it, your deck slows down horribly. So
Yeah.
when he's pleased. And CLS, going for just get some numbers on the board.
Yeah, recognition that Pyro Poison is not really a thing that you need to be doing against the Warlock. You want to be the one applying the pressure, so...
Right. Second Yore.
Yep, I think feeling much safer now.
I remember this
Curse
place.
Campaign ready as well.
Okay. So that's hand management, which the best players, and Gabby is definitely one of those, is something I always find fascinating. It's so difficult to not overdraw, to just keep getting maximum draw value.
Yeah.
Yet these top players seem to make it look so good.
Or to make calculated risks when you need to, right? To say, well, you know, I need this armor. Yeah, I'm going to overdraw one or whatever. Odds are, you know, it won't be an important one. Or just, I have everything I need in my hand, right? It's okay to overdraw.
Exactly, and it's interesting, right? Because overdrawing was usually regarded as a bad thing when it just didn't matter most of the time because you wouldn't go through your whole deck. This deck absolutely goes through its whole deck every time. So an overdraw is a card that you lose from the game that you would have drawn. Not in terms of hand size, but in terms of if you need your wheel of death and it gets overdrawn, you don't have that ever again. So that's why I'm harping on a little bit about managing the hand size. But yeah, it's just second nature to some of these top players. So he has no such concerns, has already been playing for tempo because he has that luxury with this deck early on, so get the Ancient down, refill your hand, get some more stuff.
There's Arcanite, which I think is what Gabby wants to target with the Cursed Campaign.
Yep.
Oh, or just go for the ore. That's fine too.
Wow.
Yeah,
Whole hand of not much.
I think this is kind of the downside to when you do have the pyro poison right in the starship list is the times where you want to be more aggressive, right? You've got 4 cards that are dedicated to you know, very defensive play.
Yeah. Yeah.
That just kind of sit there.
Hey.
Although that Corpsicle pickup could end up being relevant later on, right? When once
Absolutely, yeah.
once the corpse counts start being sort of irrelevant in terms of just being very, very high.
Yeah.
You know, we may see ZLS, you know, just having access to that off-rune Corpsicle to just get in that 3 damage every turn. Could
Yeah, I
play
think
a
it's like
significant
18 damage. It's massive in this sort of match. Like you say, potentially. Always that second table flip available here for Gabby if he wants it. Swing it around, get some 8/8s in play at some point.
I'm not sure Nidus Worm even draws anything. It's just like
I think
getting,
he might not. I think
getting a card out of
yeah.
hand. There's a wheel.
What does he have in hand to go with it? So you've got Kil'jaeden to largely prevent the fatigue, as well as obviously a threat, but with a wheel it's largely fatigue prevention in this stage.
Yeah.
1 table flip of way too expensive ceaseless.
There is a funny interaction, of course, right? If you play the Kil'jaeden first, and then you wheel, you destroy 30 cards, and you know discount very heavily your ceaseless.
That's a good point. That is actually really funny.
It's also just sort of a strange Warlock deck in that outside of the first couple of turns, you know, you do not tap. If you can help it, right? Like,
Right.
if you've got an Ancient of Yore, and part of why it's so important is because, yeah, you really don't want to tap. you just get
Yeah.
your Ancient of Yours to draw you your cards. And
So
yeah.
Gabby does have the Dark Marrow and the ability to make some 8/8s here pretty effectively. He's got the Bob to freeze a board. He's got quite a lot of health. A robot on the other side's a lot of damage. Can he process a way to make 5 turns out of this? I'm not sure he can. He needs to take immediate action, I think.
Yeah, and as you said before, Ceaseless still a ways away. No Eternal Layover, which, even though it can be awkward, right? Because the board is full, you're not actually worried about that 10-4 resummoning again. You can just kind of kill it while the board is full, and then, use your locations to deal with everything else. I think we're just making hand space here before going for a... Oh, okay, there's the Eternal Layover. I think we just shifted gears.
Indeed.
So, yeah, then you can do this to clear Starship, go for that Eternal Layover, and then have the second location to clear everything else. I think Gabby is just extra excited there at the ability to... Was that a timestamp issue, or what? What?
I'm not sure. I thought he had to double clear for some reason, but...
Yeah, but I was surprised that that the Starship showed up again. I guess I didn't see the minion that it summoned when it died. Was it?
Yeah, everything was queued really fast, and I missed it as well.
It must have been the 10-drop, right? The 10-drop Reborn that resummons a Death Rattle and then summoned the full Starship.
We saw similar happen earlier, right? So.
Yeah. Very, very brutal there for Gabby, because now he knows he has to deal with another board of 10 drops, minus 1 Eternal Layover. He does get the Ancient of Yours again, which I think, his moment of happiness, that's what he was very happy about, was that he actually got to get the full clear and get his extra Ancient of Yours. But now to see, all these minions resummoned again, much worse hits for ZLS, though that's sort of small consolation.
He's had the good hit.
Yeah, he already got the good hit, when it counted.
28.
So I think Gabby's kind of going to be looking for a way that he can get to a Ceaseless turn. Does have Bob for a freeze.
Yeah.
Not sure of the size of his Starship presently. Oh.
The layover's burned.
And that's tough. Would be hard to use, but you still want it for later.
He kind of needed it, I think. He spent the whole last turn trying to find one, which is why he's in the position with too many cards in hand in the first place, because he had to dig last turn.
Yeah.
Not because I've been saying all game that he'll never overdraw, and he did. He had to dig last turn, just to be clear.
Oh, yeah, of course. Remaining cards, we can see there's another Cursed Catacombs, Glacial Shard, Heart of the Legion, Felfire Thrusters, Exodar, and Arcanite Defense Crystal. So there's Exodar, pretty significant. But yeah, just not really going to have time to, play something like Kill Jaden to stave off fatigue.
No, he's going to be able to get to the Ceaseless, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think.
Well, yeah, it kind of depends, what all ZLS does here in terms of, how many cards get played, how many things get killed. But I think he's going to be sort of a turn off, Gabby is, from being able to play the Ceaseless. I mean, it does have 2 0-mana spells.
That's what I'm looking at, yeah. But maybe it's not enough.
And even then, right, you still want to be able to clear that 12-6 before you play the Ceaseless, right? So.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the things that he wants right now, the things that he can have are very different animals, right? Yeah, I agree with you entirely. I was on Ceaseless Watch as a starting point, but you're right to highlight everything else is also not going well. And it looked so good, like it basically looked like he had this one in this elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is probably Exodar for armor, and then
Is armor enough? Does it matter if you don't clear here?
well, you get to clear two things, right?
Okay.
Well, maybe you get to clear two things. It's not actually that large of a starship. The freeze is pretty significant. Oh, that only clears one thing.
Yeah.
Well, now that has bought time for the ceaseless. It's just a question of, whether you're able to deal with the death rattles off of the starship.
So it's really important how ZLS approaches this. Gabby has a lot of attack value on the board on the other side.
And ZLS knows at this point that with Gabby's deck being as low as it is, he could save that Renovator for Elite's location. I guess opting for a card instead.
Got the Infested Breath for the 5/1s.
Yep.
Got the poison for the big thing.
I have but little time.
He's got that Corpsicle, which is going to be used for removal. We're talking about that being some damage, but it just kills a 5/1's pretty important right now.
Mm-hmm. What? Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's just like making sure to remove the Ancient of Yore so that it can't be. But both Eternal Layovers and the one copy of Curse Campaign, they're all gone. So leaving Ancient of Yore in play is not so dangerous at this point.
I think he wanted the 12/5 to not be taken down, so trade into that and then Ceaseless might have cleared the entire board, but now Starship's
No,
still annoying.
That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, Gabby knows he needs the extra value here, so going for the 5-cost location. And, yeah, discover spell, give your characters Black Hole.
Okay.
Gives him something for next turn, and it only costs 4.
Yeah.
Not too happy about the bombs, but...
I mean, that's a lot of damage. He's on 36, there's 20 there, and yeah. Either 15's worth of bombs or not. Obviously, Kill Jaden can sort of absorb bombs, but...
yeah, unless they're drawn immediately. So if ZLS goes for the full face here, that's 20 damage, can then Corpse Explosion to clear off everything and shuffle the bombs in. And then you've got Corpsicle plus Infested Breath.
Sure. He would have to draw all 3 bombs, I think.
I think that's right, yeah.
So
Only
in
one
4.
card in deck, so, it's not crazy.
Yeah, it's a 1 in 4 to hit all 3.
I do understand, not going for it, though, and just saying, well, hey, they have to clear these big minions, too.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen to what's the worst going to happen to you? Does Kill Jaden kill you here? No, they can't play it. Does Wheel kill you here? Well, even if they can clear the board to play Wheel here, that was such a low health total that probably not. So,
And
Gabby's going to need to find a miracle.
the Black Hole still costs 1 too much, right? To be able to Black Hole and then kill Jaden.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus the 15 he would take from the bombs.
Yeah, it's just so close, right? If not for the bombs, you could Black Hole into Arcanite and feel pretty reasonable.
Is there any way he can... What if he discovers one of the bombs? Does that take it out of the deck?
Right, I think you just draw it.
It counts as a draw. Okay. I'm looking for anything. I'm looking for any twist I can find.
I mean, he can play the Arcanite Defense Crystal first, yeah, and then Black Hole, and he's like not dead on board.
But he's dead to 1 fatigue and 1 point of attack from hero power. So yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the bombs don't go in the deck. Make the computer game work. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. And that is something I wonder about, the Starship deck. It's been quite powerful, both as we see, now and previous meta. But as we get more cards, it may just be the case that the pool of, 10-cost minions narrows, such that maybe there'll be some worse hits in there, right? You won't have as many instances of the get the Eternal Servant to resummon your Starship. Yeah, sometimes that's just how it goes. That's Hearthstone.
But ZLS getting through to this decider match in a moment. A player, again, who I think has been pretty dominant in his region over the last few months. So I'm excited to see ZLS going forward. Always a shame to lose Gabby, one of the biggest characters in the whole of Hearthstone of all time, in my opinion. But I'm sure he'll be back yet again at some point in the future. How did you see that? Did that go as you'd have expected with these lineups? It's all a bit messy with lineups today, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably what will throw some of the biggest surprises just is the minion rolls off of these Death Knights, right? We're going to see a lot of Starship Death Knight. We're going to see a lot of these, rolling the 10 drops. And it can be hugely impactful whether you get Agamagons, which are just 8/9s, or if you get, your 10s. I forget the power toughness of the minion, but yeah, if you get to resummon your Death Rattle minions, if you get Tortola, there's, a lot of quite above average hits, and sometimes that can make or break a game.
We're going to see a lot of those. But again, we are going to have to move on, otherwise we won't get all these matches in. We've still got 4 more matches for you, so thank you, Edelweiss, for that. Let's take a short break, line up the decider match for Group A. So don't go anywhere, we're back in 3 minutes.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are ready to dive into our next match and our decider match for Group A. We are there already. Lorinda, obviously you're sticking around for this one. How was that last match? Because it looked so close. It looked both players obviously, you know, going to the final game. It was pretty intense and we saw a lot of the frustration from Gabby about the ending of that one.
I mean, he thought he'd won. He walked away. I don't know if you actually saw it at the time. If he walked away thinking he'd won, forgetting the ship could I mean, everyone knows this ship can reload. So, you know, he probably knew and just didn't want to see. He walked back and it's there. And you saw that in your match with Sottle as well. That's twice today we've seen a reloading ship when somebody's looking like they've got the clears available to them. So unfortunate for Gabby, but also, you know, that is in the deck. It's there for a reason. The pool is quite small. It happens quite often. It is lucky when it happens, but it's there to be done.
It's kind of like the Doomsayer from Shredder scenario, right? Of like, you know, this thing, stuff like that didn't happen too often, but it could happen, right? Back in the olden days.
But now it happens significantly more.
But yeah,
often.
that's what I mean. Like,
it's
it's a thing that does happen. It's just that, you know, it's rough when it happens, right? We've seen that from a few outcomes, but that's just, like you said, that's in the deck. It's kind of what it does. It's kind of what the deck pushes to do, right? Because even if it's not that exact outcome, there's other things, other beneficial outcomes as well, right? That can help them in different ways. But regardless, it was a very, very close matchup, and that means we've got the final match of Group A to see who's going to make it through to Sunday between Philfield and ZLS. So this one's going to be pretty interesting because some of the lineups, we're going to be seeing obviously a lot of similar decks across the whole weekend, but I think the discussion really around this meta is what's the fourth deck, or what's the variation of, say, Death Knight that's being played, or what's the variation of Warrior, and so on. And then we do see that Philfield is playing the Starship Rogue, right? So that's something that's a little bit different. There's a few Starship Rogues, but really most people have gone for the Fire Rack list.
Yeah, having seen it played out and had a bit of more time to sort of process why it's all there, I do like ZLS's list. The mech, the two, I'm going to say the two obvious decks are Thirak Rogue and the regular Warlock. He hasn't gone with that. That's a starting point. But I think the Druid and the Mech Warrior are just good brings. Now, I would say Druid because I've been a fan of that deck for a long time, but I'm not a fan of the Mech Warrior deck, and I'm putting that in there with it. So I'm not biased. I'm treating all my decks equally. I do think that maybe this is a very, very powerful lineup. So, as you can see, already lost to Philfield earlier in the day, though. So we might get a look into why that happened as we get going.
Yeah, I mean, I can even, because that was one of the off-stream matches, right? Because it was the initial. So yeah, I think from what I can see, Philfield won 3-1 against ZLS, and yeah, it looked like there was actually 3 Death Knight games. ZLS queued Death Knight 3 times in that matchup and lost all 3 of them. Against basically the full lineup of Warrior, Death Knight, and Warlock from Philfield. That was what happened in their first meeting. Now, will that impact things? You know, just as an example, I think Philfield's Druid was banned, and then the Rogue was banned. Sorry, the other way around. ZLS's Druid was banned, and the Rogue was banned from Philfield in that first matchup. But yeah, it was a 3-1 with Death Knight getting bullied, which, I'll be honest, is not something I expected to, or would expect to see happen too often this weekend.
This is what we got. We got player profiles. First time we got a chance to really look at these this time around. Qualified through the playoffs, which was a hard go, especially coming through the European playoffs. Favorite card, Nidus Worm, sure. Favorite decks, these ones, which is amusing to me.
Starship decks, yeah.
A great achievement, getting raided by Pizza 4 times on Twitch, and has never entered a sauna.
All interesting information. Looking at this list, though,
he's got this nailed.
Look at this list, though, as well. Of course, the Starship Rogue is not something you see all the time. It's not like an unheard of deck or anything, but it's not to the level of, say, Fire Rogue that you'll see, you know, way more often. But it is pretty powerful. When I've played it, and I'm not saying I'm to the level of these players here, of course, but it feels a lot like a feast or famine deck. I feel like it either goes really, really well and you dominate, or you just get crushed because you end up just doing not a lot of impactful things early enough to really win games or get into those sort of endpoints. So it can be a little bit tricky. It's probably not the list I would have brought, mainly because I'm just not good enough with it. But it does have some of those real powerhouse plays, right? Even just getting the starships that can then duplicate and so on, can be really, really dangerous.
You have to be so confident with, okay, it's a load of clunky cards that fit together fairly badly. But honestly, the starship pieces I'm rolling, they're all 2 and 3 drops, so I'll find a way to use them to stay alive until something good happens later on. And it is kind of a control deck, honestly. It's a survival deck, and then do your thing. And your thing is powerful, like you say, getting 2 of those ships, that's a win.
Yeah, and it is going to be going up against this mech warrior, though, which can be pretty dangerous. This mech warrior does have some end game potential, but honestly, games can end effectively on turn 6 or 7 with this, right? If you get
No. Games can end effectively on turn 3 with this.
Oh,
Don't
okay,
worry about
sorry,
that.
yeah.
It can just murder you. And it's
Little
over.
announcement. Lorinda hates this deck. But it has...
It just kills you on turn 3 every game. What can I say?
Every game, I'm sure Sortle has something to say about that. But
turn 4 sometimes.
But yeah, my point is, even though it has some late game power, we look at Inventor Boom, of course, as one of the main sort of game enders, and of course Elise to some extent. But really, we could sort of disagree here, I guess, but it's like the mid game where this deck shines, right? I feel like this is just a very powerful mid game deck. It's not aggro, even though it can feel like it sometimes, but it sort of does nothing and then spikes in power level in that mid game really quickly, or at least it can do that, and then it builds off that, right? And I think that's how then it will want to end those games pretty quick. And of course, as well, it does have the Crazed Alchemist along with the Tortola in there as well, which can cause some havoc sometimes too. But yeah, for me, this is a fun type of warrior to play because you have those options to go sort of aggressive, but also you've got late game. But I can see how it can maybe be frustrating if it's killing you on turn 3 every game.
I mean, joking aside, apart from it does kill me on turn 3 every game, when I watch other people who don't die on turn 3 every game, it can be really frustrating to play against, which means it's really powerful, which is a good thing because powerful decks are fun. So turn 3 or turn 4, dummy comes down. You're like, I've got to kill it, or they'll start using their boom wrenches and they'll start doing mega damage. So you kill it. You're like, yay, job done. Got rid of the dummy. So Mixologist, get 1 back, is one of the options they've got available to them if they roll on Mixologist, which they've got a strong chance of doing. If you don't kill it, they can boom wrench, start doing mega damage. They can start wrecking them, decking them, doing more damage that way. So your best option is to kill it. If they do get it back and you kill it again, now you're doing the second plan, what you were talking about, this middle game where you've still taken 16 or something by killing these things. They're still hurting you. And now they play the Tortilla and you're like, well, I've got to do something about that. Well, they're going to hit me for 30 with the Crazed Alchemist, the George C strategy of just 1 punch card. Yeah. So I really need to do something about that. What am I going to do about a 130? I can't get rid of that. So you put stuff in the way and then they just have time to play it more and more mid-game. And every turn you feel, can you stop? I just want to have a turn to breathe, and you don't get that turn to breathe quite often.
And one of the big impact cards, at least I think as well, beyond everything we've just discussed, is that Endbringer Umbra, right? Because that is basically storing all of these damage death rattles, or let's say up to X amount, and that just played from hand at some point can deal a ton of damage if you manage to get the board pretty clear as well. So that can also just be a huge amount of damage. So it's a weirdly aggressive warrior deck that at a glance doesn't look aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did we get
it has
this?
so many the cubicle copies of
we got this, the wrong way round, right? I think we looked at the opposite decks.
No, we did our best work. It's fine.
Yeah, but either way, it's actually ZLS that's going to be on the rook, and not the warrior. And then we're going to get the warrior of Philfield's side, which is of course the ship warrior.
Yeah, and instantly there with the starport to get building. Of course, need to establish pretty quickly against rogue. If they get their scavenger, then everything goes scoundrel. Sorry, everything goes pretty crazy pretty quickly. Double starport though, so now a chance to coin it out and just get a load of stuff on the board.
Ready for dust off.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent opening for Philfield.
Oh, it's super, I think. So, metal detector, going to be a nuisance with Asira, weirdly enough.
Yeah, dubious purchase really important here. It might look like a little bit of overkill, but mainly there for the card draw. Funnily enough, right? It's like just actually digging through some cards is going to be pretty big. What would you gasp about?
Is the gasping? Well, now we've got such an early this era available with the pickup of Noalex. Metal detector, get your Noalex down. Use your coins. Play your Asura. When you get Asura played as this rogue, it doesn't feel. When you first see it, you're like, no, they've got 3 extra mana, whatever. They've got a 4/12, sure, that's a minion, great. It is 3 extra mana for every turn for the rest of the game, and your rogue deck draws so much stuff and gubbins that you want that extra mana. And
yeah,
this could get really fruity for ZLS now.
It's that thing, right, where it's the ability to utilize the mana is the important thing, isn't it? Because it's all good and well having tons of mana, but if you can't get it, you don't get any work done with it, it's not going to be so good. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and with no Scoundrel to get the extra mana that way. That's why I was sort of going for that. Extra Asura mana, kind of required, honestly.
Yeah, the game feels very different when you can Scoundrel on 5 versus when you can't, right? Like, you almost played a different game, aren't you, at that point? Just gonna go for the bomb.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've got all the coins in the world there for ZLS at the top.
Yeah, it's there next turn for Asura.
Field does have the starship part of the deck, though, right? Of just being able to just sort of chain drop starship pieces, which is pretty nice. Double Yamato cannon, along with the defense crystals as well, can build this up pretty quick. There is a brawl if there's any, true shenanigans gonna happen. But yeah, this is what you want to do,
so
right?
quick. Yeah.
And it's strong when you don't play the Scoundrel you just drew on 5, right?
Right, absolutely.
That's when you know you've got a strong turn, when the Scoundrel on curve isn't as good as what you can do. And look at this, wow.
And with Shaladris in his hand as well, one of the problems this rogue deck sometimes has is it draws cards so impressively, so well, that your hand is full of stuff, so your Shaladris never gets played. But the play ZLS made here not only made him the extra 3 mana, not only did it preserve the Scoundrel, there's loads of space for those, oh my goodness, for those juicy Shaladris cards.
Yeah. And also as well, there's nothing to forget about this little, well, I say little, not so little 4/6 with untargetable here that can actually just creating bombs every turn, which is pretty dangerous in itself. And here comes Firek. It could just be lethal.
It can just be lethal fairly often here. Like, it's not favoured to be lethal, I don't think, on its own.
Give me a percentage, Lorinda. What percentage
25.
chance? 25%, okay. I like those odds.
35.
Yeah, they're just going to keep going up. Oh!
100. Because that's lethal, right? Yeah. No?
Is it one off? Oh, no, there's
It's one off. Magma doesn't go face anymore.
Oh, of course, I'm being stupid, yeah. I just saw the drink proc and I thought I saw the damage go by, but it didn't.
That 100 was 99.9 rounded up, of course.
Of course.
And the field is going to draw a bomb, pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, that's
more
look at this,
stuff.
there's just the rest of the turn, yeah? That was 1 mana, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And wait. It won't keep Wind Fury, right?
I think it will.
Oh, does it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
honestly,
I can't remember if it's a transform effect, so it becomes like a new minion.
Find out.
Okay, well, didn't
This
play
is
a
turn
minion, so
6,
it
bro.
didn't
Look what
matter.
Phil feels just done on turn 6 and then conceded.
And it's not good enough, yeah. Oh my,
Like-
what a game! And like we said, if Scoundrel on 5 isn't the best play you can make, then you are probably winning that game of Hearthstone. Is how that one's rounded up. What a game! It literally could not have gone better, right? That rogue game, that was like rogue to the max.
Yeah, and it looks like a bad opening hand. That, again, I took the intake of breath and I saw, no, let's go. I realised you're going to speed everything up by that one turn because the hand was really slow and clunky. but one turn makes all that difference. Exploding for... You saw what happened. You saw what Philfield did on that final turn. Like, massive starships and 2/2s hurt your board.
Yeah.
Like, being one turn ahead of that was massive for Philfield. And then got the Firak as well, and it went well.
Yeah, I think
Like they usually do.
the Firak off the top as well was just the cherry on top there, because obviously that sort of accelerated the end of the game, right? But it does mean ZLS is just leading 1-0 very, very quickly, but now things might start to slow down a little bit, because I think, this Warrior can go fast, I guess, but the DK not normally going to finish games that quickly, but what a brutal way to start the matchup. And again, just a reminder, if you're joining us recently, this is a decider match here. The winner is going to move on to Sunday and play in the top 8 to have a chance at the World Championship. The loser is going to be done, and that's their run over basically. So a lot on the line here, and definitely not the way Philfield would have wanted this match to start, to just an almost hands-off keyboard game, right? It's like how it's, or hands-off mouse, I guess, kind of game, because although there was a bit of back and forth early on, and it was set up okay, right? The starship pieces, the crystals were there, the Yamato cannon was there, it was solid, but you just can't keep up with that turn, like that sort of hand from mid-game onwards. So really, really strong start there for ZLS. Philfield does have a bit of a hill to climb. It's not going to be too bad. It's not going to be insurmountable. Next up, I believe we've got Philfield on the Warlock, going up against ZLS, who's going to be jumping over to that Death Knight for his game number 2. Oh no, Warrior. Okay. I'm going to start not trusting this spreadsheet. I've decided.
What I will comment as well, Philfield in the first match that you cast earlier seemed very, very relaxed. If he can keep that level of relaxation, he'll still be fine. But yeah, the getting that opening hand against Rogue, which makes you think you're just going to get him, because Rogue doesn't do a lot the first 4 or 5 turns defensively against double starport. And then to lose it, it's the first time Philfield's really, to me, shown any sign of, oof, maybe today isn't my day. And you don't want to start thinking like that.
Yeah. Even though this is, I think, almost impossible, the best way, or the way I wish I would feel about things like this, not that I compete anymore, of course, but it's just, well, that game's done now, who cares? Right, it's happened. There's nothing you can do about it. Next game, go. And like that's the mindset I think a lot of players strive for, because if you can just let go of what's already happened, like you can't change it, right? So, but it is difficult to not be, feel at least some level of frustration that you take into the next game or your next match, or so on and so on.
I agree with all the words you just said, but I can't.
Yeah,
even
exactly.
Pretend that if it happens to me, I don't just rant about the game for the next 3 years.
Yeah, it's like I know you are right, but I'm going to ignore it.
You are absolutely right, but I would be a hypocrite if I said that I did any of that. But yeah, that's why it's a fairly rare trait. So
I remember this place well.
TLS has a pretty nice hand here again with the turn 5 effect. Curious to see what numbers people start taking, by the way. I've seen a lot of people take 10s when they're playing Rogue against Death Knight.
Okay.
Obviously, this isn't that. This is something very different. But the Rogue does go over 10 mana, so you can do something else the same turn. But I'm curious how it's going to work out.
I can almost hear Sottle going, "It's always one."
That's what it learned to me.
Yeah.
I think it is always one, unless you've got an Asteria in your deck and then you've got 15 mana and you can play a 10 and do other things in the same turn.
Right, yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no, not a bad start at all for Philfield. Just has some defensive options here, but yep, jungle into the thing everyone wants, which is generate a copy, which is exactly why you want this location. And exactly what you want to hit, because the value added for a 1-cost location is absurd, right? It even to an extent makes like a pre-nerf tree maybe question it for power level sort of thing, because like just a 1-drop location that you get 3 copies of a minion of, or minions throughout the game is so much value.
Amid Russell, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Cool. I'll explain later. It's fine.
Okay. I was going to say, I think the official name is Tree.
The official name is Tree. Amid Russell. Somebody understands what I'm talking about.
Okay, not a bad roll there with the taunt. Does live through the air, the spell burst.
Right. This card's a heck of a card, by the way, isn't it?
Which card?
3/5.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, although it didn't look
Absolutely.
super impressive right now, obviously, but because it did a whole lot of visual things, but the board's still there. But yeah, it is a very, very good card overall.
In terms of what it actually has available to it, it is so much stuff that Warrior really don't like. Okay, clear this all out. And try and find a plan going forward. And for me, it's just jam Ancient of Yore, draw some cards, yeah.
That is
Find a better
normally the plan, isn't it?
Yeah, so often the plan.
Bit of a, I was going to say, a bit of quiet turns here for Phil. Phil shaking the head as he's feeling it. And this is a bit of a problem, and this happens to me, or has happened to me in the past, where after that game one, and the way this game's going, you start to just think, was I meant to lose this match of Hearthstone, right? And even though it's completely wrong, Phil has plenty of chances to win this match and go on through. You just have those little thoughts that creep in, and it's just like, oh no. And then
especially
those can make you play
Photon,
worse.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like he stayed so calm in that match. He had the the game that Soto and you both pointed out. He was probably going to lose anyway, but the Starship really didn't help that Photon rolled to put Phil away. And then you go into your next game and your opponent just rogues you in 5 turns. And there's nothing you can do about it with a really good hand. Yeah. You've got to be aware. But also, he's just floated 7 mana, and next turn he's floating 8. So, you can't just not have 15 mana in Hearthstone.
Yeah, I mean, next turn could obviously depends on the draw, but could easily just be okay, let's brawl kind of scenario. I don't know.
Do you want to do that? No, I'm not sure you do. Then maybe
I just do it out of frustration.
You just do it because I've got a card.
I'm gonna play something this turn, okay?
Yeah.
Or just Jim with nothing launched.
Oh, I just see you, specifically you, doing that. This is horrible for Phil. Like, what are you supposed to do? You got to play to your outs, which is everything in your deck, because you can't play the few cards you have. I like this. This isn't tilt. This is someone who realises they're sort of tilting a bit, trying to calm themselves down. He's just taking his time that he has to reset brain. He's caught himself. Impressed with this. What do you do? You say you brawl or gym? Yeah, I don't know.
I think I think realistically, you goggles, armor, press the location, and say it is what it is. Move on.
Or you do what Phil's doing, which is stand up and wave your arms around for 75 seconds, and then you do that. All right.
I'm gonna save goggles. Sure, that's fine.
Yeah. Why today is the question you ask yourself as well, isn't it? Like, this is such a bad draw. Like, this isn't just an unlucky draw. It have nothing to do on turn 7 and 8 in Warrior.
Well, I think he would have preferred this draw in the previous game when it didn't matter, right? and then take the previous game's draw in this one. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, like a bad hand, you can have a Ham or a Marin or something to do here. Or even a Sleep Under the Stars. Like, literally, this is about the worst hand you could give him. Like, if you had to choose the worst hand you could give him right now, this is very close to it. I'm just looking through the deck list. Everything has some sort of help to it. Maybe it's a Yor, maybe it's a cannon, at least something. There's just nothing happening here.
There's the small list of silver linings where, like, CLS can't actually trade off these Starship pieces, right? So it's like, it's such a tiny silver lining, but it's something that might slow him down a little bit. But it's still looking terrible, do not get me wrong.
I mean, CLS must be almost at the point where he can work out Phil's exact hand.
Yeah, to be found like 2 turns in a row passing, basically.
Yeah.
And that was nice as well, actually. If you just summon obviously the 1 death rattle, they don't fight, right? So it's just
Yeah.
pulls the card.
He's got an Amelia in hand as well, so it is always going to be a useful starship piece.
I was gonna say, I think it's just time to Ziliax to get it down, right? Get it in the boom, the boom cycle.
Yeah.
Decent trades.
Plus, sure.
I think ZLS is at the point where he's kind of spoilt for choice. He can take this at whatever pace he likes, right?
I mean, the quest is ticking away now.
It is.
And sometimes you do just win by going, here's 20 attack, I'll have another go. Oh, here's 20 more.
That is actually very true, yeah.
So you do have to be a little bit aware from ZLS's side. But yeah, he'll feel massively in front, but he will want to push that advantage. And to be fair, we've talked about how bad Phil's hand has been, but ZLS is a very reactive hand and has had for some time.
The question is, what's the best plan? Because, like you said, in terms of guessing what's in the hand, right?
Yeah.
I think Brawl, or at least one Brawl, isn't a huge guess to get wrong, right? I think Brawl's probably a reasonable card to think that Phil's got in hand. Because none of these boards, even though we've joked about it, are like really brawlable. So then what's the... You want to stay ahead. You can clear the board easily, as we can see right now. What's the best thing to do to force, like, some kind of answer?
Yeah, Exodar for stuff, I think, is the plan here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if they have Brawl, just do it
he's
again.
Run out of... Yeah, he's run out of aggressive options himself to some extent, so Exodar gets some stuff, do it again. If it gets removed.
And this is kind of nice as well, right? This sort of combination of the ordering of this, sort of setting up the second starship. There was a shake of the head from ZLS though, so I'm not 100% sure. I know that rope was burning, so I'm not sure if something went a bit wrong there, but I don't mind getting the extra piece in the starship and just start rebuilding it once this is dealt with.
No, well, here's the things.
Yeah, and there's again.
And there they go.
Can I interest you in another starship?
I would love another starship, Raven, right about now. Let's get building another starship.
Think here for Phil Field.
Now.
As you can see him nodding. None of this is particularly hidden information, right? You saw what Exodar did, so expecting this second wave.
Use up the spell burst before playing the things.
And the little dino chipping away for 2. I respect it.
Yeah, just survive the disaster. Like,
Yeah.
happened to all of its spaceship.
It's the alternate
friends.
reality where the meteor wasn't enough.
No, the planet the spaceship crashed. The dinosaur crashed into the planet spaceship that killed all the spaceships rather than the other way around. Yeah.
And smell the flower.
Okay.
Easy.
Well, Phil feels kind of just locked into this one, needs to get some work done.
It really does, yeah.
And it can
I
as
think
well.
Every card in his deck is better than the stuff in his hand.
Yeah, the thing is, the one can get some work done here because if it just draws a few starship pieces,
Yeah,
right, it's very quickly
should be
this
fine.
could do something.
But it needs to be very quick.
Yeah, it needs to
because
be.
He has nothing
Next
occurring.
turn, it needs to happen. Yeah.
But I think it will. I think there's a good chance it will be good. Just because everything he's seen so far hasn't been. So, you know, good stuff's got to come.
Well, maybe.
Wow. You're trading little starship bits. Having killed Jaden, any fun? I interest you in having killed Jaden? And then somehow surviving. Alright. Now the game's gonna take off.
Okay, Yamato cannon here.
Place well.
Not bad draws. Did get a copy.
Stop and smell the flowers.
Okay. It's gone.
Finally.
Dino. Yeah. Starship's going to be pretty good. Still 38, despite sort of, looking like they missed a couple of turns earlier.
Yeah.
And it's been because, we were focused on Phil Phil's hand, and rightly so, because he missed 15 damage. But CLS really hasn't had the opportunity to capitalise on it particularly well, especially with the two cards being double brawl.
Yeah, and also we just didn't see any of the super high impact Starship outcomes, right?
Right, yeah. Well, we've seen some of those today already, but not in this game. Phil Phil's gone lower and lower in that chair throughout the afternoon.
Just matching ZLS's vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cameras are now just top of head cameras and giving us views of the rest of the room.
New meta.
Now all we need is to give them all very tall hats, and it can still be framed okay in camera.
Very tall hats.
Yeah, like,
Thanks,
well,
Aidan.
flat cap's not going to do it. You need at least a top hat, and then we maybe put some eyes on the top hat. So even when they slouch like that, it still looks like someone's framed okay.
Really funny. It's how I look for most of the games, honestly. I'm looking down at the screen carefully. All right, hands down.
Engine screaming.
No, Phil looking not too bad, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, it seems to have, squelched around a little.
Yeah, considering how it looked with what multiple turns passed earlier. Does eat crystal as well? Okay.
Ah. He's going through it though, isn't he? And here we go again. These ships get so big so quickly, don't they?
Oh yeah. You I still sometimes forget to check the stats on them, and I'm like, oh, I get jump scared when they come out sometimes.
I
I'm
try
like,
not to check the stats on my opponent's ones, because if they see you hovering over it, it reminds them it's there. Whereas if they don't, what's happening here? If you don't, then they might forget it's there. They might forget their spaceship. Starship. Just ignore it. Oh my goodness.
Okay, nice freebie.
All right. How are we dealing with that?
Well, the board is very full now, so no time, no room, should I say, to play the debos.
Yeah. Sure. It's so much stuff.
It is. It's definitely a lot of stuff. Is
So
it?
Phil can trade in, launch a starship with cannon in it. That'd be a thing that could happen.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It'll have two though, right?
Yeah.
Because he
two.
copied the 1-1 version of it, right?
Yeah.
Which seems about, honestly, with no brawls anymore, about as good as
And
it's
then
gonna
Jim.
get. Yeah. Yeah,
I feel like the players I'm suggesting are very sad, but that's all I got.
Oh no, okay. Looks like Phil feels going a different direction here.
Okay, I like this. This is so good.
Oh, okay.
He needs to kill the other one with it, right?
Well, I mean, he has 800
Now he's got
ceaseless
infinite
now, so
ceaseless.
who cares?
Look at the state of him.
There's
Oh
4
my
more
goodness.
clears.
Ah. That's ludicrous, Raven.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, Phil feels.
Win or
mood
lose, there is
has
no
slid
way in the
upwards.
world. There is no way that Phil feels sleeps tonight, whatever happens. The state of this game of Hearthstone. Absolutely ridiculous. What's the other supposed to do about it? He has got to kill Jaden. He didn't get eaten.
Yeah, he effectively has like infinite clears though, right? Because 4 feels like infinite at this point.
It is infinite, especially as he's got quest rewards whenever he wants them as well now.
Liberate the town.
So he just set up a massive board at some point, like talking about earlier. Yeah, time to get some quest rewards to back up these 4 0-mana clears. No, you don't get to complain about that one, Phil. Sorry. He's 1-0 down. Looks like he's won. Like, he's gone through so much emotion in this game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, this is going to be. I'm just staring at ZLS's hand, and then of course trying to, add in all the let's say arguably infinite demons. But when there's just 4 more ceaseless, and then other stuff after that, it'll just be clear, build a board, clear, build a board, clear, build a board, clear, build a board, and like, well, at some point those are going to stick, right? Like that is going to work at some point
every time.
Yeah,
exactly. Like you can't, even when you're on 66, you can't take that many 10 damage chunks, especially with other cards going on as well.
I'm flying. I have but little time.
Yeah, this is going to end most likely pretty quickly in Phil Field's favour.
It's a lot of leeches though. Maybe the
they're
extra
gone.
health. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe the extra health's gonna work.
And I will bring destruction.
Okay, and going with the Ancient of Yore as well. Still got that starship just sat there. So suddenly having nothing to do and now being basically just maximum value now is going to be a little bit rough here for ZLS.
I mean, the deck's just not very big. It's full of those quest rewards. They're fantastic. Like, even if we ignore the 3 0-mana board clear 10/10s that we have lying around.
Oh, and I was going to
Like,
say, this could get a little bit funky, but the location can proc, right, which makes the board space. And of course, the imps could be traded off anyway, so it wouldn't really matter after
And if
the
you even
first
care.
hit.
Yeah, if you even care. The first thing you got to do here is decide, do I care?
Well, this because the cannons, you could just cannon right from the ship. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You could just prot the ship. It's gonna cannon
Yeah.
it, insta kills it, and then just push the damage. Right? I like this.
Yeah.
Because you've still got Reyna in the hand.
Exactly. Yeah. That'll do it, I think.
Oh, and there's
Keep
time
drawing
warp.
'cause you might get infinite crazy stuff. Yeah. That will do
Yeah,
it if
that's
nothing's
suddenly the
done this turn.
ceaseless aren't even needed anymore.
I know, you just play all 3 ceaselesses. That'll work, right, Raven?
Yep.
That's how we do this. Get 3 10/10s on the board. That definitely works. It doesn't work, spoilers.
So this is just what ceaseless gym time.
Stuff.
Looks good to me.
Sounds like lethal to me.
I have seen creation, and I will
Yeah.
bring destruction.
Up boom works as well, sure.
Yeah, well, pick your poison at this point, right? Yeah, there's the time warp, and that is going to be game number 2. going to Phil and what a game number 2. I was talking about him just being out from the early game there, having to pass multiple turns, kind of let ZLS do whatever they want, but managed to just hang on. And obviously with the help of just, let's say a couple of ceaseless at this point, managed to get it done. And we sort of said, didn't we, that the wand into whatever it drew had to be enough to help him get there.
Yeah,
and
it was.
And it really was. Yeah, that was basically what got him there. The wand sort of dug them out of that situation and helped him get to that position. I do think though, and we've seen this a few times from a few players actually, but I think especially Phil is just hangs on no matter what, right? Truly just, obviously this is a big match, right? If you win, you move on. If you don't, you don't. And it just played out of his mind to just try and actually hang on and win these games. And it paid off for at least that one.
Yeah, ZLS a little bit lacking in threats. Phil, for the first time showing some sort of very slightly negative emotion. I'd have shown a lot more negative emotion, just to be clear. Stood up, gathered himself, sat back down, got on with the game, turned it to a win. Fantastic work, and generated options as well, putting the double cannon in we talked about one of the turns, the turn where he generated the ceases. He did change mind halfway through the turn. He had other things he could do that turn to activate multiple cannons, activate multiple 3/5s. So found not just one way back into it, which is probably the way he found probably was the only way back in, but he also found ways to keep himself alive to get to that point. So yeah, nice work. But it is only 1-1, and the loser does go home. So long way still to go for him.
Yeah, now we've got, guess what, some more Death Knight available for both players. We've still got the 2 Death Knights, we've got the Warlock and the Warrior as well. So there's still a lot to go for this match, honestly. And we've seen, though, that these decks that are generally known to be quite slow decks can be pretty fast. They do have the ways to just run over opponents, but also they have that great ability to go into that late game as well. So yeah, this is a tricky one. I think just overall, I'm still liking ZLS's chances here, just based on the decks that are left over. Because I think that this Warlock has felt like... I don't know, it looks like it has the ability to struggle against some of the decks that are popular right now if it doesn't really get going early and keep that pressure on, because we've seen time and time again, especially with these starships, the ability to just go, oh, I'm kind of getting beaten up, starship, double proc, summon a copy, reborn, whatever, and then suddenly the game's just completely flipped on its head, right? And I don't really think the Warlock's super capable of dealing with that.
It does have infinite freezes, so you get to the point where you sort of freeze, get a wheel down, bob. I'm not saying it's easy, but you do have infinite freezes with the Warlock, so it's possible. My concern would be... Well, not concern, but my interest is how ZLS's Warrior pans out in what we're going to see coming up. I think that's going to be the fascinating thing, because we don't get to see this Warrior very often.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if... I think ZLS is queuing the Warrior, and of course, I actually misspoke. I'm being very silly. I should have known because it's Phil, but I was thinking of Quest Warlock, and he's not playing Quest Warlock, is he?
I thought you were talking about
no,
ships,
yeah, that's my bad. He's played Starship Warlock, of course, so it's very different. So we've got a few,
that's
these
the
late games.
I was referring to, yeah.
That's what, when you said it, I was like, oh yeah, of course, it's Starship, isn't it? It's my bad. I've got too much Quest Warlock on the brain after the last few matches.
There is a lot of it, even.
Yeah. I've got too much Quest
Warlock.
But yeah, either way, it's going to be a pretty interesting rest of the match here. We do have, I think we've got ZLS going to be locking in that Warrior, which I'm with you. I'm kind of excited to see what the Warrior can do, and just honestly, just how the Mech Warrior is going to perform by the end of the weekend. Because that's always how it's all good and well, seeing one match here, one match there, one game here, one game there. But I always want to see, these decks I'm sort of don't really know how well they're actually going to do in this format, actually perform once we've got, maybe at least both groups done, right? And we can review it again on Sunday to see how the Mech Warrior's done, if there are any Mech Warriors in the top cut anyway, or how many of them are in there. I always think that's super interesting to check out. So we'll be obviously seeing that as the weekend progresses. And just while the players are getting ready, just a reminder, of course, this is still the last match of Group A. We still got the whole of Group B to go through as well, so there's plenty more Hearthstone, especially if you just joined us. Don't worry about that. And then tomorrow it's going to be Group C and Group D. We're basically doing it all over again, but with those 2 groups to make our top 8 for Sunday. So still tons of Hearthstone across the weekend. But yeah, this is a lot on the line, this one, and we've seen already players' reactions. I think just on camera you can tell how important these matches are to them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is the most important series of Hearthstone this year so far. I guess the Spring Championships finals and semi-finals are probably a bit more. You know what I mean? For these players, yeah. And for ZLS in particular, like he's dominated the Americas region. I want to say, Gamer RVG might have something to say about that. I'll talk about him more when we get to Group B. But ZLS has really been a dominant force in the Americas region, and the Americas region hasn't had that much success recently.
What time frame is recently, Lorinda?
Don't behave. Yeah. And I think ZLS has a chance to sort of break that mold to some extent. You know, there's been Banterface, there's been a couple of others, but I think ZLS might be around for a long time if he starts getting a couple of tournament results together. I think he might just keep going and going. Yeah.
Well, we are now getting ready to go into game number 3. This is just a guess from me, but I assume one of them wanted a bathroom break or something, because even these first 2 games have been a reasonable amount of time. I'll jump into it, of course, as I mentioned, the Mech Warrior from ZLS on the top, going up against the Death Knight for Philfield here. And I know, Mech Warrior is your favourite deck to play against. But
it is, yeah, absolutely.
What do you make of it against the Death Knight? Like, how much pressure is on the Warrior to try and get the game over?
So, I have never played that matchup, full disclosure. I've played a lot of the matchups in Hearthstone these days, but I haven't played that one. I imagine that the Warrior needs to do some chunky damage early. One of the problems with the dummy is the second your opponent starts putting health on the board, even if it's just like a row of 4 5s and stuff, suddenly the damage from the dummy gets less, it can't attack in so easily, and then 24 damage or 16 damage just becomes chip damage, and then things start going wrong. However,
here we go.
It's turn 3.
I was ready.
Because of course there is.
I was so ready for this. As soon as this was locked in, I was like, oh, Lorinda's going to love this.
Turn 3 dummy. That's what the deck does. It's made to do this. It does this.
Ooh, and there's no way to clear it.
Correct.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you can see a way to clear this, I'm very impressed.
I have looked for more ways to clear turn 3 dummy than anyone on the planet. If it's there, it's me. I've got it. But yeah.
Big question is, this could be dummy 2, right?
It could.
But does it... without the follow-up... Or is the follow-up just the 5-drop next turn?
Yeah, the follow-up's difficult.
Or do you do that in the other order? Because it gives you then time to maybe get the... pull towards the ooze, for example, or something? Okay, yeah, I like this, actually. Because if there wasn't a way to clear that dummy, then there's not a way to clear Tortola, right? You would assume, let's say. And I think that's a pretty safe assumption from ZLS's side. So I actually like this ordering.
Yeah, just a reminder as well, there is a Crazed Alchemist in ZLS's deck that just ends at any time here.
Yep.
So, you do have to be aware of that.
I like it as well because without, being, maybe going for the old cliche caster discussions, just the fact it's in the list means Philfield has to be afraid of it to an extent, right? Like, it's one of those things that even if you don't do it that often, right? You have to have a specific scenario for it to, work. It's just there to be a threat. But, like, it does mean Philfield can't say, oh, well, as long as I don't damage it too much, it's fine, right? Well, it's like, no, it's not fine because you could just take 25.
The Boom Wrenching? Not so obvious now, actually. It was obvious for a minute there, but now it might just recommend deck him and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, there was a few plays there as well. There was also just going for the other dummy and just say, well, you still couldn't clear them. Try and clear them again, right? But yeah, I think the weapon, I definitely don't want to use the word safe, but the weapon option, I think, covers the most bases, let's say.
Poison Breath is there, as long as the Alchemist doesn't appear. It's much damage here. How much damage is that? Oh my goodness.
It's a weird one, right? Because you don't do the over equip, right?
I don't think you do. I think if you were going
'Cause
to
you missed
do
the
it, you would
damage.
have done it last turn. Yeah.
Oh well, it wasn't enough mana last turn, right?
Oh, he spent the 2 first, so he could have just gone for 4
Oh,
5
true,
mana play
true,
basically, which would have been pretty rubbish. But if you were going to do it, you'd do it there on
Just
the
because like
open
you
goal.
get the double death rattle, but you just don't swing for. You lose 2 damage on
Yeah.
that anyway, so it's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Can just go for the draw first, see what other options are available or not.
He just really wants that alchemist lead, though, I think. But there's so many choices here, in fact. The deck is pretty.
I like the shield block first. I think
costed.
this still gives you plenty of options.
Sure.
Okay. I think
Okay.
maybe you just keep it simple. Don't overcommit. Gonna recommend Deckham.
It's so much damage. Actually, that's second dummy and baby wrench if
Yeah.
needed.
Yeah, this is a really nice middle ground between pressure and not overcommitting to the board, right? Like, still just these 2 minions, but you still locked in with tons of damage. If Philfield doesn't do something pretty impressive this turn, that's it, right?
Just it, yeah.
For want of a better phrase, that's it. Only
Cards are excited anyway.
only 4 corpses as well, so. And if explosion happens, that busts Tortola anyway, so.
Yeah, you can't corpse explode it anyway because the dummy will just basically kill you. He doesn't know about the other dummy, of course, which, you know.
Yeah, I've quite liked ZLS holding the Scrapper combo with the second dummy. Could have just thrown it down earlier and just gone max pressure. But I quite like holding this because it's just, there's no need to drop it down. It's still in the back pocket if required.
Mm-hmm. And he's just spending, Hearthstone basics, spending all his
Just
mana
good
every
stuff.
turn, which is
Yeah.
the easy thing to say. That's when it's actually you doing it. It's so much harder, but he is just spending his mana every turn.
Yeah, this is just a kind of whatever turn from Phil.
Yeah, he couldn't make a plan in time, so he roped it not because he ran out of options, but he just couldn't make the plan. There wasn't a plan to make.
Yep, Ziliak's gonna help. Clear off some of this. Slam to reduce the damage on board, and I guess it's just fine.
That is lethal, right? Needs to do 6, he's going to do 8.
Yeah.
PPP -2.
And there we go. And I think that was, again, a bit of a, we're really changing gears in this series so far. But I think that was a really good example of what we were talking about a little bit earlier in this match, right at the beginning, of Mech Warrior can sort of be that aggro deck, even though I guess that was probably a bit faster than average, unless you're playing, of course, Surrender. But I think
That's how
like,
it always goes.
Yeah,
That's what that deck does.
I think that was a good display of it can be very aggressive, but then you've got some of that late game as like game-ending tools as well. So that Mech Warrior really getting the job done, and suddenly ZLS is up 2-1 with just the Death Knight to try and get 1 win against Philfield's Death Knight or Warlock. So ZLS still looking quite good, and Mech Warrior ticking the box, right? It did its job very well that game.
I think the reason I think it's been a really good bring is because of the amount of Druid. I think ZLS has predicted the amount of Druid. I think there's 6 Mech Warriors. That might be wrong. That's from memory from earlier.
I can count.
I think those people have predicted the amount of Druid that's going to be in the tournament, and I think the Mech Warrior goes so well against Druid.
It is 6.
It's cool. So yeah, those 6 players are kind of my favourites for this tournament. Just narrowing it down. I picked Pocket Train, and now I picked 6 more people. So that's 7. I'm doing well. I'll have half the field ticked by the end of the broadcast.
I can at least say my prediction has Mech Warrior. Chonsu's brought it, so that was actually a factor in me picking Chonsu.
And that's why, because you thought it's...
Yeah. So I'll like I said, I think Mech Warrior, and then some of the you look at the one Drunk Paladin, the Nebula Shaman, the one Hunter. Obviously, I'm interested to see how those decks do because they're like, you know, the one-off sort of special decks. But the Mech Warrior is probably the one I'm most interested in to see what performance looks like by Sunday for sure. Because going into this, I wasn't sure exactly how it performed, but it just felt like a good bring. So we'll see how that one goes.
There was a little clue for the Mech Warrior in playoff. Santa Max, who didn't really, he said he queued it up for fun. Just bought fun decks to play. I think he had Mech Warrior, Mill Warlock, a couple of other of those style decks.
That kind of
very
lineup.
unusual decks. And he just made top 8, just turning up. And suddenly you think back about it, and go, actually, maybe that's just the lineup then.
Yeah, maybe the deck's just good, right?
Yeah.
But we are going to get into what could be the last game of Group A. Philfield jumped over to the Warlock here, going up against ZLS on that Death Knight. And again, just to remind everyone, and mainly to remind myself, not too hard to do now, it's Starship Warlock and not the Quest Warlock.
Not too hard to do at all with the Starship piece in the hand.
Exactly, yeah. I did my best.
Proud of you.
Oh, we're having some
Without
snacks on
here
stream
to keep
as
you
well.
under control. You run riot, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Good. You should. You're living your best life. Proud of you. All right, Philfield does have a pretty good hand, but missing the one key component that the Warlock does really need, which is the Ancient.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get those caverns down nice and early, though. Well, at least having 2, it's going to do a pretty good job of not getting that too much of that early Death Knight aggression that can happen with this kind of hand from ZLS.
If there was a plan hatching here, make a load of 8/8s, but he would definitely rather just have an Ancient of you, I think.
There's still time.
There is. Yeah, it's a good point, actually.
There's still exactly one more turn.
Yeah. Good point. Well made.
I'll be so happy if it gets drawn off the top.
So will Philfield. I think we'll see him do another circuit of that room that we've seen him do so many circuits of already, honestly.
I will say, it's something I've wondered, obviously we've been casting Hearthstone for so long and we've seen very many different types of players, or at least how they express themselves on camera. I do wonder how exhausting being a more animated player is. We'll get up, walk around. The likes of Philfield, the likes of Gabby, for example. All these more animated, they like to move around, get up, turn around. I don't know if that's more exhausting or it makes you feel better because you're not sat super still for hours on end. So I've always thought about that because I'm generally a very static person when I'm focused. I sit very still and just focus, but some of these players like to do a lot of movement.
A lot of top chess players, or all top chess players, I think, walk around when doing the game. It's a bit different because you're thinking about a move for 20 minutes, not 75 seconds. But, that activity. Also, taking on food mid-match.
Keep that energy up. ZLS, though, did just hit the copy minion, which I think was Philfield's shake of the head then of they got the thing.
He's just curved as well, ZLS. He has just sort of gone 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Or 3, 3, 4, 5.
This is looking good, though. The double Ultralisk Cavern going to help, and then there is also summon a copy for Philfield, so let's pretend this is how life works and say this is fair for the locations. Yeah, not too bad. Could also, I think, just use one of these caverns to proc if they wanted to, if any.
Yeah. We'd like to get an instinct to have a whole turn of 8/8s, I think, with the Dark Marrow later.
Yeah, that's true.
Philfield had a lot of support in chat last time around, right? And it is a streamer, very consistent streamer. And now I'm starting to see why Philfield was so popular, very expressive, fun to watch.
And ZLS, obviously, very popular, top of the head. Fun to watch.
ZLS is just very popular because, like I say, he's the saviour of America's region.
Because he's just good.
He's just good.
So he discovered the, Frost Strike. Try and discover something decent. Let's just racing to get all these pieces out, right? And start to build that starship up.
Yeah, he's got the moon and the X-Star next to each other in hand as well. Ready to go on turn 8, potentially. With a sneaky crystal on turn 5. Could just be enough stuff. Obviously, you're constantly terrified of the full clear that Warlock has available. But the layovers, but you know, what can you do?
Oh, there's the yaw. That's something. Not super late, but not on time either. Fashionably late.
Raven, if I was coming to your birthday party and I came 2 years late, would you think that was super late? Because that's what yours just done here.
Probably
Not that
not,
you'd invite me
because
to your
if
birthday
you came
party,
to the birthday party 2 years late, you'd still be technically showing up to my birthday, right?
Sure.
If it was exactly 2 years late.
Okay.
So I'd be
Cool.
okay
You
with
can
it.
invite me next year. See you in 2027.
Yeah, it's like when you tell someone who's always late to turn up at something and you tell them it starts an hour earlier than it does.
Yeah.
I'll
and
get-
then they hear about this and they're 2 hours late.
Yeah. I'll book a birthday party for 2 years' time and then invite you to my one this year.
Yeah. The pocket train strategy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Got boards like this just make me laugh with Hearthstone because the game's changed a lot. The board's full and there are currently 0 actual minions on
Yeah.
Philfield's side. If that, you know, obviously there's technically minions that are dormant, but you know what I mean, right?
But also, yeah, ZLS's board looks really threatening, but actually he can't spend any mana this turn because of it, and he's doing 10 damage, which is a lot, but it's also, you know, looking at this board, is it a lot really? Not really.
And the hand's full as
Kind of.
well, so you can't even really just commit to card draw instead, right?
Yeah. It's quite funny. She's 18 health versus 41, just sneakily here with this weird leechy stuff and chip damage. Weaving in spells.
Well, that can change pretty quickly, of course.
So many possibilities.
Oh yeah, I don't think Phil feels even necessarily under that much pressure. Like, he's still got that table flip if he really feels it. But Exodar and Blood Moon is going to make a mess of everything pretty soon. Which is what's stopping him from being able to do anything exciting with these locations. He's
Yeah.
got to save them for the layover to clear one of the many boards that's going to come out of these starships. It's just one consume, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, just going to line these up as you mentioned earlier. Basically back to
Yeah,
full
setting up the
health.
big swing turn.
Oh, and there's Wheel of Death.
Yeah, and this is interesting actually. If ZLS doesn't go for it this turn, which I think he does, Phil will have the opportunity to just go, here's a wheel.
Yeah.
Like, he's on 36, he's got time, he's got removal, he's got healing.
But also as well, the board's pretty full to
Yeah.
go for it, right? They
He can't actually make
really
space
go for
without
it,
course
yeah.
exploding himself.
Yeah, there's the Leech, there's now the 2/3. The 1/1 will summon as well. The Elise can't trade itself off. The location is still on 2 charges, so won't go down
Yeah.
anyway.
And the threats are minimal. Like, this is not a terrifying board to face down from Phil's side. Obviously, the Starship's always like a ticking time bomb, but I think Phil can just get the wheel out. Is his hand good enough? Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm too wheel happy.
The problem is though, what are the draws? Like, are the more draws gonna outweigh wheeling as early as possible? Because again, right, there is the 5/5, but still this board is arguably too full to really go off on for ZLS.
Yeah, what if you play the wheel and just let all these minions stay there forever?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Consume your own 5/5. Don't do that, but you know. Not causing conflict. Like, quite obviously and quite clearly, I just haven't got any idea whether you will or not here, but I want to. You got a starship, you've got one set of removal, you've got some 8/8s, you've got a bit of taunt. You haven't got any freeze. Yeah, cultivate your own 5/5 was something I liked because your opponent now has to blow their own border if they want to make any progress. We're saying that we can take 10 or 11 a turn and not care. The Caesars should come down a bit if you blow up your own board here. The Caesars goes down from 42 into sort of the high 20s straight away. By the end of the
Looks like
turn.
it is, yeah. Honestly, I really like the way Phil Fields sort of approached this. Set up pretty well and made these turns very awkward for ZLS.
I can see both hands. I'm going, I think this might be the right play, but I'm not sure. And Phil Field can't see both hands and has all the pressure in the world on his shoulders and is making that play. Now we set up our starship because nothing's happening. Or do we make 1,000,000 8/8s? No, we make 1,000,000 8/8s after the starship's launched, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think just holding them's nice. There's Curse Campaign, can make a copy now. And that's
Get through
about,
that.
what, 8,000 armor?
It is exactly 8,000, I think.
Yeah, got the
I've
Siphon
counted it
Sword
correctly.
for any spot removal.
And we talked about this earlier. Maybe me and Ada actually were talking about this earlier. Like, the onus is on the Death Knight to win the game, and you get these standoff situations.
Yeah.
Death Knight has slightly better aggressive tools, so it can win the games for sure. It doesn't always go this way. Yeah, you have to find a spot to spend 8 mana and destroy your deck and have a hand that can withstand that. But that is sort of the tiebreaker in these games where both of you got fairly good hands, you're both going expansive. Yeah, there's the first part of the trillion armor. So you have to
big
shoot
things can
here
happen.
because
We've seen these starships do things before, right? Like shuffle the bombs, for example. Yeah, this could be big.
yeah, he had to go for the shooting here because he has to do the damage again. Survival doesn't matter. And it's good luck, everybody.
Yep.
What we're gonna get?
Nope. Nope. Okay.
Oh dear. All right. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of stuff, but there's only a couple of turns left.
Oh. Gotta get rid of these. Yep. Make an 8/8 first. Yep, to get rid of the other one. Sure.
Siphon when the board's full. Nope.
Nice. Whoop. You 8/8 now?
Oh, going for the clear that. Well, going for just the ultra.
Delay over clear. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, as long as there's no repeat bomb shuffling, right? It should be fine for Phil Field here.
He's taking, what, 18? 15 from bombs is 23. What's he got, like 2 more turns? There's a ceaseless will be on 0. There's a lot of armor coming up next turn. So this is kind of... This needs to be a very, very good turn if it does. Doesn't have lethal, which it doesn't. And all ZLS's cards are defensive options, Raven, you know.
Yeah.
More yours, great. Here's 10 armor when I explode.
Yeah, it's not the best, is
Very
it?
hard to do a thing. Alright, what's the spell going to be? That one.
Yeah, there's just not a lot. Phil Feel reacting as if he's won the series and actually just evened it up, but he does stay alive in this match. So, genuinely, at least from what I've seen, I think Phil Feel has been playing really well and has been showing that what's the best way to the persistence, right? In these matchups and just being calm and just knowing the way to win games, whether it ends up working or not, you know, is why we play the game. But just having that approach of saying, yeah, I can just play the slow and steady game. I'll play these late game scenarios, obviously with these decks, and yeah, doing really, really well. And again, ZLS is by no means out of this. We are going to now just slowly move into a kind of Death Knight mirror, the fastest known game of Hearthstone. But still, I think the ability to play this well in these high pressure scenarios has been really impressive from Phil Feel.
No, I agree. I'm giggling because it's always going to be this in Game 5 of the last group of the first group of the day. There's another group after this, by the way.
Yeah, we're doing this again.
Gamer RBG, amongst others.
Yep.
So that's going to be a good time. But yeah, I agree with you entirely. Like, he's kept his cool. It started to look like things were going against him. The first series he played today that we saw was, you know, pretty rough for him. Then he drops down into this bracket and starts losing to some more pretty rough stuff. Just sees a moment, takes a moment out to take a breather, gets going again, keeps coming from behind, and is now in with what is effectively a 50-50. But I think there's quite a lot of skill expression in the DK matches. Well, a lot of the decisions don't look particularly influential, but if you get them right over and over again, you will do better than your opponents.
Well, do you want to hear something? I know you like stats, Lorinda. Do you want to hear?
I love some stats.
Do you want to hear something that's pretty?
I do.
Shocking. Just today in this group,
okay,
ZLS's Death Knight against Phil Feel is 0-5.
Oh, because they've already played, yeah.
Yeah, because ZLS lost versus Phil Feel earlier today in the first initial match and went 0-3 on the Death Knight, and now is 0-2 so far in this series, right? So
that's really shocking.
Yeah, that is. I wouldn't have guessed. You know, it's like literally 0-5 against one person in one group bracket with this specific deck, and it's Death Knight of all decks. But I guess
must
it also
be due a win.
Yeah, well, that's the way to look at it for sure if you're ZLS.
That's how stats work, right?
But I think that just shows one of those interesting things that's kind of always been the case with Hearthstone is if there's decks that you expect everyone to bring to a tournament, people are going to be prepared to face them, right? It sounds a bit silly to just say, but those are the decks. There's a reason, right? Everyone's bringing Death Knight, but it's barely being banned because people are just like, yeah, there's better bans, and I'm prepared to play against Death Knight. So we see, you know, can see these outcomes, which is, I think, if people, for example, just played ladder and didn't really think about tournament play or anything like that, they might be like, well, why is Death Knight being allowed to play? It's really good, or, you know, everyone's bringing it, it's really strong. But it's because these players are sort of set up and able to deal with it. Obviously, this might be a bit extreme, being 5-0 against it, against one specific person, but still, it just shows that it's not just all powerful, right?
And you can't ban everything. Like, these are all powerful decks. You can't just, like, do you really want to leave Rogue up all day? Some people say yes, some people say no. Do you really want to leave Druid up? That's a bit more specific on your lineup, to be fair. Yeah. Because Druid will be pretty good against certain lineups and pretty bad against others. But yeah, Death Knight, do you really want to play 30 minutes every game? Well, good luck if you do.
It's why when I used to compete many years ago, I'd just bring aggro lineups and be like, right, it's going to be over one way or the other, right? Either way, I'm gonna be have some time to spare normally anyway, at least the way I used to play. But anyway, we are getting to game number 5. It's been honestly quite the day for both of these players so far. And we're only in the first group, of course, but it's all coming down to this. The winner gets to move on to Sunday's single elimination. The loser is going to be done. And honestly, Lorinda, after the day these two have had, it's going to suck to lose.
It is going to suck to lose this Hearthstone game right now, yeah. So let's hope for a good, clean one. Whatever that means, I don't know.
I was going to say, it sounds like they're about to go outside and fight or something for the final game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll feel just dropping out the tempo pyromancer here and put on a little bit of pressure. DLS equipped with plenty of ship pieces, as well as Philfield, of course. There is that
this is a nice curve when you choose to play the Pyromancer, which, you know, again, Sottle's talked about this quite extensively earlier. Just stop your opponent getting their value by hitting them with numbers.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. So you're giving up a whole board clear later with this, but in return, you're hitting them with numbers.
And this is just like you said, just 2, 3, 4, and then your 5 being Ancient of Yore, your 4 being Xavius. Like, yeah, these are pretty nice. Like, if you're gonna curve, this is it.
I agree. Like, there is the option to just play the 4 or 5 next turn if you really want to.
Yeah.
Maybe you do. I mean, I always Ancient because I'm a coward, but yeah, numbers on board, that's what he's chosen to go for this game, right? And this is why he's, you know, head in hands thinking about it a little bit. Because this isn't your Commodore Garden turn 5 play.
Yeah, I like the value trade here.
Yeah, you can't just, well, you can, but it didn't seem relevant to throw everything to the wind. It didn't set up lethal, right? It was one-off, even with a hero power next turn.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, because there was no hero power last turn, right? So it would have needed to be that, I think.
I guess the Infested Breath gets there, actually, but yeah, even so.
Yeah, I think the problem is as well, what could the hand possibly be that ZLS doesn't have a way to either clear something or put a taunt up or gain armor or do this?
Anyway.
Yeah. And if they just end up passing their turn, you've probably won anyway, so who cares?
Yeah.
This could be over very fast though. Vampiric Blood gonna come down here for ZLS, gonna gain that extra health with the corpses, of course. But
you can see it, right? You can see the difference that Sottle was trying to highlight earlier, that ZLS isn't getting to do what he wants. He's desperately trying not to corpse explosion and stuff here, because he can't anyway. You just get a feel of how much damage is going in. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean the game will end here, because, you know, Death Knight, if it stabilizes, will quite often be fine. There's that Ziliax waiting in ZLS's hand. This doesn't have to get over the line.
And also,
but then Philfield can go with plan B.
Yeah, bear in mind, because of that Vampiric last turn, there's 1 corpse for ZLS. So that corpse explosion doesn't really exist for now, right? It doesn't really do anything right now.
Philfield's decided to go back to, you know, your regularly scheduled program, which is play some Yore, draw some cards. Of course, he is out of things that he would like to throw into the grinder now.
There is Guiding Infested, right? Like that is a thing that exists for that turn.
There is,
but I do agree. I think Yore is just correct at this point because there's enough pressure on the board. There was an option, but I agree, not the best option.
Okay.
It's going to be
Didn't
Starship.
get to chill in Exodar because of all the pressure again. I was just going to keep highlighting how this tempo has affected this game. Had to.
Oh, pretty nice outcome there. Able to get like a quick trade with the dragon, of course.
It's nice, but that's your ship. It's gone now. Your ship deck has had a little 12-11 ship and a couple of things.
What a world we live in. Yeah, a little 12-11.
Yeah, baby ship.
Yeah. It's just a little little fighter jet. No star carrier. Well, Pyro player getting locked in here to just fully wipe all of these dangerous threats. Oh, well, okay. All being a very loosey-goosey term right now, but you know what I mean. Time to just drop
Right, let's see what happens now, because obviously, for the time being, the tables have turned. So yeah, this is all the tempo and the cards and the stuff on board, but not the health total. They're not nice numbers, are they?
My rule is eternal.
Okay. It is funny actually talking about the little 12-11 and yeah, the little 8-7 over now. People just don't panic, do they? There's an 8-7 and a 4-5. Remember Hearthstone from a few years ago? Like, oh my goodness, Savannah Jaime.
Yeah, this is a like this looks like it's going so well for Feel, but
No.
yeah, this might have slipped very quickly. It's got his own ship, right? So
He can roll his own
Yeah.
good nonsense spaceship, yeah. He's gonna have to.
you want to take the card draw first from Infestation. Is it time to ship? Or is it wait? Because now there's Orbital Moon as well.
I guess you can wait. He's choosing to wait. Have some more cards. Alright. That was a good pickup. Loads and loads of AoE. There's many liters, Raven. I can't go.
There is.
Okay. Go for ship number 2. If it even matters. Right, see how this looks this turn. There's a little emergency going on, but I guess Ziliax into your opponent's Ziliax is a pretty good way to resolve emergencies in modern Hearthstones.
Yeah, a lot of this is just I'm almost just staring at the 8-7 and just be like, so when is this game dealt with? When are we opening that box? You know, like, is that a future Phil problem? You know, is that for future Phil here? Like,
Future Phil problem. I think it might be.
that's how I think of a lot of my problems. It's like, future Raven will deal with it.
What do you think of past Raven? He sounds like a bit of an idiot.
Sometimes he's
Current
great,
Raven's great.
right?
Yeah?
When past Raven buys food and I forget I've got it, and then I open the fridge and it's there, I'm pretty
Oh
happy.
yeah. Past Raven gets in the cheese and the ketchup.
Exactly.
Yeah, past Raven knows what it's about.
You know, when you think you run out of some coffee and then you open the fridge and there's actually like 3 or 4 left over, you're like, oh yeah, I thought ahead with this.
Good job.
ZLS could just rip the corpse explosion.
Yeah, he's got
Just to
pyro
clear
poison as well,
everything
right?
and pile on the pressure, right? But instead, we leech.
This is why me and you are not as good as ZLS and Phil feel, right? Both of us by now would have lost patience at some point and tried to clear this board up, so it's a board you could
100%.
understand.
I mean, you
And
heard me
they're just-
earlier. I was talking about brawling a board of like 2/2/2s or something just to play a card.
Good
Like,
point. Was that today? Yeah, I think it was.
yeah. Hang on, let me check the time. Yes, still technically today. Yeah, we're good.
But yeah,
We might sneak into our tomorrow for this broadcast.
might do. It's possible.
Yeah.
They are getting so much value from the leechers, both of them. They're being really, careful not to waste stuff. But the 8-9 is now an 8-1, or the 8-7 is now an 8-1, so might be time. Time to hit your Amelia. Clear up all these 2 health things.
There are just
Yeah.
I was gonna say there are also leeches that could be played. Oh no, going with the ghoul instead. I'm gonna trade in.
Yeah. Find out what happens, see what sort of mess you're in.
Okay. Go again.
Go, you've got to go.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, you're in now, aren't you? You just commit. It's either,
Oh, you've got to do it at some point, and you've got a lot
it's either
more
that or not
stuff
trading
out
on
there.
Melia, right? Oh, okay. Well, that's a huge W,
Survive.
yeah. That is such a big deal.
Yep. You take your time to put a lot of the 4/5s in there before trading, like over the last 3 or 4 turns, because he took his time rather than panicking. And now he's looking in a good spot again. Yeah, this ship's probably reasonably sized, but it should be a fairly baby ship, having the first ship being launched so early, going back to the start of this game, where we've got a long way since the start of this game, but Phil put all that early pressure on. ZS had to launch early, so this ship should be smaller than Phil feels by some margin, you would think. Aha! Here we are. Pieces, please.
What's that? Pizza, please? Is that an order?
Pizza's always in order.
This is a choice. Serve another or die alone.
Okay. That tells ZLS quite a lot about what he's facing now, and he's not going to like it.
Yeah, like, oh, I have good cards in hand for Phil Feel, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're choosing to play that, it means you've got the key cards, or at least enough key cards out of the deck to say, yep, I'll turn my deck into a demon portal and work with what I've got from there. But also, I really like this ordering because it was as safe as you're ever going to get him down, right? So get it down now, you're completely safe. Then you can start doing Exodar, the Exodar Ceaseless Expanse type things if you need to.
The card draw is always important going into this as well. You're getting rid of garbage cards. You want to start immediately picking up those demons. So, getting down the Ancient, doing it while the Ancient of yours in play is nice. But yeah, with the Exodar, with the Ceaseless, with the double corpse explosion, it's all there. And ZLS doesn't even have it. Okay. Just to see how he plays from here. 9 mana for that. Ooh.
Yeah, that's either really good or really bad, I find. Because it does have lifesteal and rush, right? Or am I thinking of the wrong demon?
Yes, it has lifesteal.
It does, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because, like, again, against certain matchups, that's really good. Yeah, not necessarily in this one.
Hoppy though. Just an assortment of bodies on the board.
Little time.
Okay. So making the board with like minimal resources here.
Yeah, not really overcommitting, just throwing the meat shields out initially. No, Melee is going to be able to do a pretty good job of dealing with this.
I remember this place well.
Right. So this is some way of getting your value back if you can spare the turn.
I am low on cards.
Taking a big 10, but can you spare the turn? I'm not so sure.
This is still pretty decent. Again, just sort of throwing these out, buying the time.
Yep, waiting for this extra.
And weirdly, the longer this goes on without Kill Jaden from ZLS, the more Phil feels feeling okay about it, right? Because he's just keeping X amount of turns ahead at that point with that stat difference.
I mean, weird, funky stuff can definitely happen with Kill Jade when you're 2 or 3 turns behind and think you're done and you can just get better draws. But
What you get is a huge impact, but you know it can be offset by just being very ahead on stats, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And also just keeping this 9/6 on board, that's a pretty nice amount of damage to be able to just chunk into that armor.
Oh. See that little spaceship earlier? These demons are going to be so much bigger than it soon.
Did Phil?
Don't feel this.
It looked like Phil thought that was a mistake and he was hovering
Yeah.
Exodar, but I don't think you summon the ship if you're playing more minions, right? So I don't
think so.
I don't think it was a mistake. In terms, at least you wouldn't play a minion at all, right? If you wanted to Exodar
It's
the ship.
consistent. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's consistent with what he seemed to be trying to do. Oh, yeah. You've got to tell me when you want to play this vampiric, by the way. Like, when you want to draw 2 really chunky, big buff demons, but when do you want to do that?
Yeah. Also mana, right?
So yeah.
And there's a world where you need the corpses. That's a less likelihood because there's always stuff that's going to be dying.
No, true.
But there's also minions that are going to get really big soon. So
Both trying to just goad the other one into using a corpse explosion. And Phil feels winning that race, right?
yes.
Like, here comes a Ceaseless for ZLS because
That's
he's
a
the
big
one
deal.
facing down the wall of stuff.
First ceaseless is so
Phil feels-
huge because then you just do it in response, right?
Yeah.
Well, this can also
If you
get a
have
little
to.
bit silly as well, right? Discover.
Oh,
For example.
Shadrasil.
One cost Shaladrisil, quite good. Not a bad card.
Get Ceaseless back to your hand if.
I think it's time
Okay.
to rip now. The board's empty, right? Exodar's not really getting any
Sure.
better. I'd probably ceaseless though.
Would you if you didn't know about the Shaladrisil, though?
Well, maybe not. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I've got caster vision at this point, and I'm stuck in it. You know. The pressure is starting to show now on both players, though. I'm not surprised. They've been here for a long time. It's 2-all in an eliminator match.
Yeah. What are we on actually? Hang on a minute. Let me do some
You don't want to know.
quick maths. But like I said, both these players have had a heck of a day of Hearthstone,
They have.
and they've played what three matches, three
Yeah.
three matches. Right?
Dungar. Bombot. Turtle. Cool.
Yeah, and I think this match is so far 1.5 hours deep. Just this match.
Sweet.
Okay.
Bomb is just getting shuffled into a portal. It's
Oblivion.
amusing to me for some reason.
Okay, well, some damage push there from the dragon, of course. The board has been built by Philfield.
Can't play Shaladrasil for the dream card to get it back into hand because it's just going to... There's not enough hand space, right? So it'll always get corrupted cards, which you don't want if you want to get it back in your hand. Because you'll just shuffle it into the deck, which will never be seen again. Another removal card drawn out. Here I feel okay, cost him his starship to do it, but just get the feeling that slowly but surely ZLS is just getting behind. Still has the X-Star left though.
It's animation time in doing nothing to speed up the length of this match.
It's taking a while.
Okay, Philfield though, already happy to just start prepping the next spaceship.
Yeah.
Does have that again, the copying minion. Been pretty good with this location, honestly. It's generally can be difficult to just have a location sat there doing nothing turn after turn after turn, but by holding it and not being being a little bit patient, being able to get even more of these starship pieces off to then sort of rebuild another big threat, which could be the difference between winning and losing here.
Yes, every turn now, isn't it? He's getting something major in terms of the board. Okay. Starship number 2 for ZLS. Just a little 1822.
We'll start stacking the armor now. There's the Reborn with the Orbital Moon, and there's a 10-10 copy as well. Right, this is not the one-drop location.
103 plays 112.
Went for Plague, okay. Gonna drop it this turn. Oh no, fair enough.
Huh? Oh, we've only got 38 corpses to play with, Raven. No, it's this time of day. Death rattle o'clock, we call it. Robot. Okay. 1 dodged. 2 dodged. Whew. 113 armor for ZLS, but he's out of stuff now, I think. He's going to have to rely on his Kill Jaden things if he's going to get there. And still 2 removals on either side. Phil with the Ceaseless and the Corpse Explosion, and ZLS with the Corpse Explosion and the Pyro Poison. But Phil's demons are like 3 turns ahead, right?
Yes, 3 or 4.
2 or 3.
I think 3.
Oh, you think maybe 4? Okay.
Yeah, the big deal here is it's sort of like, yeah, Ceaseless on one side. Well, there's more clears on one side, but there is Shaladrasil as well, which could, create some shenanigans, right?
It sure could, yeah. Very X-Factory card, and of course another card still to come as well from that location. I hear some stuff.
Yeah, this is the benefit, or ZLS taking advantage of Philfield just playing like one big thing and that's it. It's like, well, okay, I'll play 4 big things, and then you have to probably do a clear or do something to be able to deal with them.
It's only like 30 attack. He's got 112 health. It's fine.
True.
So ludicrous. Oh yeah, deal 2, discover a minion. What a card.
2 portals. Get +4/+4 a turn, right? No?
Draw a card of your opponent's
Imagine
Weasley
that.
portal deck.
Yeah, imagine that. You could just make bigger portal if you just play another kill.
I'll double it up.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be
Get
so
+4/+4.
sick. Yeah.
Power portal. The old question, trade or face, when you've got a 14-13 into your opponent's 10-9, but they have 161 health.
Battle chestnut oak.
Hate that situation.
We've all been there.
Yeah. So you're gonna get rid of this to stop this. Yeah, 6 something.
Yeah, honestly,
Leech.
this is a part of the game where you just press buttons.
My brain struggles so hard with this though, so you can probably tell from listening to me waffle about it. Like, which part of all that means the leech's value? But it does a point every turn. Your opponent's got to deal with it, or you gain your health. Oh,
This works,
Evan.
right?
yeah. If there's things in there, which there should be.
Oh well. Brilliant, an 18-2. Can summon a copy of it though. If
And some armor.
even more armor, yeah.
Okay. It's 8-6 and 18-2 and 8 armor. I feel for the players here, right? This is all on the line. And
I don't. They've signed up for this.
oh, you think yeah, okay, sure.
You bring Death Knight, this is what you get.
Yeah, okay. Fine. Cool up to Sladrisil. Make some little 14-12 dragons.
This is nice though, it is like making the most out of the trade. Does have the location, of course, to get the second Moag.
Oh, it only
Right.
does 8 shots, right? Not 6 shots, not 22.
Should be 22.
That sounded so facetious, Raven. Should be 22. They deserve it.
Yeah, I think the players do deserve it. Everything should start doubling now. That's that's what would be funny. If like the portal's like, okay, after a while, we're just gonna start doubling the numbers.
This is a bit of a miss. Anything costing 7 is not ideal for him.
Ceaseless
Oh,
time.
really?
I mean, there's not much else to do, right?
You could take 30 or 40.
Okay, gonna re-roll.
Just wants to re-roll, but they'll be small, right? Oh, no, they keep their stats.
Yeah. You know what?
We've got
Observer
7 mana
Mysteries?
Observer Mysteries. 7 mana 22-23. Fine.
Yeah, take it.
No, good play them.
But depending on what the next draws are, this is the problem, right? Because if you can only play one thing per turn, that's normally how you lose these mirrors, I think, at least at this point.
I think you're right.
Because your low costs are as big as your big ones anyway at this point, right? So the problem now is if this is a 4-drop or more that's drawn for Philfield, this could be problematic. And it's a 5-drop.
And they are both taking the draw cards for your opponent's deck and all that sort of stuff to try and keep the amount of stuff as high as possible.
Yeah.
Here we go. It doesn't die. It's only a 1917. It doesn't just die. Wake up.
Probably gonna go for the double trade here, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got their 14-12 covered with your 19-17 make a spaceship. It's fine. But yeah, Philfield out of draw. ZLS, bunch of stuff. Does have a clear. Philfield has a clear. ZLS has 2 clears, right? Technically.
2? Oh, with yeah. Sorry, corpse explosion
Pyro
and then the
poison
pyro
and the
poison.
Corpse
yeah.
explosion on 34 should still clear.
Yeah.
It's getting a bit sketchy. The only 34 health, but you know.
Again, let's see if there's 2 playable there. Okay. There are 2 cards that can be played.
I really want to drop this Observer Mysteries right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
and then just play the other card immediately and not even look at the secrets and let's work it out.
Yeah, because they drew exactly a 3-drop, you want to get the expensive ones out, right?
Yeah.
Ice
Ice
barrier,
barrier and
explosive trap.
yeah.
Explosive
And
trap
you'll do it on you.
probably not going to do enough damage to make too much of an impact here.
I think what you wouldn't want to be up against here, actually. You can't trade because you don't want to give the 3/6 freeze. You probably don't care about that. Actually, it's probably fine. You don't really want to get freezing trapped, but you can't just sit and do nothing. The secrets seem to have been outscaled.
Just a touch.
Just a touch.
My blades will
Alright.
sing.
Just a 6 damage from
So,
Shooty
so
Priestess.
is ZLS kind of just leveraging the fact that it's got so much more health? That it's just, well, you have to trade into me, so trade.
I think he's just, honestly, slowly but surely sort of crept in front because of better draws, but I don't think that's going to last because the size of these Field monsters is just that little bit big enough that he can sometimes just get a value trade.
Yeah.
Like 22-15 hitting into your opponent's 6-8 type value trade, or even into their 14-8, you know?
The problem is the 2 clears might be the big problem here, right? Because, like, ZLS
Yes.
can clear it arguably twice, and there's only one
Absolutely, yeah.
corpse explosion, like we discussed earlier, of course. So
Yep.
that's probably going to be the tipping point, but as it is, you know, let's just be honest, as is the case with the point of the mirror at this stage of the game, both players just need good demon draws, and sometimes you draw bad demons and you lose because of it. So definitely something that can happen. Another huge one
But also-
coming down here from Philfield, though.
Corpse Explosion costs 5. There might end up being a turn where ZLS has to clear. He's found a 5 there. Where he has to clear and doesn't get to play a minion alongside it, and Philfield just reloads with a 30-30. So it might come down to that. And as you see here, look, he has to put that trade in there to make sure that there isn't a value trade into his 22-25. This is massive, though.
Yeah, that's a lot. Sometimes you get the good demons, sometimes you get the bad ones. But yeah, kind of going back to what I mentioned earlier, in certain scenarios, this having the rush, and, you know, lifesteal not relevant right now, but the rush is huge. Like, any demons you draw with positive effects, as well as obviously the massive stats now, is really big. Because the second your opponent doesn't draw one of those, you are naturally going to be ahead.
All right, it's equalised now on removals. There is still this starship which has some stuff in it as well.
Yeah, I don't know if this stuff's
Like that was the
relevant
Exodar
anymore.
reload shit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a taunt and some armor. We're both playing 1 minion a turn. If that gets you, you get a 5-drop, you launch your ship just because. Maybe it gets you a little bit of tempo because of it.
Wait a
But for
minute.
now, yeah, you just.
Wait a minute.
Oh my goodness!
The Lord. They are normal stats, but they are
They are
still
normal.
minions, right? Like, that is the more than one thing a turn. Like, wide board is important now, right? Because this, I mean, it might not pull out any kind of removal, but these minions aren't small. Obviously, they're small in relation to hitting for 22 or 33, but, you know, 2/7 attack, 2/5 attack, that's already a very relevant amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you can trade your 33-33 into their 22-22 and still push 19 plus 5, which is 24. Sure. Or you get to trade them all away into one thing here, but yeah, it's extra minions worth of stuff. What have we got here? Oh.
Yeah, and it benefits Philfield now to just value trade as much as possible.
I think so.
And just, like, leave that 22 up and send everything else to face, right? Oh, well, yeah, trade
Yeah, I
one
think
away
so.
so you can play another big demon, right? Wait, was that?
It's fine. It's all okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
fully trading, okay. I think
all
I would
good.
have just left
It's all
that
good.
up.
I was thinking that at first, but actually, if he pushes 22 and then clears and plays a demon, you might actually start having a little problem you can't deal with. And you don't want to use that last corpse explosion.
Yeah, I guess this ends the turn with the most stats.
This is a lot of stuff.
The only concern is if this is cleared, there's now not multiple demons to be able to be played. Whereas these two could have been your refill if there was a clear.
On the other side of it, if this is all cleared, you are ahead in the clearance stakes with one in your hand and they haven't got any. Plus, they only have 23 corpses, Raven. How do you clear the 29-34? You have to do the thing. It still works. Sure. Ignore me. I'm crazy. I'm losing it. We must be slowly approaching turn time. We can probably work out how many Kill Jaden turns there's been from the size of things.
True.
But yeah. There's some way to go yet, I think. Urak. You don't get to draw it though, do you? It just appears. You do get to draw it, sorry. Yeah.
I think we're on about 40,
It draws cards.
45 minutes, maybe 50 minutes for this game.
Really?
Roughly. This is just a rough,
For some reason I thought it was a Stitch and Sew draw, but yeah, this Firak's massive because Firak draws so many cards.
Yeah. And with no drawbacks, right? You're not going to hit fatigues, draws, or anything like that now.
The only drawback being if your opponent has like a 33-33 or something in the board and it doesn't kill it and you get hit for 33, but yeah.
Yeah. So the usual
probably
drawback
don't
of this
care.
point in the game. The drawback is if your opponent has a big minion.
And we mean big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I say big, I mean big. Okay, so we do have this ship down now. Okay. I'm just gonna keep saying okay.
Robot.
Okay.
8-7. Robot. 12-7 spawn first. So does it attack in first at the end of the turn? Let's find out.
I think it should be in order, yeah.
Take 10. Boom.
You're not bad at all.
Robot. Only one robot will spawn a robot then.
Well, you know what they say. If you can't beat them, fire rack them.
Yeah. Right, that's gone.
Yeah, that ship's dealt with.
Fire back into the 8-7. Who knows what might... any Raven. Just...
We're about to find out.
We're finding out.
Oh, well, there's card draw.
29-31. Yeah, that's nice. All these numbers suddenly seem so small. When Rogue does this on turn 5, it feels so much more impactful somehow.
Yeah.
Another
More
card and another card.
Okay. Playable
One mana
card.
27-27.
Playable card. Big deal, because there shouldn't have been any playable cards this turn, right?
Yep.
Realistically,
Absolutely.
let's say, obviously there are a few one-drop demons, don't get me wrong, but realistically, you're not expecting to play anything else alongside this fire egg. Small dot.
Very large! Oh!
Wait,
Krog, surely. Or do we want a Thanos for more cards? I don't know. Double Thanos, actually, for 2 more cards.
Ooh, double Thanos is tempting. Or what about AFK?
+2/+2 and elusive.
Yeah, and then just, what if you just never attack?
Like, surely the Krog dies, right? So you want the 2 cards from the Thanos?
Yeah, I think drawing twice is powerful, especially because you've just seen your opponent draw many cards. You need... They will just outpace you, right? Well, depending on what the cards are, but quite likely they'll be able to outpace you now. So yeah, I think taking the double draw
like
is
this.
big. However... Oh, okay.
He knows it's a fire thing, so...
Yeah,
Yeah.
true. Yeah, no, you're right. I didn't know whether there wanted to be a trade-in first, but yeah, I did forget about the explosive trap,
Hello?
I'll be honest.
And now he's got 34-36.
No, he's got 2 34-36.
No, he's got a 34-36 and a 34-1.
Oh, it's immortal if it doesn't take damage.
There. Oh,
Okay.
that's disappointing.
Well, now might be the time for the old pyro.
Yeah.
Today might be the day.
Do you do the magnets and just get rid of one of the 34 36s? Told you to 34-1. You get to insert 27 if you want. This is so ludicrous. We're chilling. We're chilling. You were saying earlier about leveraging the life total. That's what he's doing. Wait, surely you can't. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just not. Yeah.
Is he trying to make it so that if Phil wants to swing in for a million, he will die on the V-swing? I think that's what he's trying to work out. So I go face here. Phil can't
I just didn't.
just swing face.
Couldn't this turn have just been clear and do this? I don't know.
But now he's still got the clear in his hand, and he's threatening lethal. I think is the point. So he's trying to make Phil make the clear first. And he's got to push 27. It isn't a lot, but you know.
Death calls.
He's forced Phil not to be able to do this. Phil would love to do this, whatever it is to face. Ah, he's going to explode
Yeah.
and
it's like
play
he's
the
locking it in.
hostile invader. Okay. But he has 85 corpses, Raven, which means he can do 85 damage if needed. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, luckily, it's not needed yet.
But now ZLS has got the poison breath for 0 onto the pyromancer and play a thing.
Yeah, that was my only concern. Is it's play a thing, right, as opposed
Sure.
to multiple. But yeah, this is still fine, right? Getting rid of the AoE, knowing that your opponent's now effectively out of AoE unless there's some demon shenanigans, is definitely a big deal, 100%.
Just crossing fingers, but yeah.
Like if ZLS had like a flame imp there or something, like, oh, we'd be in business. Because now they don't even really
Oh,
need
35 is one less than 36, and the hero power can do one, so you know, that's a thing.
Just gonna play this out. Switcheroo the demons. Kill Jade. Oh, not the best.
I've just played Amalgam, threatens lethal.
Yeah, I mean, it does.
After all this, a 3 to Amalgam delivers the lethal blow. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, to be fair, there's hero power as well,
Oh!
right? But yeah.
Yeah. Look, just let me have my fun,
Okay.
okay?
I'm flying.
Alright, get taunted.
Taunt's a little bit annoying when your opponent's way ahead than you on stats and you just used your
Yeah.
plague.
That said rush, I'm not surely. I know what it is, but I'm sure it said rush.
I think it's called a Demon Rushman.
Oh, it is. And it reduces the cost of another thing when it dies, right? Or is that when it's played? It's the cliff dive.
Yeah,
die,
random
isn't it?
minion in your hand by 6. Yeah, it has rush.
Which means he gets to play Mega Kill Jaden. Is that it?
Oh, and there you
That's
go.
Phil
Not going to be
feels
enough.
through, Raven. What a comeback and what a grind all at once. Oh, twice he looked like he was down and out in this series, and he is delighted. Raven, what have we just watched?
Ask me again tomorrow, which will be in just a couple of hours at this point. But yeah, really crazy match, honestly. And again, I said this a little bit earlier, but Phil Field's ability to just keep on just jamming, even in these tough matchups that look like they're lost, or just say, well, it'll be over when my portrait explodes, right? And until that happens, we'll still play. It's been really impressive, and as I mentioned, I'm sort of joking about for us that how long the match lasts, but for these players, it's a high stress scenario, high stress game, and this series, what was it, like, moving towards 2 hours, just off the top of my head as a guess, maybe, at least moving in that direction, and it's a lot of time.
I live here now.
Yeah, we just exist. It's a lot of time to stay focused for when there's such a big opportunity on the line, right? Because the winner of this now, well, Phil Field now, is moving on to the top 8 on Sunday, where he's just game away from a World Championship invite, effectively. Whereas, if you lose, you're done, and unfortunately for ZLS that is the case. I think both players played really well and managed to just deal with a very, very long and stressful series. So again, huge congratulations to Phil Field for making it out of Group A in a quite a memorable fashion. But for now, we are going to go to a quick break while we set up Group B, because guess what, we're doing that all over again. Make sure to stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. Congratulations to you if you sat and watched that entire marathon series that we just dealt with. It's been a long, long time since we've had a broadcast game of Hearthstone where actually turn timer was a legitimate concern that people were thinking about. Like, genuinely, we were starting to count turn timer, which is fantastic. It's a thing that we haven't seen for a long time. But yes, we are back with Group B. We have resolved Group A, which means we are about halfway through our day, and now we are stepping on to Group B. My name is Subtle, joined by Edelweiss. How's your day been so far?
Well, I thought I was going to be back on much sooner, and then that match happened. But yeah, going all right. I think, Death Knight is in this spot where like it is basically never the deck that people are going to ban, and yet so many of the lineups have it, and so we're likely going to see a lot of mirrors, although people might be trying to kind of line it up so that maybe they don't hit a mirror, right? If maybe you just sort of hold off on it until it's your last deck, but of course, if you're going to a game 5, that's where you're going to end up.
And you can see how far our progress has got on Group B. Same deal as Group A. Opening games have been played off stream, but we should see every single player throughout the group. And we are joining things in our winners game between Tanoku and Gamer RVG. Is it your pick that Tanoku and Raven has Chonsu? Is that the right way around?
That is correct, yes.
Well, then this seems like a good opportunity for you to tell us why you think Tanoku is going to take down this whole tournament.
So I always, particularly an event like this when many of the lineups are quite similar in terms of class selection and in large respect deck selection as well, I like to look for who has a little bit of a different lineup, and for me, just Tanoku had that little bit of variation in his lineup. I initially was gonna pick Pocket, but I was like, yeah, but all of us are gonna pick Pocket because he's our friend. We casted playoffs with him, and I do like Pocket's Hunter, but Tanoku is also just sort of a, I think, reliable player that again we haven't seen in a while, and is coming back. So maybe it's a little bit of nostalgia. I don't know.
And this is a foolish thing to say going into a Gamer RVG series, and we must, of course, all beware hubris, but it's a faster lineup than most people have in this tournament as well from Tanoku. Mech Warrior, of course, we've seen how explosive that can be early. Fire-Act Rogue, we've also seen a very good example of how explosive that can be early. Quest Warlock can certainly get things going. And then even Nebula Shaman, which is a deck packed full of 5+ mana cost cards, still tries to explode and win games with big boards pushing damage early on. So it's one of the more aggressive lineups that we have in the tournament. I was interested just listening to Lorinda talk about how there wasn't really an aggro lineup available for the tournament that made any sense. Is that a perspective that you agree with in the current meta?
Yeah, I largely would agree with that, and I think it hinges on the fact that, the Death Knight still has Corpse Explosion, and most of them also have Pyro Poison, so, and you're not going to make a lot of headway there. Maybe you're banning it, but, so if you're having to ban Death Knight, that leaves you up against Fire-Act Rogue, which is fairly even into most stuff. It is hard to find an aggro deck that will reliably sort of get their win rate down sort of where you want to build a polarized lineup around, right? Like into the 30s or something. And similarly with the way this Druid is built, there's just a lot of defensive tools available to everyone. And in the case of the Rogue, mana cheat, right? That you can still just get Zilliaxed on turn 6, or your Druid opponent can just like gain all their armor into kill you, and so it just becomes difficult to feel like you can rely on an aggro lineup in that environment.
Yeah, I think that's very well explained. It's an excellent perspective, but we have progressed. The series has begun. I would say there's no time to waste. I get the impression there will be quite a lot of time to waste during this particular series. Gamer RVG, if you did not know, is a bit of a modern life coach, a bit of a modern Yarla, depending on who your slow player de jour of whichever era you've watched the most competitive Hearthstone from. Well known for taking his time over the course of turns. But there has not been a lot to take time over in the opening turns of this one. Both players just passing it out until Tanoku hitting the Robo-Caller on turn 3. Not a universal inclusion in Fire-Act Rogue. Are you a fan of the Robo-Caller at all?
Not generally myself, but I do understand why. I almost think a lot of times you're sort of hoping to get like 2 cards off it, not necessarily the full 3. But the rogue can, when you miss on Fire Rack, it can feel very awkward, right? Like you see that hand without the robo-collar, and you're just sort of like praying for some draw. These are not so much the minions that you care about gifts, although double Battlecry Observer is not terrible. So I think it's a bit of a fail-safe, right? The robo-collar, just to make sure that you don't end up with those sort of clunky, heavy hands with your Ashamain, with your Narrowlex, and then, nothing to do in the mid-game.
It does seem like nothing to do in the mid-game is going to be the spot for Tanoku, from what we're seeing so far.
I guess. I mean, they're not the most impressive things, right? Obviously, he'd love to see a Sandbox Scoundrel, but just being able to tide things over a little bit with that double Battlecry Observer, with the creature, right? Getting another 3. There's at least like some stuff to do here.
There is. The problem is the board hasn't been built already, and even like you mentioned Scoundrel, which is of course the linchpin of everything, but even if you could just go Scoundrel and that Observer on the following turn, the problem is 4 temporary secrets is lovely, but Gamer RVG could, in that position, if he wanted to, just press end turn and not deal with the secrets at all, because there's no real significant pressure. Oh, hello. Well, never mind. Ignore everything I said. This hand's amazing.
Which was the player who just acted like they were going to draw the best card in their deck every turn, right?
Oh, Blood Trail? Is it Blood Trail? I can't remember.
Certainly that's how that turn 5 panned out, and much better when you're defending this board with those secrets. And I mean, we may even see sort of a trying to clear out the hand for a quick Ashamain, although I suppose this isn't sort of the best matchup for Ashamain. Would be funny to hit all the Starship pieces before game early.
Yeah.
Which is sort of information that Tansoku would have, right? Starship DK, if you've got the pieces early, you drop them, and he hasn't seen any of them, so he can expect that, for the most part, they're not there.
Okay, no reaction from the initial secrets. Let's see if we can actually take a look at what they were before they disappeared. Ah, they've gone. Okay. Counterspell, explosive, freezing. Yeah, so it didn't really end up doing anything. But still, gets a 2-2 in play. Gamer RVG just continues with his regular turn.
Yeah, random secrets are, kind of the most frustrating, because as the opponent, it's sort of like, either you, play around nothing and just say, hope they didn't roll it, or you have to sort of meticulously go through, okay, what can I sort of risk hitting, what can I not risk hitting, and yeah, sometimes you're forced to ignore them and can't do anything about it. That's
Excuse me? Step,
nice pickup.
He hit Step Isera off that? Are you kidding me? What do you mean? I guess that order didn't matter, I think, but if Tansoku's head feels that's the safest way to do it, then that's fine. Yep, and there you go. So yeah, specifically needed a Shadow Step and one of the big dragons off the 3 card draws from the dubious purchase to make that play happen. I was about to call out the fact I thought it was interesting that he was going for the mini Scoundrel instead of just going Collector Doobie, clearly trying to leave himself mana open to be able to hit things and do things this turn. But I don't think in your wildest dreams you necessarily expect that outcome. That was the dream draw from the dubious purchase.
And does set up very nicely now for Ashamain if he wants to, right? There's not really going to be a better opportunity for Ashamain.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
right? Firac would likely have filled up the hand again, so in that sense, kind of even the better of the two dragons to hit in this moment.
Yeah, for sure.
What are your thoughts on Nightmare Fuel in these rogues?
I don't mind it. There's like 2 or 3 tech card slots, right? And I like Nightmare Fuel a little bit more than I like Robocooler, I think, in terms of the cards that are competing for those spots. But it is the kind of deck where like 22 to 24 cards everyone is like super stoked on and just agrees that they do awesome things, and then you're just trying to fill out the rest of the cards with just good enough cards that do a job. And even like Observer of Mysteries kind of falls into that equation a little bit, right, where it's a good enough card sometimes it feels terrible. But Nightmare Fuel is, I don't play it in the Fyrak Rogue list I play most often, but it is one of the floating cards that I've gone back to trying the most, if that makes sense. Like it's very high on my substitute list in terms of what I bring into the deck.
Sure. Well, there we go. Okay, and now you can Nightmare Fuel to try and hit the Spellburst one.
Yes. That sounds like an excellent idea. With Reborn, if at all possible.
Okay, or a
Okay,
charged
I mean, Crystal,
Spire.
2/2 copy Crystal. Yep, that sounds fine too.
Yeah, and that might just be, I mean, Exodar for pieces into Exodar for
Damage.
damage. This is
Why is every Death Knight game today just deeply moronic? Like, all of them have been like this. Oh, 1 card late. If only you knew how doomed you were.
And this is the thing, right? Ashamain typically not the best in this matchup because the Death Knight is looking for those starships early, which means they're not in the deck by the time you play the Ashamain. Gamer RBG did not have one of those draws, and yeah, now is gonna find himself in the position of having to defend against large starships.
It's very similar to the Control Warrior, Quest Warrior matchup, right? Where sometimes you just get a handful of Starship pieces from the Ashamain. Sometimes you get like Ziliax plus Dr. Boom package or something like that. But most of the time, you just get a handful of garbage removal that you don't want because it blows up your own board most of the time. Yeah, this is very much one of those scenarios.
Interesting. Just gaining 5, no draw. Off the Vampiric Blood there. Yeah, well.
Let's play some Starship pieces,
up.
I guess.
Are there any undead to give poison? I don't think there are. So that will be just a dead card in hand.
I have definitely... No, it wasn't a game I played. I think it might have been a game on Lorinda's stream where Lorinda had a Poison Breath in hand for like 10 turns and then did manage at some point to get an undead to use it on. But I can't remember how that happened.
I mean, I suppose with the Soulbound Spire hit, there's the ability to have a 10-drop.
Oh, that might
rolled,
have been it, actually, yeah.
But yeah, without the spell burst and with it being just one Soulbound Spire, you only get one roll. But Arcanite is the biggest minion, or the biggest starship piece, right? If you're just trying to build up for a damage Exodar. Which, I mean, Gamer's having to just do his best with no information of what else has been hit, and could very easily just stumble into getting laser beamed.
Is it 16 or 20 currently? 4 or 5 crystals? I remember. Oh no, was there a spire as well? Was one of the pieces a spire, or have they all been crystal?
One is a soulbound spire,
Okay.
and then
okay.
I think something like 4 crystals.
Yeah, 4 crystals, 1 spire. Then I think. Yeah.
But I mean, this is interesting. Tansoku, if it's not lethal, Tansoku could just, try and make some hand space here for pieces. Now he's got a lease if he manages to hit. Oh, is this it?
Fan of Knives.
That clears so that all the lasers hit face. Mm-hmm. That may be enough.
Did we?
With the
did we
weapons win.
miscount? I make it 18.
Exact lethal.
Oh, well, yeah, the 3 from the weapon. I wasn't counting the weapon. Damn.
Little does gamer know. I just had to laugh at it.
Yeah.
Little does he know. There was another one.
You lack critical information. You are twice as dead as you think you are. That's not even the end of it. It's a get up and leave, and he only has half the information about how unlucky he got in that game. Like, that is a brutal game 1. Just Rogue doing Rogue things, There's a lot of historical precedent for people getting angry at losing to their own cards. It used to be Priest that caught all the flack. Now it's Rogue, Things evolve. That's called growth. That's what we call that otherwise.
Oh, yeah. The rogues have gotten even more value-oriented, and Priest has actually had some aggressive decks recently, so...
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because if you were going to cook up some magical aggro lineup, like Protoss Priest would be one of the aggro decks that probably makes the cut in there, right? Like Protoss Priest, Demon Hunter, Drunk Pally, something. Yeah, it sounds really bad the more I keep saying decks. Yeah, let's just leave that on the table for now. So Rogue picked up the win. Warlock and Shaman, the Warrior has been banned. So Nebula, Shaman, Quest, Warlock are the remaining decks for Tansoku. Gamer RVG, of course, has the full grip, apart from the Rogue that has been banned, which I guess is a reasonable question for you when you're saying, you made the pick of Tansoku based on lineups. Were you thinking about this as like a ban Rogue kind of strategy when you were breaking it down, looking at the decks?
Well, certainly in this sort of typical 4, right, that Tansoku is probably considering. Rogue is the one where it's just like, well, this is even against everything. I don't really want even matchups. And of course, Gamer, banning the Mech Warrior, which can have those just sort of unbeatable starts, right? As we saw the time it got to be played earlier. Is one of the better decks against Aulonia's Druid. I think I might be right, but it might also have a pretty solid matchup against the Quest Warlock. And I think that's a little bit of what Tansoku is sort of seeking to target here with his lineup. Excited to see the Nebula Shaman as well, because Hex is sort of an X factor. When you are leaving up Death Knights, right, you can hex some of those Starship pieces at the right moment. There's no triangulate, so it's not like he can go for the I have 5 hexes now game plan, but just a crucial one there. And as you said, the Shaman still can very much put a lot of stats in play, right? With Wish Upon a Star onto some of these huge minions. It is much less about sort of Nebula cheese and more about this minion dense deck buffing everything with Wish Upon a Star.
Yeah, no Marin either, which, as we saw earlier, is another great way to duplicate really important cards in your deck, so you can just keep playing them for the entire game.
Yeah,
Gamer... Yeah, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, there is Fyrakk, and Shutter Block Fyrakk could be a thing, It's sometimes you fatigue yourself, sometimes you deal, 30 damage to the opponent, so...
But Gamer RVG has gone away and composed himself after that brutal beat in Game 1. He's coming back with the Quest Warlock. And we are going to have the mirror match that is possible in this series between the 2 Warlocks. A little bit of a slow hand for Gamer with double Hellfire. Now picking up the Pupil as well, which is lovely to see if the rest of your hand is quest progress, but kind of another brick in the scenario of the hand that Gamer has.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
Yeah, it's so far looking like Tansoku has a little bit more of the...
Better.
just mana cheat to be able to get this quest rolling very, very quickly. I think. Oh yeah, going for the just immediately play the Solarium.
Ooh, okay.
Rewarded somewhat for it there.
Kind of a rare play, honestly, that you see the temporary copy of Solarium actually cast off that. Like, usually that card just says, draw Solarium, discard the extra one, don't care too much about it. It's kind of rare that you actually see the temporary one get played like that.
I do feel like we saw the temporary one get played quite often at the playoffs, at least.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take
So
one for it.
in the versions where you have, Kerrigan, right, or something like that, maybe not so much, but Tansoku here definitely, right. You've got Demolition Renovator and Royal Librarian are some of more expensive cards, but largely.
Oh, true. Yeah, we did have quite a few slow quest rogue draw. Like my complaint with it is that you want to play it on 3 just so that you can then play Solarium plus potentially 3 cards on 4. Which means you're kind of just honor bound to discard it. But if you draw it later in the game and your progress has been a little bit slower, then yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's great to play the temporary one.
These are not ideal, though. I mean, I guess you can, Spelunker and then play the Pupil. I don't know that you really want to use a Hellfire. It was looking like Tansoku was better positioned for early quest completion, but that was a kind of completely dead Solarium.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
And most importantly, means that now he does not have Hellfires for later on in the matchup.
Yeah, very true.
Still probably
Double
gonna
Hellfire getting decided is a really big deal because those late game breakpoints where the reborn taunts become extremely problematic. Hellfire is one of your best ways to burst through those and push damage with charge minions potentially.
Yep, or to reset your own Ryzen's Edge after going face a bunch.
Not to mention that your opponent gets very annoying 5/3s throughout the entire course of the game.
Yeah, now it actually looks like, depending on the rolls here off Sweet and Snowflurry, I mean, or really just by the fact that he has the location here, Gamer is well positioned to get the quest completed. Okay, it looks like not this turn, but then next turn. And double Pupil in hand. I mean, I don't think you ever go for 3 of the quest reward, but two is good enough.
Come closer, critters.
So even though it's likely Tansoku will have sort of completion a turn earlier than Gamer will have access to the double portal.
Probably, yeah. Although that's okay, so that Tide Pool Pupil is 1 left, so that can't be completed with the Snow Flurry and still then get a quest inside it. I don't know what the one on the right hand side is looking like.
Ah, okay, sure. And it's unlikely he would want to wait a turn to complete it with the second tick of his location.
Yeah, not in the mirror, almost certainly. I think I said earlier, in some slower matchups, you might delay 1 turn and no longer than 1 to try and get the double portal set up. But if it means your opponent just gets another free turn of smashing you in the face with 4/4 charges, then absolutely not.
Well, easy tosses with Summoner or Sketch Artist. I do think it gets kind of interesting sometimes later on if you sort of have to really pick and choose what you're throwing in the portal, but for now, plenty of good options.
Yep, those are the 3 options. Okay, we figured it out.
Oh!
Oh!
That is quite huge.
Well. Ah, the one on the right does have 2 left anyway. Okay. But yeah, that is enormous.
Yeah, no, here is where, like, okay, what does Gamer throw into the portal?
Possibly the unactivated Naga, right? Okay, it is going to be a Hellfire.
I thought
by the
about it
looks
for a
of
moment.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like it's the Hellfire instead.
Yeah, it might be ambitious. Like, I think that's the most aggressive line that you can take, but keep hold of double Hellfire and just try and push and win the game. But it doesn't. Yeah, your opponent does have a ton of cards in hand right now. They do have their own portal, and your turn, if you want to get a second portal in play, is a little bit slow. So maybe Gamer RBG feeling like he can't be that outright aggressive, and just sets out for a slightly longer game this way.
Yeah, and next turn you can toss in the temporary 1-drop.
Yep.
Whew. But yeah, you see how quickly the games turn once these portals are online. Wisp is a pretty good toss as well, so yeah, I think there is ability to go ahead for that second portal here.
So here's a question. When you're discovering a 1-drop with the intention of throwing it into the Rift, do you deliberately pick the worst one just so it feels really satisfying to throw the terrible card away?
Probably, yeah. Or just like whatever you click fastest.
True. Yeah. Lucky dip. You just click the left one without looking and just see what you ended up with.
All right, and you know, maybe see a tap depending on if lifesteal is rolled again.
With 0 mass production available, on a scale of 1 to ambitious, how ambitious is the third Rift here?
You know,
play it.
if board space were no object, then yeah, I think go for it. But
it can work, right? Like, as if your opponent is also summoning minions all the time, which
Right,
they
yeah.
are, and you hit 5 3s. And technically 4 4s can trade as well, although in this particular instance they don't, because your opponent has 3/5 taunts all of the time.
yeah,
It is theoretically possible to make it work. I'm not advocating for the line. It is stupid. Don't do it. But you can make the board space happen. All this is like, when I've played this deck on ladder, if you get the hand that plays 3 portals, you feel honor bound to just do it, you know? Because when's the next time that's ever going to come up again?
how different of a game would Hearthstone be if there were not board space, right?
It's a good question. I think certainly since the advent of locations and just other board space occupying things in general, that would make a big difference.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
how
for sure.
different necessarily like 2014, 2015 Hearthstone would be if you could play infinite minions.
Yeah, that sounds right. But with the introduction of Dormant and locations and starships and what this portal, just a lot of stuff going on. Gonna depend a lot here on rolls, how much lifesteal, but I would probably long term give the edge to Gamer with the double portal here. you know, we see Tansoku very aggressive there with that Conflagrate. I'm not sure if Conflagrate is in all the lists. I think maybe it is some kind of a nod to the mirror because it does kill those taunts so well, and that can be a way that you can, you know, push more readily.
But yeah, I think you are right. The life steals are going to be the most crucial thing here for Gamer RBG, because I think Tansoku recognizes his only real win condition here is just to try and be aggressive and shoot all that damage face. And again, that becomes a problem because of the double Hellfire discard earlier. But, you know, when you're rolling 4 minions every turn, it's a 1 in 3 to hit lifesteal. It's a very slim out for Tansoku, but I do think it's probably the best hope.
Blizzard is kind of interesting here, right? 2 portals, less good when your board is full, but just gonna throw it in the portal instead. Good hits there.
Very good hits, yeah. Nine corpses still, so plenty of opportunities to keep ripping corpsicles.
Yeah.
Still has 3 more minions in play. To get back up to 6 for the following turn. So yeah, we are back again in the spot where Gamer RBG just needs to hope to be hitting lifesteal. He should. He's more than entitled to hit lifesteal every single turn.
It can happen though. I've definitely had stretches where I rolled charge taunt just every turn for like 4 turns, and
No.
you know, if you're forced to use your mass productions for refill and to be able to keep feeding the portals, but then you don't get the health back. You know, it does sort of shut off some of these options, like the Hellfire, like the tap, right? The fact that, well, you have to keep feeding the portals. So, like, yes, you want the lifesteal to heal the damage your opponent is dealing with corpsicles, but you also need it so that you can keep having fuel.
Okay.
Okay, we got one.
Just taking a look at Tansoku's deck. Neither player really loaded up on mass productions this game, so they both have, you know, relatively pure decks, if you want to look at it that way.
Well, and it seems like people have strayed away from using like Hearthstone, right, to be able to go for like a late game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play half a dozen mass productions, and then Hearthstone it all back. Yeah, I mean, it does kind of seem like losing the 2 Hellfires may be a large part of, you know, where this has gone wrong for Tansoku.
It's a really big factor, right? Like, it's so much extra damage in all of these spots that we've been seeing for the last couple of turns. Like, since Gamer RBG got the second portal set up, that's just been the spot over and over again of, like, Tansoku not quite being able to set up 2-turn lethal.
All right.
Because of these spots.
If there's no lifesteal rolled, again, you know, not a very high chance of that happening, but if it does.
Yeah. Gamer RBG does have to do some work to make max board space here, because there's a 3-5 and a 3-6 in play and nothing with more than 4 attack on the other side to make maximum space.
That's 1 miss.
Okay, that's 1.
It might end up being a Conflagrate on his own 3-5.
Yep. Kapow. And now, all of a sudden, Tansoku just has to win 1. Oh, so close.
Yeah. And that was probably the window.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's begging you to do it.
Is there ever a world where Tanoku can just get himself set up defensively enough that he's out of lethal and set up a tutor? I guess he needs... Oh, he's actually not got enough corpses.
No, it has to be this turn. There are outs. Very niche ones that involve hitting, like, miracle Seabreeze Chalice shots. Okay, that helps, because now Dreambound Raptor can give a 1-drop rush, potentially? So if you roll rush plus charge off the portal, your rush goes into the 3/5. And then you hit rush off the rabbit to rush into the thing. Your charge goes space. Corpsicles, is that enough mana?
Well, you definitely needed
Didn't end up.
your own rush lifesteal.
Yep.
Yeah, I think just focusing on, like, putting as much stuff in play as possible to gain corpses. A little surprised he bothered with the Sea Breeze, because it's a fine
Agreed.
thing at that point to throw in the portal next turn.
Mm-hmm. It's also a thing that can hit a 1-health reborn on a taunt if you really need your 4/4 charge to hit them in the face, you know?
Sure, that was not terribly likely on this present board.
But winning the game isn't terribly likely, so you need to hold on to things that are not necessarily terribly likely.
Right. It wouldn't have done it this turn, though, right?
No.
And there's another one, so...
So it doesn't matter.
Yep. Well, and the rush being the important bit here.
Yep. And that's going to square up the series. Tanoku tried his level best, showed the experience of the Hearthstone veteran that he is. I do like the way he definitely recognized the spot. Even early on, he was being very aggressive. Ate the double Hellfire discard, which was miserable. You know, this is wildly oversimplified, but I think the second to last turn when he was pushing for lethal, he left Gamer RBG on 6 HP, having discarded double Hellfire. Obviously, he didn't have 20 mana on the previous turn to be able to cast all of those things at the same time. But, you know, it makes the point of potentially how game-breaking that discard was. But at the same time, this deck is going to discard cards, right? Like, you can't just choose to keep all of your cards. If you're discarding Hellfire, if you're not discarding Hellfire, maybe you discard a Corpsicle, maybe you discard something else, which was extremely beneficial to you that game, you know? So you can't really harp on that kind of thing, but I do like that he fully recognized the out of, okay, like, there's only one chance. Every turn, I'm just going to think to myself, I'm playing Face Hunter, what's the maximum damage that I can do? Every single turn, and just make it happen. He fell just a little bit short at the end. Gamer RBG did hit 1 lifesteal every turn, which is about average in that scenario off 2 portals.
Yeah.
And yeah, in the end, it was just more than enough to secure the win. So squares up the series 1-1. Quest Warlock Shaman versus Druid and Death Knight. How are we feeling? Have the two decks that have won had any great impact on the odds of the series for you?
Yeah, not really. I don't think, right? Like, the Quest Warlock for Gamer RBG is not really. I don't think like the huge factor into Tanoku's lineup. I think it would be sort of more devastating for him to lose to the Druid, I want to say.
Okay.
But both of these decks, right? The Rogue is just hard to keep from getting a win because it's pretty reasonable into everything, right? And I think the Quest Warlock is against much of the decks in a sort of similar position. Always unfortunate to lose a mirror, but I don't think he'll feel like things have gotten sort of too out of hand until he loses to the Druid.
Yeah, it's tough. I would say that Druid maybe there's a nod towards beating Druid in Tansoku's lineup. I'm not sure about the Shaman win rate. I think Druid might be slightly favored against Shaman overall. And I know there's some dispute on the Rogue matchup in particular, although I think general consensus is that it's Rogue favored just because of the giant turn 5, turn 6 boards that are possible, which is kind of the big thing that Druid struggles to deal with. The Druid could be a problem for sure for Gamer RVG, and I do wonder about Druid in this tournament as a whole. I think it snuck through just about into a position where it ends up being quite a good bring because of how greedy some people have gone. There are more pure control lineups than I was expecting. Obviously, there are a couple of very good control decks in the game, so you can more than expect most lineups to have one or two of them. But I have been a little bit surprised by how much Starship Warlock, Starship DK, Starship Rogue, and Control Warrior style lineups that we have. And the Druid, of course, will probably be in a pretty good position against those overall. But we are going to see the debut of the Shaman coming out here from Tansoku, which is a deck that it just refuses to die. It just keeps on trucking. We now have to actually spend mana and play the cards for real, and it somehow still works. How is that possible?
So it's a very different deck now, right? If you look at the Nebula Shaman of before, where you were using that elemental to with Parrot Sanctuary cheese out. Oh God, what was it? Malorn without even any imbues, right? Just getting the wild gods and having these huge crazy pop off turns. That is just a very different plan from the way this one plays out, which is you've got Flight of the Firehawk, which draws 2 minions of different types, gives them +2/+2. That pairs well with Bellhop, which is an undead, and Murloc Grofin, which is a Murloc, that if you can double those stats, it is pretty significant. Is it an aggressive deck? No, but it creates a lot of stats.
By the standards we're working with, it's a pretty aggressive deck.
Yeah, and I think Tansoku was looking for Hex, right, for this matchup. I think ultimately, more than sort of specific targeting or polarization of the lineup as a whole, I sort of feel like Tansoku's decks just have, as you say, sort of these nods to different things, right? The Mech Warrior ends up being a good bring because probably you don't get to play it since it has these huge polarized matchups against, things like the Druid. That people just don't want to deal with that. And the Shaman, I think, is less polarized, but just having Hex against the DK, which DK stays up basically all the time, I think can give you that bit of an edge.
Yeah, I think was it you that was talking about this earlier about how your stance differs when you're building a lineup versus what you play on ladder, just because the tournament field is so much more condensed. You're only really going to see the good decks. You also have a ban available, so suddenly things that are very good on ladder might not necessarily be so good in a tournament. And I think that is a good description of Nebula Shaman, because I think one of Nebula Shaman's weaker matchups is just the Rogue.
Yeah.
Which you're going to run into a lot unavoidably if you play on ladder. But if you come into a tournament like this, you can just say, I don't want to deal with rogues. I'm just going to ban them. And then suddenly, you've actually got a pretty good spread with Shaman, because your other bad matchups are very fringe things like Paladins and Hunters are the other bad matchups according to the stats for Nebula Shaman. So maybe this is actually just a low-key good bring from Tansoku.
Guess we'll see. Gamer did roll... Actually took a 5-cost location. which is interesting, I guess. Thinking needs that extra bit of value, and did roll summon a copy, which can be pretty substantial with if he's able to pick up a Soulbound Spire later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeesh.
Are we gonna see the Shutter Fire Rack?
I mean, I think we might have to see something very similar. This is an extremely clunky hand, and at least that now gives some semblance of a plan for Tansoku, because there's not a great deal else going on.
Tansoku is going to burn presently, right? Like,
Yes.
with the amount of draw that he's used and having something like Grofin and Shutterblock, which give you a mini, like it's just hard to actually free up the hand space.
Yeah, I think from the point he played Flight of the Phoenix and hit a card that replaces itself and an unplayable card, so the Grofin and Fyrak, I think from that point it was basically impossible not to burn a card unless you want to just throw away your coin, which of course you don't, because coin OP.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. That is, of course, a nice one to have with Shutterblock. And yeah, this is the thing with the Shaman. We were talking about hand space management before. The Shaman is one of those weird decks where you end up in these situations where it's kind of just correct to accept that you will burn some cards because you need to save that coin.
Yep. Because, yeah, with a discounted battle cry, having access to 8 mana, not 7 on the following turn is going to be extremely important.
And, I mean, I wonder whether he goes for the triple Grofin and saves the coin, or if he just straight up uses the coin and the location for triple Ysera.
Sorry, did you come to this tournament to watch cowards, Edelweiss? Like, what are we talking about?
You think it's just Fire Rack immediately?
Of course!
No. You may as well get your 9 mana back first, right?
Yeah, it's got to be a Fire Rack turn, though, surely. You look extremely dead otherwise.
Double baking soda, right?
Really? Okay. This has perplexed me. I will be honest. And I'm slightly concerned that Tansoku did not seem to know what he was doing after the Ysera. He still seems to be working things out, which is a little strange to me, but okay. Fine.
I mean, it is sort of fine, right? Jumping to 15 mana is
yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, the Frosty Decor is actually a massive wall that I was not considering, I'll be perfectly honest. And you do still have the mini available now. Plus, this empties out a bunch of hand space for card draw if you are going to triple Fire Rack, which,
right.
I mean, irrelevant, because the triple Fire Rack just deals 36 and wins the game anyway. but if you're not a gamer, then I guess that is a factor as well. So, okay. I rescind, I step down, I hand the floor to Tansoku. This does actually make sense.
Now, does he play another baking soda volcano before the Fire Rack again, just to like free up more hand space? I don't know. Sure. I mean, if you're going for... Oh, did we do Grofin instead?
I find
No.
this...
Okay,
no,
okay.
thank you. I was going to say, I am back on this hill. I did not come to watch no cowards in this tournament. Come on now.
Okay, Fireball Wind Phase.
Sure.
There's our clearing up so that everything else can go phase.
Sure.
That's
Things
another
have died.
6.
Oh, Tatsoku is not happy.
Flame Strike is a lot of mana wasted.
Flame Strike is an enormous amount of mana wasted, yeah. Oh, too much card draw. Too many Flame Strikes. Okay.
Yeah, the Wish burn is maybe what he was disappointed about. Story of Sulfuras is good.
Okay. I like how the Baking Volcano goes in one go against the immune minion. That's fun. I've never really noticed that before. Okay. I mean, that dealt about 30 all in, right? 30 plus?
Yeah, I mean, against sort of a normal deck, that would do it most of the time.
Yep. So I think they were on, what? I think Gamer was on 53 plus another 4 armor from a crystal that had to die. So 57, 35 at a rough estimate, that did. That's a lot of damage. It feels like it's done nothing because Gamer is still at 22, but oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
And surprisingly few cards burned, all things considered, right? There are times where that draws you, it eat the imps your whole board, and
yes,
you know, does the mage draw spells, and now suddenly you don't have a deck anymore. But barring burning Wish Upon a Star, I think that was pretty solid.
See if we can get a little handle on where we are after all of that chaos. So yeah, still a little bit of gas left in the deck. Still has the Elise, still has another Bellhop to play, still has the Ceaseless. So there is a lot of late game stuff still available to Tansoku, but yeah, the Wish is definitely a big loss.
And as you know, impressive as it is going immediately to 15 mana, using Shutterblock Charge on Ysera is, you know, not a ton of value, right? So I think while that Fire Rack did a lot of damage, there's a lot. A lot left that Tansoku has to try and do here, and it could have been, you know, like one more board of like a bunch of 8/8s that Gamer would have to clear or something like that. I am a little bit surprised by the Cabaret Headliner in the deck. I guess, you know, it can help you get out earlier Wish Upon a Star or Nebula, because those are arcane. But I know
I've seen it a little bit in the deck. I don't mind it because, again, as I alluded to at the start, having played a fair amount of Nebula Shaman when every card in your deck cost 1, like having to pay full cost for some of these cards does make me throw up in my mouth a little bit. So I don't mind the idea.
Oh yeah, and we burned a Nebula as well, so just the one of those remaining. Ah yes, Octasari, just what we need. Probably going to be an Elise. I imagine Tansoku's plan at this point is to try and set up a high-value Elise location to use with the Alakir in his hand.
10/10 copy Alakir, yeah, you can try. The problem is the copy on the other side and the inevitable starship that's going to have to deal with.
Right. But both hexes remaining.
True. Yeah, very true, actually.
And no location destruction for a gamer, right? So you feel safer doing something like going for a 10 mana Elise location?
Especially when you have 16 mana and can actually play it immediately on the same turn, right?
Right, yeah. yeah, you're probably looking for like 10/10 copy, the Savage Roar thing, or Discover Spell.
Discover a spell, make it free, essentially. Yeah, pick up more nebulas, more wishes, that kind of thing. Like playing for 0.
Gamer setting up that starship. Pretty full at this point. Although, has he gotten... I missed it, whether he's gotten a Soulbound Spire in there yet or not.
He has not. No, both spires are still in the deck.
So that is quite significant and may sort of have things slowed down just enough for Tanoku. You know, High Cultist for Soulbound Spire is pretty slow.
Oh, no!
Oops.
No, sir!
Oops. I think you still play it.
Reading the card.
You just accept the mistake. Yeah, you still want the stats in play.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do need the 5-cost spell to get the copy. Or 5+.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Well, and actually just going for a defensive ship here, potentially from Gamer. Sure, get all the pieces back.
Take copies, do it again. Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. You gain a bunch of armor, and because you're not summoning pieces, you don't mind using something like Sanguine to activate.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that will largely seal it up for Gamer long term. You know, we'll have to see how this all pans out, but I think at this point it is challenging. I mean, the Fire Rack has basically been erased in terms of damage it committed.
Yeah, 100%.
Tanoku, I think, trying to just force another clear if it's there. But at this point, you know, even Gamer has 13 mana, so.
I think generally, if you're trying to force clears, you should play 2 6/6s instead of 1, personally. But that's just me.
But he needed the space to be able to play the growth.
He needed the space for the 8/8s. Oh, he's a genius. He had it right all along. Is this guaranteed gnome now? Yeah, it's gnome other spire, 100%.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, nice spot. This way he can hold on to the more universal clear with the corpse explosion in hand in case anything untoward happens.
Yep.
Similar to the Death Knight mirror that we saw in the previous series, it is amusing that with the level of health gain and armor gain in current Hearthstone, you can just go, 18. I'll just leave that up. That's fine.
Yeah. Yep, 10 cost, summon a 10/10 copy. I was going to say, imagine you. Ooh, these are big misses, though.
Oh, no.
It may even have been...
no,
I guess you had to take the rushes, but... The tricky thing with, 10/10 copy and rushes, right, is, like, you never have board space to get full value. I think you're really looking for the Discover spell there. Or the Savage Roar.
There is little time.
I was going to say, you might as well make a 10/10 rush, right? Like, I don't think the Alakir thing is happening next turn, so I think just the utility of the 10/10 rush right now This is too strong.
Yeah.
What's happening?
I don't know.
Tanoku, are you okay? Do you need a lie? It's been a long day. It's okay. If you need to lie down, I understand.
Yeah, trade's a little odd there.
Okay. Genuinely, my advice: micro nap. Wake up for game 4. That's the plan, I think. I do think in general though, like decision paralysis moments like that, because like that's definitely what happened, right? You're looking at a board state where you have 6 minions, your opponent has 6 minions, which, you know, offers you hundreds, if not thousands, of different permutations as to what you can do with various attacks. And you just start considering even 5 or 6 different ones in the same turn. Lose track of what you're doing, forget what the initial plan you had, which was solid enough, and then do something that is absolute nonsense at the end of it. And I do think that is a cause of the kind of minion-based combat that we have right now with, you know, infinite taunt minions and starships and resummoning recursive death rattles and so on. Like, I think that is the most likely scenario to lead you down that that well of despair where you just spend 75 seconds thinking about a bunch of different plays and then completely forget what the first 2 or 3 that you thought about were when the rope sets in and panicked. And we definitely saw that from Tanoku. The issue with the bellhop was what it was. But certainly going to have to tighten it up if he is going to recover from this position now, because Gamer RBG has the Druid left. We have theorized that maybe this is the most difficult deck, but not to a degree that I'd be willing to, you know, call this Druid targeted, or, you know, that this is still a favored position, even though you're 2-1 down in the series, which can absolutely still be the case sometimes in extreme variations of targets. I don't think this is that. But I think, you know, Tanoku has to absolutely refocus now, because even that Shaman versus Druid matchup is potentially going to be a problem. Yeah,
I think, now is where you start to sweat a little, right? You sort of really hope to win Shaman into DK. As you say, we just don't have a lot of the really polarized matchups. Gamer took that off the board by banning the mech warrior. So it's gonna be hard work, right? To get over the finish line now with a 2-1 deficit. But certainly possible. I do think, you know, while the Quest Warlock is it's the closest thing to like an aggressive deck that we have. I actually think it's not great for the Quest Warlock into Druid. I might have that wrong. But...
No, I agree. Yeah, that's largely been my experience as well, is that the Druid matchup is just absolutely fine. It's the turn where the damage really starts coming is just a little bit too late, right? I think if on average it took Druid like 1 to 2 more turns to be able to get the OTKs going, then Warlock would really be strong in that matchup, because Druid can't really spend any amount of time clearing boards in that matchup whatsoever. It just can't keep up the pressure of being able to do it. But really, like, if the Druid can piece together like one big swipe Chalice turn, or even early Vista into playing spells, will then like recursively clear a follow-up board for you in 2 turns time while you set up. Obviously, if you hit Tree even after the nerf, your matchups all improve wildly, because that card is bananas. So yeah, I don't think that is a particularly good matchup for the Warlock, in my personal opinion. I think Tanoku is just in a little spot of bother here.
Yeah, now it does have, you know, if he manages to pull through here with Shaman, he does have the Demolition Renovator in his Warlock.
True, yeah, no, good shout, good shout.
So, you know, that might play a pivotal role, but the tricky thing with tech cards in the Warlock is sometimes you just end up having to let them burn, because you've got to complete your quest faster, and they're a little bit clunkier in terms of mana cost.
You are absolutely right. Yeah, I was going to raise that exact point, that I do struggle with the idea of tech cards in Warlock a little bit, because you know, the nature of a tech card is that sometimes you have to hold on to it until the right opportunity. That has been lessened a fair bit in modern Hearthstone because lots of tech cards have tradable on them now, which is a big deal, which is something that you could use, you know, very nicely in Warlock. But yeah, the idea of a card that, you know, sometimes you're going to draw as temporary and it's by nature a very situational card just sits very strangely to me.
And this is going to be a tough one for Tanoku, right? He does have this pair of 3/3s, but Gamer has new heights into a Mirrorsill. You know, the nerf less relevant when you have the ramp there. So.
Yeah, it may cost 5 now, but it is still the everything card when it comes to making stuff happen for this druid. Such a linchpin of the deck, such a linchpin of the class in general, really. Like, single-handedly almost keeping up the fight for druid in this meta.
And the ability... I was just going to say, the top deck there, Seabreeze Chalice, means Gamer can go Mista Vista into Chalice.
It is a little dangerous. You've always got to keep in mind just how flooded your hand can become with extra copies of Chalice when the Vista recasts. So I do actually think it's really smart to get rid of the 3-cast one first. So, you know, even if you are going to put the 2-cost and the 1-cost one into the Vista, that's still only going to add 1 additional copy of the Chalice back to your hand when the Vista goes off. And obviously, Gamer RVG needs to keep hand space open because he's going to be drawing tree cards, and he absolutely needs to start stacking up those combo pieces as soon as possible.
Yeah, I know. This is interesting. So, Tanoku offered their Narrowlex, which could have gotten out an early Fire Rack. Opted to go instead for Shutterblock to go for a triple Fire Rack, which I think I respect there. I would imagine this last location tick is going to be saved to be able to do the Fire Rack on 8. And yeah, we're gambling. We're gambling on the triple Fire Rack again.
Okay. I'm assuming bypassing the Vista here because Gamer wants to go New Heights Ziliax over the next 2 turns instead. Just to be able to answer this board state. The Ziliax just looks way too perfect lining up into this.
Yeah, with the Innervate there. Makes a lot of sense. And like, you see, you know, this is turn 5. This is a pretty big board. This is not, by any means, something that we would label as an aggro deck, right? But
no.
With sort of the meta we find ourselves in,
and I think you see why, right? Like, the opposing deck demonstrates the problem with playing aggro, as you have in this tournament or this meta in general, which, in a vacuum, if you showed that board to an average Hearthstone player and went, I've made this on turn 5, they'd go, okay, like, deck looks good, can I have the code? But the problem is the defensive options are so incredibly powerful that the ability to, like, generate those massive boards early just isn't keeping up with what the defensive options can do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think having to, particularly with these being 6/10s, makes sense having to divert over to removing one of them. Can still play the Shutterblock next turn. I think Tanoku is just hoping that Gamer has a little bit more of dead turn here. In that sense, Mista Vista is sort of a welcome sight, right? Because it means that Gamer's still building to something.
Exactly, yeah. And I was going to raise that question of... so obviously Gamer has Owl in hand with 3rd proc of Tree opening next turn, which means you always have to sit back and think about the implications. But there's just not enough individual burn cards in hand, no copy location to really spike things that way either. So Gamer RBG just going ahead and clicking the location to get value out of Dollhouse, knowing is safe in the knowledge, I imagine, that he has a good couple of turns here to be able to amass enough damage to get the value out of that third tree proc with that Owl Lethal. And Sparkling File off the Dollhouse is the perfect option to make that happen.
Yeah. Oh no!
But there's no shutter block in play yet.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, I mean, so I guess you have to shutter block and pray, right?
I think so, yeah. If your opponent has the owl hand, like, making a defensive play now doesn't change anything, right? Like,
Yeah.
and you don't die to anything but the owl hand, so I think you just close your eyes, set up the potential OTK.
The 2-card maybe combo of Shutter Block and Fire Rack.
Yeah.
The most double-edged of swords.
It's an OTK for somebody, you just don't specify who.
I mean, I guess with the pickups, I mean, maybe Tanoku does kind of the same thing again, right? Where he'll go Neralex, location, Ysera, refresh all the mana, and then go for the mini plus Fire Rack, just because, you know, having the hand space is nice.
Possibly, yeah.
It's a lot of files.
Yep. It is.
With
Pretty
Dollhouse coming
straightforward turn.
online.
Try and draw yourself through to some extra spell damage, potentially. Shouldn't really need it with triple file in hand, though.
All are nourished when the cycle renews.
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course, yeah, the Ysera is 0, so you
Yep.
get the full 10 mana to be able to do this same turn. So yeah, there's absolutely no reason not to do it this way. I was still counting the Ysera as 1 when I was thinking about it.
No, we missed.
Oh, we've got time. Don't worry, we're here. We've got plenty of time.
Oh, that's bad too.
Okay, that says damage on it. That says damage on it.
Okay.
Oh god, is that
one?
that's one whole fire rack already? Oh no.
Yeah, you
It's
really
not
wanted that
happening.
fireball to go face. This is this is too many things that aren't going face. Okay, that's very efficient. 2 mana, 4 damage.
Okay, one fire rack
Last
dealing
one.
23 damage is borderline
Oh, no.
impossible.
I think if that fireball that hit Vista had gone face, it was remarkably close. But I do believe Tanoku is now dead.
So the third of the 3 fire racks did 16? That's so much for one fire rack to do. Still not enough because of the fireball, yeah, which would have ended up being 1 off. And I think that is going to spell disaster here.
Being at a lowly full health.
Yeah,
and-
imagine.
Well, and you consider, right, that Gamer had double Ancient of Yore, right? And just the amount of armor gained from that.
True.
Gained
Yeah,
from
absolutely.
the story of Barnabas, right?
Yep.
Like,
yep.
this is the thing. Druid has access to, I mean, all these same defensive tools that kind of everyone else has access to now. In Yore, in Ziliax. And so it's just hard in the face of all that armor and life gain.
And that means Gamer RBG is going through to Sunday. You see the reaction. You see what it means to him. He was holding up the finger. One more, he says, which it's an allusion to Sunday, where the top 8 is going to narrow down to top 4, and the winner of each of those games, all of our semi-finalists, are going to qualify. So it is indeed one more series that Gamer RBG needs, having won 2 already. 1 off stream, 1 on stream to get through to Sunday, and of course the countless games that lead up to this point in a full season and a full year of Hearthstone. But strong performance and a strong looking lineup overall, right? I think in general, Gamer RBG has a lineup where, you know, I think nine Aldruids in total in the tournament, and I think they have ended up in a generally good spot with where everything else has gone. Whereas from Tansoku's side, for me, I messed around with Mech Warrior a fair bit coming into this, but my problem was kind of exactly what Tansoku ran into, which is, yeah, it's got a bunch of good matchups, but if they ban it, I can't make the rest of the lineup make sense in a way like, I have playable matchups elsewhere. I think Tansoku struggled. We've got plenty more ahead of us, so we'll crack on. But do you have any final thoughts on that series before we say goodbye?
Yeah, just solid play. I mean, we've seen Gamer time and again at sort of all of these events that we've been casting over the course of this year, last year. Consistent player, brought sort of consistent, just I think what a lot of people would say are the 4 best decks, right, for this event. And
sure.
Yeah, seems to have just paid off.
Yep, great stuff. Otherwise, it's been a pleasure as always. We've got more Group B hanging around. I believe I am hanging around as well for another series, but we are going to take a very quick break, so do not go anywhere. Plenty more Hearthstone here at the Masters Tour. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Masters Tour Summer Championships here, and we're into Group B. and we're going to be showing the eliminator match for Group B. Just saw an exciting one with Tanoku, who will be playing the winner of this, and Gamer RVG, who I was talking about ZLS earlier. Gamer RVG on the last day of this, who keep reclaiming rank 1 to get into this tournament using his Death Knight, and he did it 7 times or something. I'm making a number up, but it felt like about 7 times on the last day that he had to play one more match and win it, and he won them all. One more game and win it, and he won them all. So, seeing him go through 2-0, and I think he's played as many Masters tours as basically anyone at this point. Nice to see him go through and slowly but surely getting closer and closer to the big one, I think.
Yeah, and you saw what it meant, right? Like, generally not a hugely emotional guy on stream, on camera during tournaments, but you saw the release of tension when the series finished with the one more. That's all it takes, and I'd love to see that from players. Obviously, I love being on webcam watch. It's we've got to snack on the morsels that we're fed these days now that we're doing all of these tournaments online. So I do at the very least like to see the players' reactions. And I think that was a great one from Gamer RVG, just showing how much hard work and how much it means to be this close now to a World Championship spot.
Yeah, and one more time. So let's see how he gets on with that. But we are into the other side of Group B now, Santa Max. Somebody I want to see a lot more of, Santa Max, because they're kind of the mystery guy who keeps getting rank 1 everywhere. They're not a mystery guy, people know who they are, but we don't really get to see him much in tournaments. And Nightmare 14, who I don't know that much about either. I do know that Max did turn up for the playoffs just to play them.
Yep.
Brought what he considers to be a meme lineup. And I haven't had a chance to double check, but it wasn't far off the lineup he's just brought to this tournament that isn't a meme lineup anymore.
Yeah, no, I noticed the same thing. Again, I echo, not someone that I had a huge deal of experience with. I'd seen the name, just looking at ladder results. I've seen the name, pop up on watching other High Legend streams. I queued into them once or twice myself. It's a name, right? But I haven't had the level of experience with them at a high level, which, casting tournaments like this. But that performance in that Masters tour, where it's like, yeah, I'm just going to bring 4 fun, kind of intricate, interesting decks. Oh, I accidentally made top 8, and now I'm here. Yeah. And just watching him play, it just all seemed very smooth, very natural. I tend to have good vibe reads on watching people play as to whether or not they are good players, like very quickly. It's hard to quantify, right? As to they're not necessarily like making great plays. It just, there's a vibe that you give off sometimes where everything just feels smooth and natural and easy. That Santa Max definitely personified quite heavily in that run through the playoffs. So yeah, you can see a little bit more about them here. The rank 1 on 3 server gamer, a very, very rare breed. There's 1 or 2 that people historically put on that list that actually being a little bit of a killjoy. Not quite true, but there are 1 or 2 that did actually make it happen at the same time, quite literally. And Santa Max at least claims to be one of them. I do not speak to that. I have not verified it.
I'm pretty sure that that was the thing. It might be a 1-1-2, but I'm willing to accept it. I think people would have corrected it by now.
Yeah, no, it's just there's a few historically where they got rank 1 on 3 servers in the same day, but like by the time the third one happened, the decay on the first one, and it never quite all synced up, so it was at the same time. People call that the same time, and I understand why, but it's not necessarily the case. But anyway, I digress. You're not watching this tournament for this level of pedantry, are you? That's not why you're here. You're here to find out more about Nightmare 14.
Greatest half of a total achievement. I could speak really well right now. Qualifying for this tournament. So everything else from here you would assume was kind of a free roll. Just going to keep going, see how far he gets at this point. I love watching people in their first really big tournament. Partly because they might do well and win it, and partly because next time, which there almost always is with the people who play for the first time, you get to see the improvement and the changes and the relaxation. That doesn't mean that he's not going to instantly settle. I just don't know, but it's something to keep an eye on. Favourite deck, Jackpot Rogue. Well,
thoughts?
I don't know.
Thoughts, Neil? Yeah,
Change my mind.
All right, fine. Yeah, I talked about this earlier, right? About there are pros and cons to how ladder-based and how grind-based this system for the last few years has been, like the Hearthstone esports competitive system. I think one of the big positives, though, is that I do perceive that it's been a big floor raiser in terms of the quality of tournaments. You generally don't get fields where there are just players who aren't up to the caliber just accidentally in there somehow, and then you watch them play and they stand out like a sore thumb in terms of just making huge mistakes. A little ironic to be bringing this up after that series we just saw from Tanoku, but I don't think anyone would accuse Tanoku of not being of the caliber of player that belongs to be here. But I think generally, because the players who get here just have so many hundreds and thousands of games at High Legend under their belt, that they're kind of forged in flames. And when they come to this point, the only real step up is, can you do it with a camera shoved in your face for thousands of dollars, right? And that's something that people do take some time to adjust to. But I think in general, like, the overall knowledge, technical ability, and understanding of Hearthstone of the players that make it to this point has been very, very high.
Yeah, and I do like to see the difference. There is a noticeable difference, slightly against your point, I guess, but also kind of in agreement. You can see the difference between a rank 50 player and a rank 1 player quite often. Very small, nuanced things that aren't really mistakes, but a big setup for later in the game that somebody might overlook in their opponent's C or something like that.
I understand the counter argument to this, but I think our points are in synergy here, because the rank 50 players aren't here, right? Like, yes, I understand the caveat to that. We don't need to go into it, but in general, you do need to be better than that to get to this point because of how tight the qualification is. So.
But you can be, and that's what I love about this system this year. I think it's a decent balance.
Yeah, agreed.
I entered this tournament.
You did, yeah, sure.
Or I entered the spring one technically, but I entered and had a go. See how I get on. So even I could have got into this tournament. That should encourage literally everybody to have a go. I didn't, though. Spoilers. Didn't get there.
Spoilers! You're literally casting it.
I don't know.
I think the spoilers have pushed the boat out.
Just making it clear. Okay, so
I think the only thing that needs a spoiler warning less than that is the end of Dug's new book.
Oh, the bit about Doug? Yeah.
Spoilers, it's Doug. Yeah. Okay.
Learned the last word. Now they'll be able to tell what it's about. Okay. I'm so thrown right now.
So
Right.
a
So this
Tansoku's
matchup
games.
is,
No, sorry. Last one, I promise. Okay. We're moving on.
So there's Hearthstone, Sottle, on this screen right now.
Yeah.
It's the matchup. It's the matchup that you play on ladder all the time. I think Quest Warlock's considerably favoured. By considerably, it's 45%, something like that, to lose.
Really? Okay. I disagree. So we're off to a flyer. Let's talk about it, Neil. Why do you think the Warlock's favoured?
Consistency. I think the decks are very, very similar power level, but I think the Warlock does its things slightly more consistently by nature of having always your best card in your hand on turn 1 by default.
The best card? Yeah, okay.
I mean, they wouldn't do very well without it, would they?
No.
So there you go.
Yeah, it's not a Mold the Quest deck, for sure.
No, exactly. You really just can't, right? So I think that the Warlock's off to the head start in the battle to get going. I think that little bit of consistency that it adds. And Rogue is super consistent, by the way. Just because you're playing a 9-drop on turn 6, it does it often. It's got lots of ways of getting there. But I just think that the Warlock has that little bit of consistency. I think that if it does its thing, it wins. If it doesn't, it loses. But the games is a kind of where you both do your thing. I think you just get there as the Warlock.
See, yeah, like I agree with the assessment, apart from the very first thing you said, which is that Warlock is more consistent. I actually think Rogue is significantly the more consistent of the two decks in terms of doing similar things every game. I think, we've seen a couple of times already in this tournament, certainly in playoffs, we saw it a fair deal as well, of just quest completions that are just far too slow to have an impact on the game. And You know, those all factor into the win rate. Whereas you did kind of start arguing against your own point, where you're like, well, you know, Rogue does play a 6 to play a 9 drop on turn 6, like every single game. Yeah, it does. I agree.
But I think that the Quest Warlock, and I mean, there's a throwaway conversation I had with Tic Tac, which has so many negative points to that one sentence that, you know, go away. But we came to the conclusion that turn 4 completion about 10%, turn 5 another 50%, so 60 total, and 40% the rest. And we both agreed on that figure.
I would take the under, but not by enough to like significantly argue about that. Sure.
Okay, cool.
But,
So we're agreed on that aspect of why it's an interesting matchup then. Okay.
but then my counterpoint would be, you know, if you've had one turn of your portal and then the rogue plays a fire act, like I'd rather be on the rogue side of that equation, no?
The other thing, I mean, the Warlock does significant chip. As we were seeing in this particular game, actually, where it's not complete by 5, and he's just doing all sorts of other stuff. Sometimes the Warlock doesn't need to do a whole lot to get over the line. I don't fancy it in this game, by the way. I think the Rogue might be doing quite well looking at this, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, based on the famous proving ground of best of 1 Hearthstone, this is a very slow Warlock completion. Based on the numbers you just gave me, right?
Yeah,
we're we're going into the 40% range.
Yeah, and the 6 is bad enough that you don't want it to ever happen. Like, 7 is auto loss, I think. 6 is pretty grim. So we're agreed on all of the stuff, apart from what it means. It's great. Kind of like...
story of our entire relationship.
Yeah. Agreed on everything apart from the actual conclusion, which makes arguing really hard.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an extra 6 damage for you for free.
Get whisked, idiot.
Yeah. Okay.
How many corpses? 4? Okay.
Oh, is it rat?
It's rat, yeah.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
I've come full
best start
circle on
pinging.
playing around Rogue Secrets. I just don't anymore. I just play the cards if I was going to see what happens. I've stopped trying to be clever.
Just take the Pavel attitudes. That's how you play around Rogue Secrets.
What Rogue doesn't have secrets?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Still the greatest.
Well,
Right,
this
so
is
here we go.
This has not gone well.
One thing I will say is Ashmane's not very good in this matchup. It's depressing, in fact.
It is quite depressing, yeah. I say that a lot, and then you just hit like 3 copies of the only good card in the opponent's deck. But in this one, I'm not even sure what that one copy is. Yeah,
like Pupil, maybe.
I mean, if you got a handful of Hellfires and Corpsicles, you'd probably feel okay about it, right?
Sure,
if they,
yeah,
if they cost 0.
This is going to kill
Get him!
Just got to feel him. Because I'm not here for logical discourse. I'm just going to say, I've got a feeling this is going to kill him.
Oh, I hope you didn't want that tree.
Unlucky.
Right, as long as the 9/9 survives here, we're probably in pretty good shape, regardless of what happens, honestly.
It can get polymorphed.
It does, but that's the turn, right?
Like, equality Hellfire? Equality buttons, actually.
Quality Hellfire! Oh, yes. That's what we like to see.
Just equality buttons is probably the right answer.
Yeah. Yeah, so Solarium, cheap card, leaves you with 5 mana, equality, clear the board, gives you 3 to play the portal, but you need to hit a 1-cost temp. Okay, you did hit a 1-cost temp. Sure.
Yeah.
So this works out fine.
Yeah.
You also need to not catastrophically low roll on these locations, which you have also avoided doing.
Just looking now at the Rogue's hand and saying, is this over? Because you get your health back in your board so quickly, but the Rogue has a whole handful of stuff and a head start, so should be over. Well,
Well, that's a great start.
how confident are you? Oh, never mind. Horizon's Edge made its mind up for you.
Okay, sure. That was bold.
Wait, which bit was bold?
Respect it. The
Well, he was willing to kill the minion and just have the 5
the potential to turn down the 5 healing, yeah.
Yeah. Bold, but also, like, fine, sure.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to die from hand from 13.
Probably.
I think you're just not.
Yeah.
Definitive statement, right?
I'm thinking about O managers, I'm thinking about 6 damage from Grifter. I think you're right, I don't think you quite get there.
Like, not with 7 mana and no 1 mana pirate already in hand, right? Like,
Sure, yeah.
if you start the turn with a 1 mana pirate in hand, you can make some truly degenerate things happen, but I don't see a way.
See, the other comment I was going to make about this matchup until it all went not against me, so I stopped talking about it.
Yeah. Now the Warlock comeback is happening. You're happy to talk about the matchup again. Is that how it works? Right, okay.
No, I found that as the rogue, I really wanted Ziliax, and those were the games I was winning most often.
Okay.
But in this game, the rogue's the one that's putting on the pressure early anyway, so the Ziliax hasn't been required. I found if they played their quest completion, I just went Ziliax your first 2 minions. Now I have 2 Ziliaxes full health, and you've got to deal with these 6/5s, which isn't that easy because your things have got 4 attack, or one of them has.
Well,
I just found that was enough time to get there.
A similar thing did happen here with the Firac, right? It was only the equality that stopped that from happening. Otherwise, the 9/9 did just kind of solo. Like, the tools just aren't really in the deck to be able to deal with that kind of thing. Even with the polymorph from the Zeph, that would have been another turn without quest completion if you had to polymorph the thing. So,
Yeah.
huge swing turn off exactly the equality there.
Worth noting, though, he did take the board control, not the damage from the Zeph.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I have lost the video feed. I don't know if it's the same with you. Okay, well, we are in the dark. Hopefully. Then we... Wait, are they? They've only got 8 mana, right?
There's 7 crystals there. Oh. Well,
Why,
we'll
hello.
what's happening there shortly. How's it going, everybody?
Yeah, seems like the problems were more widespread than our feed there, but yeah, it looked like certainly looked like Santa Max was in an awful lot of trouble with the swing turn that was able to come out off that equality, getting the quest completion down same turn, and then immediately rolling the lifesteal for board control. And honestly, the way it worked out, triple face and getting the trade has also just meant 2-turn lethal setup, really, which has ended up being very, very crucial. Because of the cadence of getting it done before that Ziliax. So,
What would be really good right now is if we hadn't spent the first 10 minutes of that game talking about that matchup where we've got 10 minutes to fill. We don't know how long we've got to fill, but if we just get some material back and had a chat about that instead. What would you like to chat about? We could talk about the lineups.
Sure.
So Santa Max has got the Warrior, which is banned, by the way, and it's getting banned an amount, I think, the Warrior already. In matches we've seen.
Dummy warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So-
I talked about this in the previous series. I didn't get to do as much testing as I would have liked for this tournament, but one of the ideas that I had written down that I did start testing is just was dummy warrior plus X in terms of a counter druid kind of thing. But I ran into the issue that Tanoku seemed to run into, which is, well, then those lineups just ban your warrior, and the decks that you have to play to synergize with warrior to make that strategy make sense just didn't make the cut for me in terms of generic power level. And it's kind of a generic power level meta because that tends to happen when the alpha deck, which, like, let's call that Firac Rogue for the sake of argument, when that has an incredibly even matchup spread, that tends to like trickle down through the rest of the meta. Where you can't bring bad decks that have one or two good matchups against things you expect, because the spread of the other matchups in the tournament are all relatively even. So you just end up playing 348% decks and your opponent is playing 351% decks, right? And that's not generally a situation that works out favorably for you. And that's the spot I found myself in with a couple of different lineups that included the Warrior. So I'm interested as to how it pans out. The deck itself, no dispute, right? If it's eating a ban as often as it is, and I believe the one time we saw it, it was an extremely comfortable victory, right? On what we've seen on stream.
I mean, it was a turn 3, obviously, because that's what it does. But yeah.
Yeah. The adjusted win rate of the deck will then, of course, be massive. But sometimes that can flatter to deceive as a statistic a little bit, right? Where the win rate doesn't necessarily matter. It's the win rate of your lineup as a whole. And just because you have one deck that always wins in your lineup doesn't mean your lineup is good, as counterintuitive as that might sound.
It's very true, yeah, especially in Conquest.
But yeah,
actually, only in Conquest. If it's in Last Hero Standing, that's quite a good thing to have.
Yeah. If you're playing Last Hero Standing, then everything I just said is nonsense. But fortunately, we're not. So it's quite apt.
Good point. I think I want to see how well the versions of it paired with Druid are. I think it goes really well with Druid. It's like you ban one, but the other survives. I think that's looking like a good lineup so far.
Do they attack the same things though?
Not exactly, but enough.
Okay.
Like, apparently the Warrior's kind of favoured against some of the control DKs, which I hadn't realised. That's enough. And I just want to keep banning Rogue. On the other side of it, I just want to ban Rogue and just not let anyone have a Rogue. I don't want them to have their 53% to get everything match up. They can just go away.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, which is like another reason why I got into that position. But anyway, let's not make the mistake of having an extended meta discussion that's
Just in
only
case,
quasi-relevant to what's happening on the screen, just in case we have another 5-minute fill to go into. But we did start alluding to Druid there, and of course, Lorinda, as the person who has played the most games of Druid of anyone walking the planet, I'm pretty sure, and someone who is, of course, equally skilled as the famous Tic Tac. Do you have any thoughts on this matchup against Rogue?
I do have 0 games on this exact build.
I know.
After that massive build-up, but
you are equally as skilled at Hearthstone as Tic Tac, right? That part is true.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a show match of Druid versus Druid, 30 versus 30.
Don't clarify it. Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay,
I have drawn with Tic Tac over a massive sample size match, the size of which no Hearthstone
You're still
match has ever
clarifying
been.
it.
I'm not clarifying anything. I'm muddying.
Okay.
Really important to get these 1/1s down against any deck that has minions in it, by the way. Specifically on the play, on the coin, not so much, I think. But I think this deck is super consistent. Chalice is such a crazy Hearthstone card.
It really is, yeah. It's one of the things, like, people raised the point when it was, quote, nerfed, that it might actually end up being a buff, and there is some validity to it, but it's sort of buffed in a way that it's a card that no one really objects to anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if the power level of what it does for your actual win rate might still be quite similar, because it doesn't hit you in the face and just make you explode immediately, it's just something that people are a lot more willing to accept, which I think is fine, right? Like, you know, objective truth isn't necessarily the pursuit of game design, right? Like, you just want people to be happy. That's generally what you're aiming to do.
Yeah. I think Nightmare made the right play last turn, by the way. Like, it's probably going to cost him the game, but just decided to go for it on the Chalice against 2 random secrets, but he hovered over to show us, and it's what he was going to do. He wants to play Vista on 5 anyway, which means he's going to take another 4 from this, and then he still hasn't got anything better to do anyway, so just ripped the counter spell and hopes to draw something in the meantime for the Vista.
Yep.
And it worked out really badly, and he's taking 1 million damage because of it.
Divine Shield Wind Fury on Observer is low-key a really strong Dark Gift for me. Like, I'm not an Observer guy, but what Divine Shield Wind Fury Observer does is, like, even in those spots where you haven't built a board to protect with Observer, you can just play Observer. And then if your opponent does the thing where they either, you know, they get blocked by the secrets, or they do the thing where they just go, well, whatever, I'm not going to interact with the secrets, like I functionally pass my turn. You're individually just pushing forward with the single minion that you played, which is a big, big difference from just a 2/2.
And actually, it's now going to push something like 16 because the secret did do its job rather than just wasting the turn. And here's Firak to say, I don't know if I want a Firak here. Sanjamax knows better than me, for sure. I kind of just want to play Asmin and get on with having a lot of stuff, in case Firak kills my board. Interesting.
Would you trade your board for like 12 to 14 damage though? Oh no, it's going no more than that.
But I mean, Asmin's going to pick me up some decent amount of damage.
Yeah, there's only, what is it, 6 cards in the deck, right?
Yeah, but he struggled to kill any of our board. So
Yeah,
it's
no,
probably
but that's
good.
what, but even if they're all in there, right? Like how much hand space did you have? 4 or 5 spaces in hand? Like how much damage do you actually pick up on average from that position? Not that much, right?
Sure. I guess Firak doesn't eat itself quite as often as we all say it does. So.
Who's we all? Don't tar me with your brush.
I am we all. You don't count.
I don't say the things that you say. I work very hard to avoid saying the things that you say.
Wow. I'm glad to be a trendsetter. So freeze it, Bob, and then take with Charles next turn to either get some health or something happen. Oh. Well, observing, right? Because that kind of sets up every leader under the sun.
Yep. Protecting an 11/11 seems like a big deal right now.
Yeah. We didn't do the thing. It's on the screen. Nightmare did get that win for the first game, by the way. Just do the paperwork.
Oh, of course, yeah. Sorry, you are absolutely right. Important piece of admin.
Ah, it's so close.
What is close to what?
Sandmax is close to winning and forcing Nightmare to do something he doesn't want to.
Ah.
What did you do?
Explode?
Yeah.
Like, I'm stuck
no
at step 0. I'm stuck at step 0. Step 1 is you can't afford to get hit by Counterspell or Ice Trap here anyway, so just go ahead and do the strong play you were going to do regardless. Step 0 is there isn't a strong play that you to do regardless, yeah, so...
Just checking. Oh. So this is the same version as Gabby for the Druid as well, with no Incendious. How do you feel about that? Because I know you've got opinions on Incendious in other decks in the past.
I don't mind it. It's a very specific scenario that you run into, which, you know, does come up, but like you're against a slow armor stacking deck and you miss copy, right? Those are the spots where you generally are going to want your Incendious. Those come up, but they come up a fraction of the time, a less than 50% scenario of the time, right? And your cost for that is because your deck has to get clunky to play Elise, right? By nature, you have to start playing all of these expensive cards that you don't want to otherwise play. Putting a duplicate 7, like a superfluous 7-drop in your deck is something that can lead to you having these really, really miserable opening hands, right? Like, I know you haven't played much of this version of the deck, but you certainly know the feeling of just you mulligan and you get double 7-drop in your opening hand. That is, of course, much more likely with this version of the deck when you also pack in all of the other costs available to you. So, Oh, really? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see it. Delightful.
I spent a long time thinking the same as you. But I think that the Incendius also has applications against, say, Quest Warlock, where it just repeatedly clears boards and things while you're setting up. So there's
Sure.
like a secondary reason to have it beyond the one you gave, which I think is the main reason. Mm-hmm. So my
Yeah,
argument
no.
is just repeated clears are nice against small things.
I kind of agree with that, but I find, like, I have played with Insidious in the deck and without. What I found with Insidious is it led me to playing matchups in a way that the deck isn't necessarily designed to do.
Right.
It's like, for example, against Quest Warlock, it led me to positions where I could say, okay, I can survive a couple of turns against the boards they keep making if I just play Insidious now. Instead of saying,
Instead of
no,
being
I
there,
can't, how do I kill them incredibly quickly, right? Which is what I would prefer to be doing. So yeah, that's my philosophy on it. Personally.
Fair. And to be fair here, I mean, it was thrown away, but we saw Rising Waves in Nightmare's deck. That does the same job, and you get to choose when it happens. So, sure.
Yeah.
For 3 mana instead of 7 as well.
I'm not afraid of
So, okay. Also, Santamax has an incredibly good hand here. As in, it has Solarium in it, because that's the definition of an incredibly good hand for this deck. Just to see when he chooses to go in. I assume he'll just set up. Oh my. Wait, can he? Can he Hellfire coin? Can he get the 0 mana tide cooldown and use it, is what I'm wondering.
So many possibilities.
So, I'm assuming I'm on my own at this
Apologies,
point, actually.
No,
There we go.
I am still here. I'm just distracted trying to deal with the graphical issue. So
That's fine.
please continue.
Be distracted. I think he can get the coin and the tide cooldown, and then get, because he's got that down, he can get the other coin out, which advances everything quite a lot. Apparently not. Apparently, he can only get 2 spells in there. Still fine. Druid gives some armor back. It's going to survive long enough to be able to do the owl thing if it can get the owl. 1 spell damage is handy in that.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
And then next turn, Santamax will complete the quest with the reduction from the Splunker and the Solarium in hand. And we'll begin to make a menacing-looking board. So Nightmare really needs to rapidly try and win the game of Hearthstone. Does have freeze available, does have swipe available, just a chalice, so won't die immediately. And also it does take a turn or 2 for the cumulative effect of all the discards to get going for the Warlock. So quite a lot available there. Just planning ahead now, so the Rising Waves helps in the immediate situation, obviously with clearing the board, but the Sparkling Fire is needed if he's going to try and win this on the sort of turn 7, turn 8 that he's going to need to win. So in return for taking a chance, yeah, rather than just not dying for turn after turn after turn, he has decided to try and set up so that as long as he lives for 2 or 3 turns, he's on 34, and he can freeze a board, and he's got a chalice to get rid of some of another board. He is in a position where if he draws Sleep from the Stars, something like that, he will be able to attempt to draw into Owls and attempt to draw into Win conditions, maybe a second Sleep with that double file, which is a fantastic hand for winning games. But here we go, the clock will be on after this turn. Santamax will start to generate those Fell minions? I believe they're Fell Beasts. Fell Beasts, there you go.
Hello. Apologies, I lost the race. The quest was completed before I was able to fix the bug with the graphics. I apologise.
You have a
I say
60%
I.
chance.
I say I as if I'm actually doing anything about it. I'm just nagging other people who know what they're doing to try and fix it. But hey, apologies.
That's fine. I enjoy myself actually without being told off for being wrong and stuff. I probably
know,
watched by
yeah.
10,000 viewers, but I can't see then, so that doesn't matter.
It's actually just low-key your dream. You just got to solo cast some druid without me making fun of you the entire time.
Honestly, it was fantastic. If you want to go fix some other issues, go knock yourself out. It's fine. If it makes the broadcast better for you and for me, then we found the win-win.
It's not. Raven's the one though. When Raven gets to solo cast, like that is actually his happy place, 100%. Like, best solo caster on the planet, I swear.
Well, Max competed on 5, and Nightmare took a good call, I thought, earlier. So he had a choice between Rising Waves and Sparkling File, and took the File, even though it doesn't do anything immediately. It does give him a chance to win the game rather than just fighting off this wave after wave of things and just buying one extra turn.
Which is exactly what I was alluding to in our discussion at the start,
Yes.
right? Where,
Yeah.
you can say to yourself, okay, I can jam the Incendious here and that'll help me survive a couple of waves, but I just don't think that's the game plan you want to be playing most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, double fire instead of double rising waves means you can just win the game sometimes. He needs to get lucky because he's up against an early completion.
Yeah.
So get lucky by giving yourself 2 Sparkling Fire, which is the card that helps you get lucky. So I found. And we've reached the point now that sort of was inevitable from when he took those 2 or 3 turns ago. It would be 2 turns ago, because the locations just come back round.
Yeah.
It was a toy chest job. So... Ha. Do you want to fire 1 Chalice here and see if you can hit the 2-1? It has to hit one of the 3 minions in the middle alongside it as well. It's not a good chance, but it has to hit the 2-1 and one of the 5 health minions, right?
Yeah, it has to hit the 2-1 and either of the 3 5s.
Yeah. But if it hits it, you get a lovely Rising Waves. And you can bob anyway afterwards, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, okay, sure.
Oh yeah, this is just better, right? It's
Yeah,
a similar.
it
It's a similar odds to leave yourself in a scenario. It's much better odds to leave yourself in a slightly worse scenario than hitting the nuts in the previous situation.
Yeah, you're willing to take 6 or something in return for still having a bob in your hand and buying an extra turn. Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
Whereas my play occasionally just wins the game on the spot, but usually you just waste a bob. And it doesn't win the game on the spot. But I'd like some artistic license at this time of night.
No, not granted. Your artistic license
Go back to
was
sorting
the,
out whatever it was.
Yeah, it was the 5 minutes of solo casting you got to do. That was all of the freedom you're ever going to get, I'm afraid.
Unlucky me.
Yeah.
Damn it. At least I made the most of it. Okay, so Ziliax is available here. But it wouldn't heal Maxim, so I think we bob first. Also means you can hide a couple of minions behind the Ziliax later.
Ooh. Well,
we've got 3 zaps next turn. As in things you can point at the face. They do what, 6 and 8? That's 20 damage.
I know that is a thing that you say, and it never quite occurred to me until you brought it to the public-facing broadcast that it is quite confusing because Zap is a literal Hearthstone card.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Which does not shoot people in the face, so that is quite confusing.
Did it ever? I thought it did at some point.
I don't think so.
I'm probably wrong. I mean, if it's close, I'm usually wrong.
For no one.
It appears...
Yeah, somebody in my chat used it, and I thought it was a good call, so I just went with it.
Right, okay. Well, sadly, if you're a Nightmare fan, the copy has been missed here, which made things a relative formality.
Yeah.
If it got picked up. So unlucky, you're going to have to think. Everyone hates that.
Yeah, it was 20 without copy. That's what I was working out at the time, but yeah.
Yeah.
So when I was a lad, you were allowed to copy owls. And then when
Yeah,
I got a bit
you were, you just
older,
had to-
I had 6 owls.
You just had to play them both from hand. You were still allowed to copy them.
And there's that as well, yeah. Then I went through my 6 owl phase. That was fun.
Ah, yes. Yeah. A very short-lived 6-hour phase.
It was 84 games.
I mean, in relative terms, that is
Anyway,
that's a
the game
short
on the
time.
screen. Yeah. Alright, so the Ziliax was saved for maximum healing.
Fascinating.
What's fascinating now?
Well, it's only the reborn on the taunts that is preventing this from being something rather magical for Nightmare. What? So in that case, probably just Ziliax.
Yeah. It's quite scary, honestly, for Santa Max here. If he misses on taunt. $20. But the swipe was used. There's only 12 available in hand right now. Nightmare still has this bob available. I've got a feeling that's pretty handy. Oh, can't behave. Ouch! Only 3 corpses left though, so triple corpsicle wouldn't be lethal. But single corpsicle and a 4/4 would be.
Well, the card deals 3 no matter what. You just don't get it back at the end of the turn.
No, sure, but he can't play. Oh, you can play 3 of them. Yeah. I'm losing it. Good call. Good catch. you can still cast the card. Odd. Well done, mate. So it's just lethal then. So I was praising Nightmare for holding onto this bob, but it is still in hand when you're about to die, which seems like a thing that somewhere something may have gone wrong, but he kept getting close to lethal, and going for the Elise was a good plan. I think I overrode the bob turn.
Yeah, it is a struggle. I'm looking at this board still. There is still a sleep left in the deck, but there's no way to get to it because you have to spend so much mana on Bob freezing the board anyway, because you can't really, throw removal. You're out of removal. You've already used swipes. You can't start chucking files at minions, or else you're just not going to have the damage to end the game. No real way to draw the card anyway, so yeah.
It's not actually lethal yet.
Not yet.
Would you like some maths? There you go. Here's a whole bunch of maths for everybody.
Okay. Well, I mean that simplified
Just do
matters.
That. Yeah.
Yeah. Just hit the good one. Yeah, because otherwise you're having to conflag the 5/5 to get the Horizon's Edge in play. One of them hits a minion. And then you already don't have enough mana to play 2 Corpsicles after that, so I don't think that ever works out. Then there's the method where you play the Horizon, click the Horizon, conflag your own minion so that you can click the Horizon again, but then you're leaving a 5/5 in play, which I think soaks too much of that damage. That's probably the out if you hit the Rift and you hit the Rush, not the Charge, then that's the route that you go with the location and shooting your own minion, because your 5/3 hits the 5/5, right? And then I think that ends up being lethal that way. But yeah, just hit the 4/4 and then you don't have to think. It's like if you hit the copy, then Nightmare didn't have to think, It's just the easy version. Everyone loves not thinking when you win a game of Hearthstone.
No one more than me, honestly. Can't beat a bit of winning without thinking. But Santa Max has been doing a lot of thinking recently, and he is down to just the DK, which I think is the fun one.
The fun one. Wow.
I know,
I'm
it's
surprised
not-
there's
it's-
anyone that you think is the fun one. No, Nightmare has what I think you are referring to.
Nightmare has the
fun
fun one with the Stitch Giants and generally more aggressive stuff going on. Hideous Husk, Foam Render, that version. You probably all know it anyway, but it's a significantly more aggressive version of the deck that still does pretty control-y things if it wants to.
Yep. Just slip it in the one unholy rune so that you can play a bit more aggressive stuff in there, which people like. And if you've listened to my diatribe in the first series of the day, I'm a huge fan of playing even control decks very, very aggressively for tempo. Some very good players in the history of Hearthstone have been famously mocked for discarding control decks out of hand because they couldn't find ways to tempo people with them, and so just refused to play them outright. I think Hearthstone is an incredibly tempo and initiative based game, even when it does come down to control matchups. So I absolutely don't hate the idea of just being able to capitalize on that with a bit more aggression, especially from Foam Render. Like, Foam Render just represents so much damage over the course of a game if you get an aggressive start.
And that sounds silly, but it represents even more damage if you've already done 15 and your opponent's like, actually, I have to care about this thing. Like, it represents sort of 10, 15 damage, whatever, but it's an important 10 or 15. It's a huge percentage of their health total amount of damage there.
Yeah. It does. I do think it makes the mirror very tricky to play, though, because you have more push-pull with your corpse count in this version of the deck. So suddenly, if you are going to get stuck into like a real long late game battle in a DK mirror where corpse count actually matters a lot more, right? We've seen situations where it was actually relevant whether you had 20 or 30 corpses for a corpse explosion, right? So that actually can become a problem because you're much more of a corpse spender in that version of the deck.
Yeah, I'd like to see that become a thing, that we worry about even more often, is corpse count.
I agree.
Should I just try and play the card and hope I've got the corpses for it and then look? I'd like to see it matter more.
Well, your inability to read any Hearthstone card isn't really a point of criticism, is it?
I can read any Hearthstone card. Oh, any, as in all of them. Oh, no. Right, let's see how this goes down.
I think if I chose, like, any given Hearthstone card, like selected a random Hearthstone card, you haven't read it, on average.
I think I've read them all at least 3 times because I just don't know what they say after reading them.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, you win this round.
Yay! Look at me winning. Nice curve for Santa Max here in terms of not taking the early beating. I believe, as I understand it, but I don't know if I do, that the Triple Blood is slightly favoured, which would make some sense to me.
Yeah, I believe that. I don't know the data or have anything definitive to go on, but just on vibes, that's what I would lean towards as well.
Like, it's all great. I'm not sure which version I'd rather play because Stitch Giant is massive, but they kind of die to a couple of the removal spells that the Triple Blood has, and after a couple of boards, they started to peter out a little bit. So, I mean, peter out by modern Hearthstone standards, which is they keep coming at you with slightly smaller stuff.
Double Battlecry Zeph. Hello.
It's a lot of stuff.
It's a large quantity of stuff.
What would you take? Let's say you took it now and then play it on turn 9. What would you take? Spend mana?
On turn 9, I mean, I can't answer. That's so hypothetical. Like, on turn 9, if they're on 10 HP, then I'm taking deal damage, obviously, right? Like, it entirely depends on how the game goes until that point.
Sure.
I have but little time.
I'm going to ask you every turn.
That's fine.
In a non-hypothetical way, but if they did play it right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wants to get that first use in already. That is interesting to me.
Nice.
I had that down as not a particularly great location, so that he might just take his time with it and start developing the other stuff, but yeah.
I think it's a nod to what I keep banging on about, right? You just don't want to be significantly behind on tempo for large periods of the game because it really hurts your ability to start playing your cards. So I fully respect it.
No, it just feels like so anti-tempo. So he registered that he's now ahead on board if he gets the hit here. I was thinking, well, the most tempo thing I can do is play a crystal because it's got the numbers 4 and 5 in the corners. So my instinct would be to think that was a tempo play, but you're absolutely right. He's just done an incredibly tempo-y play by removing all of his opponent's tempo.
Mm-hmm.
By taking a small chance. And he probably knows that's not that much of a chance, so he probably has a good idea.
That's a fun interaction. I'm not sure actually anything changes, right? But because of the wave of tar, you spent more corpses on the pterodactyl, which discounted the giant by more. But the giant then cost more because of the wave anyway. So I don't think it actually ends up having an effect. But it was quite silly.
Yeah, that's the sort of silly we do with corpses.
Yeah.
Well, just looking at Max's hand. I mean, he should be okay, right? There's an 8/8, but not a lot else going on. I guess it's adding up pretty quick.
It is, yeah.
This comes to what you've talked about several times, Dan, so have I actually, which is like, oh yeah, you can just take the 18, yeah, but you can't take it many times. If it's still going to be there next turn as well, then probably can't take it twice.
Yeah, and you can take it at 60 in a control matchup. You can't take it at 30 when your opponent's entire deck is just full of damage to back it up, right?
Yeah.
Which is what this deck is. But Santa just hasn't really found the options, right? Like only just now hitting Corpse Explosion and having spent significant numbers of corpses on Vampiric Blood and draw to get to this point. No Pyro to go with the poison, so just kind of has to suck it up and throw out the single minion clear.
Should be able
Just
to
has
clear
a very
next turn,
minion-focused hand.
Hero Power Corpse Explosion should clear next turn in the worst case. Also, I think he's got Death Rattle on the location, right?
There is, AoE Death Rattle on the location is exactly
Which
what I was
nobody
gonna say,
takes. You get scorned if you ever take it, apparently. Here we are. One of the best players in the world. Works out very quickly that that might be important. My goodness. Nino was just offended by these offers, and I'm not surprised. You see the nose turn. Like, try again. That's great. Big fan. Ah, yes, the Exodar.
Plays the Spire to pick up the extra corpse along the way, just to be able to finish off the husk.
And this is where his Santa Max's investment a few turns ago with that Death Rattle location comes in handy as well. By, going for the clear, by getting the early press in.
Mm-hmm.
Should make his life a lot easier having this permanent Death Rattle up from now on.
A brief visit from the Death Rattle that gives your opponent a spell discover. I can't remember the name of, but a little weird interaction with the way the turn passed there, but that's fine. And we're loading up the foam render and going to town. You love to see it.
Yeah, this one. There you go. They're all decent. They all kind of do the job you want to, so you probably just take the shortest one. The Morbius one.
Shortest one?
Shortest, the cheapest. I'm doing well, honestly. You can now see how I picture, casting costs.
Oh, I don't know why I find the shortest one so funny, but I really do.
just got to make
I think
them...
Slippery Slope is the best option, though. If you had an actual minion to deal with, then yeah, Zero Mana Morbid Swarm sounds delightful, but there's not really a lot you can do about the stealth minion right now, so I think freezing out the foam render damage does make the most sense. Plus, this hand still kind of sucks, so even just the +1 card draw is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, it's sort of making almost no effort to get the Starship going. Just matchup clearly. He feels out of control from that perspective right now. Wants to get his Ziliax down, ideally, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's effort being made. I think it's just exactly the situation Nightmare wants to be in, where, you know, Santamax cannot afford to spend 5 mana on a Chillwind Yeti, right? To be able to deal with the board state coming back the other way.
It's turn 9, told you.
It is turn 9, yeah. And the opponent is incredibly low, so I'm taking the damage cards.
Guess they are incredible.
I'm pretty excited by the prospect of cashing in that Bloodlust right now.
What, just doing, was it 6 just now?
Yeah, pushes 16 right now.
Sure. Is it that good? You've got hero power and that any time in the whole game. The 3 of those 6 you're going to get. Yeah, let's get the Blob of Tar down and settle the Bloodlust this way.
Okay, but so yeah, the point 1 that you did allude to, that's 3 less damage. It also makes it cost 7 instead of 5, which is a factor that you do also have to weigh.
No,
into
sure.
that equation.
I was going with absolute worst case, but if you get a Blob of Tar down and your opponent doesn't know there's a Bloodlust in your hand.
Sure. That's fair. This doesn't come into the argument either way as well, by the way. Like, there's no point saying, well, cash in the damage before the Ziliax gets there, because the Ziliax still gets to attack into the Wind Fury Tiger that still remains on board anyway.
Yeah.
Wow. Santamax just life-stealing as hard as humanly possible here.
Yeah.
And
now I'm
honestly,
very excited about cashing in my Bloodlust.
Are you? I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like, it's strong on 4 minions here, but I am much less excited in literal terms about doing it.
I see. Okay, yeah, okay. It's more exciting, even though less good, to cash it in on a Wind Fury minion. That is exciting Hearthstone. A really big thing, getting even really bigger and hitting you twice is fun. I agree. But you can't have
It's like when someone had the double pupil rift hand, right? It wasn't good, but it's very exciting to think about the idea of having 3 rifts on your board.
Yeah. I'm not even sure how good having 2 is compared to 1 after we've played the deck a million times between the community now.
That is a spicy take.
It's definitely better, but I don't think it's... My initial thought was it's 3 times as good, but I don't think it's even twice as good now.
Okay. The chili rating of your take is cooling the more you clarify.
Yeah. Yeah. The board space being taken up is kind of annoying quite often. But yes, the 3 would have been hilarious, but I'd like to have seen it.
Ooh, a Doomsayer.
Interesting.
Did you ever get on board with the experimental group from all the like aggro nerds in 2015, 2016, where they briefly decided it was correct to play Doomsayer in all of your face decks?
Possibly.
Okay.
Was that the Pirate Boys?
Like Chacky and Blackout and them, like that kind of group of people.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
What was the reasoning?
That like on certain terms, like throw a burn spell, face, click hero, like click steady shot, play a Doomsayer, just locked people out of the game because they couldn't then, they couldn't then put taunts up, they couldn't redevelop on the counter swing, like that kind of thing. It was dumb. It didn't actually make any sense, but
No, but it took a long time for us to realise that putting down a 1/3 taunt in front of a bunch of 10/10s was a good plan. Like,
yeah, true.
it took the community way too long to understand this fact.
Nightmare just ripping misses, was looking for the dream, I think, to really have any hope of hanging on. And Santa Max, with a very self-assured looking nod, now gets the knowledge that Nightmare missed on the juice. And what was looking very dicey at one point, when 4 Zephyrus cards were looking like they might just end the game, has stabilized incredibly quickly for Santa Max, and it is really tricky to try and find a win condition from this spot for Nightmare.
Yeah, it is incredible how quickly it's changed around. Like, Nightmare's just been pressuring. He still is doing all the pressuring. It's just that Santa Max is now gaining health faster than Nightmare can do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And again, I think almost everybody would have lost this game. I don't mean at the very top level. I think the top level players obviously understand things a lot better, but taking the location, taking the death rattle on it, using it instead of playing a minion, that sort of stuff. Players of my skill level are not that bad these days, would have had no chance of winning this game of Hearthstone. It's a very different level of understanding there.
Plays out the additional guiding figure. Oh, it's just every time today. Like,
It is,
genuinely,
yeah.
there's so many 8/7s. It is outrageous today.
It's outrageous anyway, to be fair. Oh, this is a good little spread of minions. Look at this. It's nice.
Yeah, this route is something that it took me an embarrassingly long time to recognize. I definitely missed this in a few games before I saw someone else doing it, where you Exodar for the minions back to your hand, and then your second copy of Guiding Figure just comes from the 1 mana Guiding Figure that you have in your hand to be able to fill the board with the spell burst. Okay, does hit the crystal at the very, very least, and it is the very, very least. And back to the 8/7? No, okay.
Wow. How many times do you want to see it in one day? Because it's all of them so far, apart from that one.
It's the amount of times it's been one board space only out as well, and it's just been bam,
Yes.
like instant 8/7. That's happened twice in
has.
one day of broadcast Hearthstone, which is kind of outrageous.
So on turn 12, Santa Max has come back from getting absolutely murderized. He's getting murderized this turn, it doesn't matter, to going over 100 health nearly.
Yep.
The bloodlust is still in hand. So we were both right.
It is, but it wouldn't
He's
have
had no
achieved
chance.
anything.
No,
It
he's
wouldn't
had
have
no
achieved
chance.
anything.
No, it's
Like,
different when I was talking about the Bob in hand, because there could have been a spot, but yeah, here he's never had a chance to do more than 6 damage with it.
Yeah, even if you rip the lust on the turn I was talking about, you do a little bit more damage straight away, and the Ziliax only gets to heal for 6, because I think there's only 1 minion left in play to attack at that point. But I think you then just have Fireball Mind Blast as your follow-up, which is 11, which would not be enough to end the game. So the game still snowballs in the same way it did. It's just Santa is then at 58 instead of 73 at this point in the game, right? Something like that. So.
As it looks like this probably is going to go to Max. What's your vibe on Nightmare? I felt like he's done really well. He's looked pretty smooth on his deck and everything.
Yeah, I think pretty comfortable overall. Just trying to cast my mind back. There was one game where I basically completely missed it because I was just dealing with
that
tech
felt
issues,
fine.
but-
Again, there was, you know,
Okay.
that felt like he was making solid plans. He took the decision with a counter spell in that game, I think.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I didn't
where
see
he
it, but
got-
I remember you talking about it.
It was just a line where really bad players would do that without thinking, and then he thought about it and understood both sides of it, over the other side of the standard deviation curve, right down to the other side, and oh yeah, look at me, I'm good, this is the right play. So it felt like a really good play.
Yeah, Santa Max, I think a little bit going through the motions now, finds the Demolition Renovator, takes care of the Elise location, which is one of the last bastions of hope, I think, for Nightmare. With the Copy and Savage Roar was the version of the location. You saw that get pretty good effect out of the Alakir on the previous turn, but you struggle to summon the motivation to keep playing this game from this point, I think.
And then what happened to Tanoku, by the way? The game where he made the silly mistake. I think he was already thinking about the next game.
I think it's just that thing that you do where you claim minion combat is really easy, but then you just get bored and throw every single time you have to trade any minions into anything.
Yeah, it's fair.
Like, playing board battles is like julienning a carrot. It's not that difficult, but you have to not get bored and
like
keep
doing
putting
what,
the effort in. Julienning a carrot, cutting a carrot into very fine strip batons.
That sounds pointless.
It's a basic knife skill technique that's not very difficult, but it's really tedious.
Right.
And if you get bored, you just start chopping really chunky, misshapen slices of carrot as opposed to like perfectly uniform ones.
And
so
what's
the
the
only real
downside of
challenge is don't get bored.
Or don't care how your carrots look.
But I want to care how my carrots look.
You're only going to eat them.
You eat with more senses than just your taste buds, Neil. It's one of these days you'll stop being a savage and appreciate this.
Taste buds.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, you don't even use your taste buds to
I
eat
eat with
food, so-
0 cents today.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, Santa Max has got everything. And more. How do you... Assuming Santa Max wins this game of Hearthstone, which is something I'm willing to make, how do you rate his chance of the next one? Against
Pretty
Tanoku?
high. Honestly, I continue to be impressed. Like, the vibes are immaculate in just how comfortably and easily he's dispatching some quite tricky-looking situations. Like, this is kind of facetious and kind of not, but when a rogue player just goes, yeah, I'm playing Fire Rack on turn 6, of course I am. Like, I have other plays, but I'm going to play the Fire Rack, and just does it so comfortably and so assuredly. What that shows, and this is the genuine point, is that he understands the assignment, right? In the sense that that could go horribly wrong, but he understands that on average, it's the best play. And even in a high-stakes scenario, he's going to refuse to get baited by these stupid cognitive traps of, oh, I'll just make the safer play because the stakes are really high, or whatever other stupid, faulty reasoning leads to people doing dumb stuff like that. Just every time I've watched him in the small sample size that we have, he just seems incredibly solid.
Yeah. And I think that is what the people who regularly play against him, I know you have played against him, that's not a dig, have that same feeling that he's one of the better players.
I didn't think it was until you clarified it. Now I do.
Nor did I. But, I thought maybe I
okay.
could make it into a dig by saying it's not one.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, he
Fair
does
enough.
finish it off and get through to that match. We will quite likely see Nightmare again. Looks very solid there. We'll see a lot of these people again who, leave early today. There's Last Call coming up eventually, and there's, Hearthstone all the time. So hopefully see him again. But Santa Max, first time we've really seen Santa Max, I think. We saw him in playoffs, but he was claiming he was just playing decks for fun and accidentally making top 8s. So first time we've really seen him in action, and looking good.
Yeah, really, really good. Strong lineup as well. So this kind of answers my question a little bit when I was talking previously. Oh, I closed the lineup. Give me 1 second just to reopen it. Yeah, where I was talking before about how I tried to do a Mech Warrior lineup, and then I was, trying to do synergistic things with Mech Warrior. Santa Max has just gone, well, I'm just bringing the other 3 good decks and just shoving a Mech Warrior in there, which is probably, a case of me perhaps overthinking it by thinking there has to be some synergistic reason to play Mech Warrior. Maybe the answer is that when you factor in your ban, Mech Warrior just has the best spread of matchups of the remaining 4 decks, and therefore is going to eat the ban from the opponent in a lot of scenarios, as it is doing. In which case, just shove it in there to soak the ban, and then you get to play the other 3 good decks an awful lot of the time and win some games. It might be that simple, and maybe I was just overcooking when I ruled it out due to not being able to find a cohesive lineup around it, because, so far, looking very good.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we've had quite a long day, so let's get on with the next one, which will be the final match from Group B. Santa Max Tanoku playing for a place in that top 8. Yeah, that's it. I'm getting out of here. See you in about 3 minutes with that final match of Group B.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are getting ready to get into our final match of the day and of course the final match of Group B as we decide who is going to make it to Sunday out of this group. I'm Raven and joining me to round out the day is Edelweiss, and we were just talking right before we just went live then about this is a bit of a different matchup we've got going, not only because of the lineups the players are bringing in, but also because, at least as far as I'm aware, it's going to be that double rogue ban.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, when you're bringing this mech warrior, it feels like you're on just ban rogue because it has even matchups across the board. And now we have two people with the mech warrior in their lineup, so they both banned rogue. Tanoku, as we mentioned before, doesn't have Death Knight, so this is probably going to be sort of the most sort of different and refreshing matchup, just because there's a little bit more variety in terms of what we've seen. I think we only saw the mech warrior once, maybe twice today. You know,
yeah, I cast one earlier that was very quick. They did the mech warrior thing, which was nice to see sometimes. We can check out the bracket as well, just to remind everyone how it's been going so far. Of course, this is Group B. Especially Tanoku and Santamax now, of course, have had quite a long day of it. Obviously, no doubt, not only preparing for today, but also being Group B. Probably watching Group A play out, and then obviously having to play a lot of their own games here. So we do have this final decider coming up. See who's going to join game at RVG to make it out of this group. And again, I mentioned this, I think, right at the beginning of the day when I was talking to Soto, but for me, I would personally like to play on day one if I was in their position, because you've got tomorrow then to sort of prepare, watch all the matches tomorrow, right? Sort of without any stress on you until the whole day after. So the players could end up in a good position once this match is over.
Yeah, I think, and I don't know how big a role this plays, but I feel like, going the first day gives you that little bit of edge for if you make it to the top cut, right? Because, as you say, second day you can relax and watch everyone else and see specifically the people that you will face on Sunday.
Right.
Going the second day could give you, depending on how you feel about particular matchups or decks, it could give you a little bit of insight if you're watching into sort of particular ways that matchups have planned out. Maybe you're taking notes and thinking, maybe this plays a little bit differently than I expected. Maybe I should go for this kind of strategy, in certain matchups. And maybe that helps you out on your day one. Probably still, you prefer to play first day and then take a break in between. But
yeah, I think there's definitely pros and cons. But for me, I think I'd rather out Group A. Day one, get it done, and then have maximum amount of time in between. But as we can see here on screen, of course, it is going to be that double rogue ban. I thought that was going to be the case, but it's turned out that way. So, of course, we have the Death Knight Warrior Warlock on one side for Santamax, and at Tanoku with the Warrior Warlock, but then Shaman on the other side. And I think that's been, at least, we're obviously only one day into this tournament so far, of course, but for me, it feels like the main point of this tournament, and kind of probably what we expected going in, is what are the decks used to round out these lineups, right? Of course, Tanoku being a little bit different here with no Death Knight, but a lot of it is we've seen a lot of warriors one way or the other, plenty of warlocks, rogues, of course, and mostly Death Knights across the board. But seeing how the players have gone different routes has been the real interesting part for me for this tournament.
Yeah, definitely one of those situations where it's like, well, okay, a lot is the same, but the few little differences are quite important. And like Soto was mentioning just before with Lorinda, that maybe he likes the Mech Warrior better if you just don't change anything else about the other three decks, right? If you just do Death Knight Warlock Rogue as normal.
And I think the first matchup, if I'm correct, is going to be the Tanoku on the Warrior, and then Santamax on the Death Knight. So that's going to be an interesting one. We are going to get to see some more Mech Warrior, which I quite like. I know Lorinda earlier was telling me how much he doesn't like the deck because he plays against it a lot on ladder. But I kind of like that you do have those aggressive options. Obviously, you have some just complete blowout games, right, where you just do the thing early, your opponent can't answer it. But I just like the options you've got with those early game pushes because I feel like it's... I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like it's been a while since Warriors had some, at least for this meta, what I would deem aggro options, let's say.
Yeah, we haven't had sort of an Enrage Warrior equivalent.
Pirate Warrior. Oh.
Right, able to sort of break through with the defensive tools that are available to everyone. So this is, sort of awkwardly the closest you get to an aggressive
mid-range,
warrior.
but, fair enough. But we are going to dive into the game, though. It's going to be game one again, best of 5. And the winner does make it through to Sunday. Tanoku on the bottom there. Didn't quite catch that mulligan, but not looking too bad. Got the weapon available, got QA available as well.
Yeah, chemical spill for Zeliax is sort of fine, but not really the optimal hit here. I think he's hoping to pick up that Tortola.
That's the one.
And Tortola, there's no hydration station in the deck, right? That's too high mana cost. But Tortola is sort of able to be that kind of really huge spike against aggro, but also just other matchups in general, right? You get this big brick wall that buys you the time until your hand comes together if you're not able to get out those turn 3 testing dummies or whatever.
Yeah, and also there is the ever-present one crazed alchemist in the list as well.
Yeah.
To threaten a big push. I think I mentioned it earlier when talking with Lorinda, but it's even though again you don't actually do that. You don't pull it off that often, right? In games across the board. But the fact it exists means your opponent can't just say, "Oh, well, it's just it's just got 3 attack. It's not going to hit me that hard." It can't just be ignored, because if that crazed alchemist is there, you could just get one shot, right? Just off the bat. So Santamax, again, in this position, as we see the Tortola go down, Santamax is going to have to at least try and do something to stop this happening. And at the moment, it's either risk that they don't have it in hand and say fair enough, or go for this play and drop the defense crystal, which, as we can see, is actually very likely stopped Santamax from playing the Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, I think you might be tempted there to just, oh, well, let me poison it, right? I'll just hero power, poison, kill it, get rid of it. But at this point in the game, right, you're actually reasonably safe just setting up a taunt like Arcanite Defense Crystal to protect yourself. And if you just kill it, you run the risk of, Mixologist coming down, rolling Resurrect, and now it's back.
Go again. Yeah. Did get summon a copy. That's the first thing we look for when Elise makes a location. Is it summon a copy? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, gonna get destroyed, which, tough beat. I'm a little surprised to have seen the location come down, with no good target, since there is that Renovator in the deck, but I suppose, most of the time it's not there.
Yeah, it is only, there are a few decks, I think, that I've seen 2 of the demos, but there is just 1 in Santamax's list here, so, again, as you said, unlikely, and I guess you just roll that dice and say, let's go, but I think the idea was to just set it up for this, right, to just instantly get another dummy down, and go for that on curve, as opposed to maybe then you'd have to wait till turn 7, potentially. Still, though, Tonsoku is in a very good spot overall.
Yeah, and having to choose here, whether to kill the Tortola or the dummy. Of course, Tortola representing potentially very high damage with the flip, but dummy now sticking around means Recom and Decom can come out. This Boom Wrench comes out.
It's so much damage, isn't it, when you start doing this? When you can actually land the dummy safely for a turn, or if you have, obviously, the reduction and you can, combo off it all in one turn anyway with a reduced cost dummy. But when you can do this, it's just on top of the world. I mean, wait, how much damage is this, actually?
I mean, it's just
enough.
Yeah.
Just I was going to say, it's surprising sometimes how much damage comes out of this, but yeah, being able to clear the board so quickly guarantees so much damage to the face as well, with no minions available to soak it. And in the blink of an eye, yet again, Mech Warrior just doing what Mech Warrior wants to do. And I mentioned to Lorinda earlier that by the end of this weekend, I'm excited to see how Mech Warrior actually performs in this sort of tournament setting, because I think some people don't really have as much faith in it, even though it's been fairly popular Brink at this time. But yeah, always nice to see what the results look like after a good sample size with fantastic players.
Yeah, and it may just be like, oh, well, it's banned most of the time.
Yeah, which is arguably, we sort of measure that as a win to an extent, right?
Yeah, and I think it's one of those decks that when it comes to ladder, it's not the kind of play style that's popular, right? It can have those really spiky hands, but it can similarly have the opposite, right? Where you're sort of like, I have the pieces, but in the wrong order, and I'm sort of sitting here a little bit stranded. And I think, there's just a lot of cool stuff to be done in things like Fire Rack Rogue, Fire Rack DK, that people are sort of more interested in experimenting with those. You see people playing Starship, Demon Hunter, and like all these other things. But yeah, coming into this more focused environment, it's just like, well, Mech Warrior has a pretty good matchup spread into what people are doing.
Yeah, 100%. Just to let everyone know, Tonsoku did win that game. It's just, oh, yeah, there we go. As if by magic, the graphic was fixed. So perfect. Just so make that absolutely clear, because don't want to confuse anyone, of course. Does mean Tonsoku does have the Warlock and the Shaman left over as well. So some pretty interesting decks still left to go with Tonsoku, and it looks like it is going to be that Quest Warlock getting queued in next against this DK. Now, I don't know if it's just been a little bit unfortunate timing. Again, I'd have to just go over the actual win rates here, but Quest Warlock has struggled a few times, at least on stream today.
Yeah, you know, it's Lorinda was talking about the consistency of the deck, right? But there can still be times where, oh, I've not completed the quest until 6 or 7, and when that happens, you know, you're playing kind of an arena deck until you get the quest online.
Yeah, 100%. And then sometimes as well, much earlier today, we saw that even when the quest is online in a reasonable time, depending on the opponent, the deck you're against, some decks can just hold you off for a while, because a lot of the time you are still, although it's powerful and arguably infinite to an extent, you are just making 2 minions a turn most of the time, right? And hoping they do enough. So, you know, we'll see what Santamax can do against it with this DK. So, yeah, very cleanly gets rid of the location, which is a pretty big deal, actually.
Yeah. And wow, yeah, Tonsoku, definitely a fan of the just play the temporary solarium. That is going to hit nothing playable, which, you know, is unfortunate, but also nothing that's a huge loss there. There is still a second copy of mass production in the deck.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? If you think about like the way that worked, I guess, is just burn 3 cards out of your deck to progress your quest. Seems like a play a lot of players would make, right? If that was a card.
And sometimes you hit a Wisp, sometimes you
exactly,
hit
yeah.
First
Sometimes
Catacombs.
it's even better, yeah. Ooh. Hellfire's looking clean to just clear up the board, or there's double quest progression, right? Again, just in more layers of choice.
So, yeah, I was going to say you can do this, where you play the Glacial Shard and then the Spelunker.
Yeah, or reduce it. Yeah.
So reduction for whatever you pull off Cursed Catacombs. And yeah, that's turn 5 completion. Best top deck would be Tidepool Pupil.
Yeah, you're right. Worst top deck? Wisp.
Well, throw it in the portal.
Yeah, true. Sacrifice it to the gods. Do see Santamax, though. We've talked a bit about obviously this quest progression here from Tonsoku, but Santamax has been doing pretty well, right? Cleanly got rid of the location. Ancient of Yours down now as well on curve. So both players kind of ticking their own boxes here so far.
Yeah.
But there's the Underfell Rift.
I do wonder, since this is DK, if Tonsoku would ever consider they're just trying to either trade the Royal Librarian or tap there just to see if he hits the Tidepool Pupil. Totally understand opting for this line, right? Just sort of, it's low odds. Just get the Corpse Skulls rolling.
Yeah, because also it's tricky, and I've noticed this a lot, at least in this meta, is sequencing isn't always correct. There's not like always a correct way to sequence, right? Because normally, like I'd be with you, like you could try draw and see what you get, and then that can change your outcome. But here, also depending on what comes out of the portal, can affect what you were going to do as well. Like, is it, do you get the rush minion? Do you need to use the Corpse Skull? If you get the taunt, do you not need to use the Corpse Skull at all, which means you could have tapped, and so on, so on. So it gets a little bit tricky, doesn't it, in terms of how players want to sequence the turns, mainly based around what their main objective is for that specific turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not super high odds that you would hit a Tidepool Pupil in that situation anyway.
But when you do, you feel good. Do you have 2 conflags in there as well? Does have Cursed too, to be able to go dig in a little bit for something? Although it will be obviously temporary, right? So because the quest is done, you don't have a dire need to go dig in for something temporary right now.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this
be
is sort of
interest-
the point where you
Go on.
want your mass productions, right? To just
Yeah.
start filling your deck up with mass production fuel.
I was gonna say it's gonna be interesting actually how Tanoku chooses to use this Royal Librarian or not. Like at this point, with how fairly quickly everything was set up, he's putting on a lot of pressure. Is the Librarian worth the trade to go digging for something else, or do you maybe want to just keep it in the hand? So to just say, oh, you're going to put something in the way, a defense crystal or some kind of taunt or annoying minion, and you can just get rid of it, right? Effectively, and then like leave yourself open to more face damage.
Well, I think in particular, if you silence defense crystal and they don't have another one, that can just slow down progression so substantially, because not only do you erase the death rattle and the taunt, but you also erase the starship keyword, which means when it dies, it's not going to start forming into a starship. So that gets rid of 4 attack power towards building up their big starship. It gets rid of, a taunt in the way.
Armor gen,
Yeah.
And we can see there, right? Like Tanoku clearly wants to hold the Librarian because there was 4 mana floated, could have easily done the tradable and gone digging for something else. So I do like it though, because he's had a good enough start that it could be the difference between winning and losing here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So going to discover, and if it's nothing overly interesting, can just sacrifice the temporary card to the portal. This could be Pupil and then just go conflag, Corpsicle, go.
Yeah, that may be...
Or could actually... I was going to say could Hellfire, but surely I don't know, you could go face Hellfire and get another Hellfire in the Tide Pool and still Corpsicle. It's weird, right? Because all this damage can go face, but if you're leaving like the leeches and the 5/3 on the board, is that good, right?
Yeah, it is a pretty big commitment.
Although you could aggressively conflagrate and then overdraw and just like, because Santamax's hand is almost full anyway. Like,
All right, I think the Pupil at this point is just going in the portal.
yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Horizon's Edge now just sort of pushes that over the line, right?
Yeah, continues to be sort of one of the most powerful cards. It's not everywhere, sort of the way it used to be when we were seeing Frosty K or some of these other decks, but it's still, a single card that dishes out 15 damage. If you could sort of light up your strikes right, and with the ability to gain rush minions, Hellfire to like kill off your own stuff to kind of ensure stuff hits face.
Yeah.
Quite a powerful tool.
It weirdly enough, is sort of similar to Dummy, right? In a roundabout way, with the way it works with the just the pinging damage all the time. Sometimes you are just limited by time itself because of the way the location resets, but generally not too bad.
Oh.
Speaking of locations, there's demo, but I don't think he wants to demo it this turn, right?
So what I missed, what is in location?
Oh, it's discover a spell, reduce it, and it's the death rattle, deal 3 to the board.
Aha.
So, and because it's not even usable next turn, I think you can hold off on the demo, right?
Right, yeah, no need to sort of play it right away.
Especially because it's going to wipe half the board away as well. And it wouldn't even create that much board space because 2 of these are death rattles. Reborns.
Whoop.
I'm going to go for it.
I mean, certainly you would want to make your attacks first.
Yeah,
so.
maybe sending those to the dome might be quite good first, but yeah, this.
No.
Oh,
you're just
going
eating
in
it.
the
Just
rift.
says,
Okay.
there's no copy of minion. I don't care.
Yes, because it is just discover a spell, reduce it by 1, so it's not like it's not like the big one with the 7 or anything like that. And also, it's a fair few turns away before that AOE comes out anyway.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Just say like, oh, you missed. I don't actually need this.
And also as well, something we've talked about a lot today, it's also -1 board space for Santamax to an extent for a while,
Yeah.
right? which
For
is
sure.
which has been relevant multiple times today.
And here now we may see the conflagrates come out.
Yeah, just nope those into oblivion. So there's 10 damage just on board, more with the Horizon's Edge. That's actually a lot of damage. There's Corpse Skull in hand, there's still the Hellfire as well. Obviously the Tide Pool now can like add another Corpse Skull and or Hellfire options to the selection. There's still the Royal Librarian.
Yeah, I think Tansuku's going for extra Corpsicle. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it looks like...
Or do you think this is just like more sort of acting like librarians again? If you put more conflags in, you can just pick another conflag and say, well, I'll just nope another minion to an extent, obviously.
I think so. Yeah, it's just such an efficient clear. And yeah, you do have the second Corpse Skull in the deck already. You're already a little bit strapped for corpses in terms of being able to get the full value out of them each turn. So yeah, I like that, going for the extra potential conflagrate instead.
Unfortunately for Tanoku here, there was no charge this turn. It was just the rush. Losing Nomelia, not the best for Santa Marks.
Well, and particularly Nomelia that was going to be adjacent to an orbital moon, which is sort of the DK's version of a Reno, right? Like you get this huge clear, and the lifesteal often brings you, if not up to full, pretty significantly higher.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of heal. It's more healing than most, players can do, right? Outside of some of the armor generation from ships. So yeah. This is a bit of a tricky turn. Kil'jaeden obviously going to do nothing. There's Defense Crystal and Ancient of Yore, but that doesn't feel that safe, does it?
Well, and without getting copy from the location, I mean, Santamax sort of knows that Royal Librarian has not been discarded. Many cards have been drawn. It's probably there.
Yeah, 4 cards left in the deck, and I think, 2 of those are mass production. So very likely that the Librarian's been hanging around. Oh, and already this could be a lot of damage. This could even be... Wait. I'm trying to work out. This could even be Librarian and then Tide Pool Conflagrate, right?
Yeah.
And then the Horizon goes face, sacrifice something to the portal. So that's going to be, what, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can still Corpsicle once with that play. There might be something better, but that's just something that jumped out, to silence and then get rid of it so the Horizon can hit face anyway.
Just going ahead and making more fuel with that mass production. Yeah, this is kind of perfect as well, getting...
Yeah, use the rush as well,
rush
sure,
charge.
That's fine. That leaves open to Corpsicle. Wait, how much damage is this?
Yeah, double Corpsicle, and...
That's enough, right?
I'm...
Oh, wait,
not
no,
quite,
I can't count.
but
Never mind.
very nearly, right?
I think my brain was telling me there was Hellfire available as well for some reason, and there just isn't infinite mana, it seems.
But it is, setting opponent to 2 with double Corpsicle still in hand, chance to roll charge again. And it looks like Tansoku is very, very well positioned to win this. That Royal Librarian kind of showing its worth. I mean, I'm not even sure had the Arcanite Crystal died if it would have been enough, But
it would have meant that shenanigans like Exodar would have been more impactful, right?
Right.
If the crystal was still up.
Yeah,
or not
exactly.
silenced, maybe, should I say.
So now, Santamax has to be looking at something like... I mean, the Suffocate is very good, removal-wise, but you're facing 6 damage from hand, a minimum. Likely, up to 9 because of the Hellfire. So...
Is this... Oh, I'm trying to work out... Is this like Crystal, the Infest, Wild Pyro, Orbital?
I think...
Something like that, anyway.
Yeah, I think you have to do this, right? Where you get for the lifesteal, and then the...
Oh, I think
go for a clear like this.
Yeah, I think I would have. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Well, they would have healed for one more, but lost the leech. Yeah, this was correct. I forgot about the extra. Yeah, they've done it this way around. This is fine.
But there is that conflict rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. 4 armor goes up to 17.
I feel
but
like
then
first things first, just see what you summon from the portal, right? Because that can
Right.
change so many things based on. Like, if you get a taunt, that's way less pressure.
Oh, yeah, easy,
Ooh, okay.
easy. Right, now you don't have to spend mana on the conflict rate. You can just take your charge damage.
Yeah, that's exact, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really nice play. Tanoku being able to keep the pressure on constantly. And again, just good choices. Not trying to go too wild with the librarian trading. Just holding the librarian and it paying off. Was really nice. Obviously, managed to draw a lot of the deck very quickly as well, which also helps out if you can. It means you're allowed to just keep hold of tools like that. But I think Tanoku did a really good job there of just keeping that pressure up and not giving Santamax any room to try and get comfortable, get the sort of easy Ancient of Yore down, any of those tools that could just sort of make the Death Knight secure in that mid game. It's a really good show in there.
Yeah, very measured play. You can kind of see the gears turning in terms of just like, okay, what do I do here to maximize damage? I feel like we saw that both in terms of playing the mech warrior, right? In particular, a play stuck out for me in that matchup, right? We're attacking with the 1/1 weapon into the guiding figure to make sure all the mech hits went, face and cleared that, so we could attack with both the minions. And then here, just eking out as much damage every time. Particularly, you have to do that with Horizon's Edge to be able to get that exact lethal in the end.
Yeah, 100%, and very, very quickly. It could happen otherwise. Let's see. Is it going to be a rare 3-0 coming out here? Tanoku is on the Nebula Shaman, though, going up against, once again, with the Death Knight. Now, Nebula Shaman, I believe it's just 2 players, right, that's brought this. Tanoku and Chonsu, I'm fairly sure. Tanoku and Chonsu. What is Nebula Shaman doing in this meta right now that makes it worth bringing?
I mean, I think it's just sort of... It's a deck that can put out a lot of stats very quickly, but has more sort of flexibility than aggro decks do. So, the ability to both hit the ground running sometimes against something like a druid, against something like a rogue, while at the same time having that sort of endurance.
The late game beef sort of stuff of like being able to keep up.
Right, so that you don't just sort of fall over to a corpse explosion if your initial push doesn't hit the way you would on some aggro decks.
I also think as well for me, and maybe this is just because I'm a bit sore from it happening the other day when I was practicing, is Hex is a heck of a card right now, isn't it?
It sure
because
is.
I was very much winning a game against the Shaman, and then they just played double Hex against my 2 big things, and one of which was a Starship, and I was like, oh, fair enough, I guess I lose. I don't know why, but I kind of forgot Hex existed for a minute, and I just lost because they just noped my pressure, and then just build a board for themselves, so it was really, really rough.
Yeah, only card that can do that right now. Polymorph not in standard. I guess Mage just got one, Tribute Dance, right? Where you turn one minion into another minion, so you can do that either aggressively or defensively, but it costs 5 mana, which is
it's no
not
Hex,
really what you want.
It's not turning something into a frog, is it? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So far, though, Tanoku got off to a pretty good start here, getting the pressure, as you said, getting some of that early game pressure down, but the leeches are going to help Santamax. But, was that Frosty Decor there?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, pretty nice.
Whenever you're playing the Hagatha sort of on curve, yeah, Frosty Decor is just what you're hoping to hit. It just is so excellent in the mid game in terms of being able to create those 2/4 taunts to protect your big minion. That's the ooze. Or slime, I guess they are. Fairy Tale slime.
I use slime, tomato, it's fine.
And I think actually you hex this Soulbound Spire. I think you do. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, just get rid of it. Very similar to the idea with the good draw as well. Very similar to the idea with the
Silence.
librarian, right? Of just like use it as just apps. It's like just pure. It's just aggro gameplay, right? You just use these tools not as any kind of fancy finishing moment, but more of just raw tempo gain. And yeah, this is looking pretty good here for Tanoku.
Yeah, and I think you know some of this is draws, but I feel like some of it might just be sort of you know settling down and reassessing after his match with Gamer, because he seems to be just much more on point with his plays here.
Yeah, a bit more locked in.
Yeah.
Okay, there is gonna be the plague here from Santa Max.
And yeah, sort of a break here where Tanoku plays the Shutterwalk, and
Hello, old friend.
will he go for the Fire Rack right away? I kind of think you go for the Nebula first. I don't know. I guess you're not necessarily getting full value out of the Nebula.
Yeah, it's tough. Normally, when I see Fire Rack, I play Fire Rack. That's my go-to rule. But yes, there are other options available for Tanoku for sure. But Santa Max did get, as you said, some sort of wiggle room, right? Got to just have an actual turn that wasn't just rushing to defend.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to go for the ghoul, holding on to the demo as well. Not going for the trade there either.
Yeah, it's interesting. That was kept in the mulligan. And I sort of feel like if you don't see the Elise coming down early and you're also holding it to not using it on the Parrot Sanctuary, I don't really know.
Yeah,
what it's still
and you're
doing
getting
there.
beaten up as well, right?
Yeah.
It's not like Tanoku was passing the first few turns of the game. And here
Yeah.
we go.
Supernova. All right, so we're burning
Okay.
everything off the top. Good hits off the Supernova, though.
Oh, okay. I mean, good hits, I think, in general so far. Okay, yeah. Tanoku just nodding along like, yes, perfect. Keep going, keep going.
Yep. Right, there's three of them.
Again?
We've just gotten started. Okay, burn down is rough.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of Firelands portals. All going face.
Oh my god.
Eat the imp is unfortunate.
Oh,
Whoa.
okay. Yeah, there we go. Just got a close-up shot of Tanoku there.
Missed a few burns there.
Yeah. Coals, okay. About 8 explosive traps have been played, but they do not stack. That's not how the game works. It does get to drop Shudder Block here, the 0 cost, of course, so there's at least not going to be another card burn at the start of next turn.
And yeah, Santa Max at 11, right? So has to sort of respect this board.
Oh, yeah.
And that means now that there's a totally clear board for Tanoku to go for the triple Nebula. No corpses remaining. You know, Pyro Poison already spent.
I mean,
That
it feels
is
pretty safe.
that
yeah.
is unless he has lethal here with. He might just have lethal with sizzling into Volcano and then the Sulfuras. Am I? Because
I was also keeping one eye on the Alakir because there has been a buff, right, as well.
Oh, has
obviously
there?
not quite enough yet. Yeah, I think the I forget the name.
so
What's the
yeah,
is it
this
Turbulus?
this is lethal here, right? So you sizzling face. He's double checking it, but you sizzling face.
Mm-hmm.
Volcano clears everything before the death rattles trigger, and then you
Oh, yeah,
Sulfuras
yeah,
get the
of
hero power.
course.
Yeah,
Wow. What a series of games. Tanoku just getting it done. 1, 2, and 3. Shaman just going full aggro. And Tanoku from back in the day was known as one of the more aggressive players in Hearthstone. So yeah, still getting it done fast right now. So really impressive overall. Obviously a rough one there for Santamax. Not the way you want to go out with, you know, your tournament life on the line to just get 3-0'd one after the other. But honestly, Tanoku kind of rocked up and got the job done, right? Yes, the draws helped, as they always do in card games, believe it or not. But I just think the decision making and the setup to just put maximum pressure and have ways to overcome these problems, like the defense crystal. Obviously, there was the hex ready to go as well. That was, I think, a very solid play in that game we just saw. I think just really, really great play from Tanoku, and he's going to be moving on out of Group B. What a series! I was not expecting it after my nearly 2-hour cast earlier.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's sort of the most I've seen tech cards shine in a lineup, right? In terms of the hex, in terms of the silence. I don't know to what extent Conflagrate is like a tech card so much as just really efficient in the warlocks. I feel like it didn't necessarily used to be there and now is in the lists, but yeah, quick series, and this is basically what amounts to the aggro lineup, right? Is like these decks that can pressure quickly, but also have that ability for like long game potential.
It's definitely the age of Hearthstone we're in right now. When let's just talk. This is the aggro lineup. Let's say the Shaman has Nebulas, Ysera, Ziliax, Fyrak, and Alakir. Wish upon a star. But yes, the aggro deck. But you are completely right, of course. Like these decks that have the ability to push early, and even Death Knight does that to an extent, right?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen that. Yeah, Death Knight can go super late game. But the ability to just make powerful pushes on board and fight for those early boards, I think is what stuck out to me in this current meta is, yes, decks can go really late, but if you can get control of the game early, it really can pay off. We could see now just a bit of a review from each of the groups that we've had today. We've gone through Group A and B today. We'll be doing C and D tomorrow. But we've had Photon and a Philfiel advance from Group A, so we'll be seeing them on Sunday. And in Group B, of course, we had Gamer RVG a little bit earlier on today, get the spot over by beating Tanoku, and then Tanoku beating Santamax in that decider game to move on as well from Group B. So a heck of a day of Hearthstone here, Edelweiss, and as we check out the next groups that we've got coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think all of us are excited to see Pocket play, and he is another person with a surprising lineup with the Discover
spicy
Hunter.
lineup.
Yeah, the Discover Hunter, which I am, not good enough to.
Yeah, 100%. Second then. Oh, there we go. Am I back? Yeah, I think I'm back. Okay. I don't know what happened. Oh, whoa! It's just me now with exceptionally wide camera that definitely shouldn't happen. But anyway, guys, I think we are gonna wrap it up as I'm finishing the day on my own. Edelweiss does exist, but yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be it for the day one. We're gonna be back tomorrow. With more Hearthstone. I think we're going to be able to wrap it up. But yeah, thanks a lot for watching, everyone. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, and we'll see you then.